Chapter 997. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of immortals and demonic soldiers were fighting. Both the sky and the ground were filled with human figures. Battle cries shook the heavens. The blood of the immortals and demons rained down from the sky. The ground was covered with broken heavenly weapons, broken demonic weapons, and the corpses of the immortals and demonic soldiers. It was a shocking scene. The place where Gu Fei and the others appeared was not far from the battlefield. It was less than 500 miles away. For the immortals, such a distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. The moment Gu Fei and the others appeared, the leader of the silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the leader of the demons noticed them immediately. However, no one paid attention to them. Everyone was busy fighting. Swoosh! An expert of the human tribe wielding a sword slashed out. The sword radiance soared up to 1,000 feet and split a demonic soldier and the demonic beast that the demonic soldier was riding into half. Demonic blood splattered everywhere. There was a demon with 4 arms. His demonic chi was monstrous, and he tore a human expert into 4 pieces with his bare hands. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. This was a great battle between the human tribe cultivators and the demons. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The fierce evil chi soared up to the sky. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was shaking. The immortals of the human tribe and the demons and demonic soldiers were fighting to the death. Other experts rushed over from afar and joined the battle. Boom! Someone used a terrifying relic weapon. A purple jade mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The hundreds of demonic soldiers below turned into black blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Emperor Divine Weapon? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. The energy ripples coming from the Amethyst Mountain were so powerful that they nearly shattered the surrounding space. However, the void of heaven and earth in this world seemed to be very stable and firm. Even an emperor's divine weapon could only shake a part of the void. It couldn't penetrate the void of heaven and earth like it did in the Tanglong continent. Swoosh! A pitch-black saber light that emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura rose from the demon weapon into the sky, and collided violently with the purple jade mountain that was pressing down. The saber light was like the light of death, directly splitting the heavens and the earth. A terrifying demonic power spread from the saber light, with a fluctuation that caused all living things to tremble. Emperor Demonic Weapon, I didn't expect such a demon to be in action. Seeing this, Old Tortoise's expression became a little solemn. This was definitely not an encounter. Perhaps the humans were fighting against the demons. The Heaven Realm didn't seem to be peaceful either. There were also battles going on. Compared to the Tanglong continent, the battles here were much more intense and cruel. This was because almost all the people who participated in the battles were in the immortal realm. Boom! The purple jade mountain collided with the pitch-black demonic saber. It was a battle between an Emperor Divine Weapon and a demonic Emperor Weapon. The entire world shook violently, and a terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions from the point of impact. More than a dozen demon soldiers and silver-armored heavenly soldiers nearby were sent flying. Several demon soldiers and immortal soldiers were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. The battle was cruel. Both the immortal soldiers and the demon soldiers had to die. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Thousands of cultivators were fighting against the demons. There were figures in the sky and on the ground. The immortal soldiers of the human tribe were wearing silver armor. Under the leadership of a middle-aged immortal general, they were fighting against the demons endlessly. All kinds of celestial weapons emitted divine light, illuminating the entire world with various colors. The powerful Dhamma power and divine power fluctuations were frightening. Such a scene was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was dumbfounded by what he saw. However, Old Tortoise didn't show any surprise or shock. The passage of chaos behind them disappeared into the void. Those who had entered the primal chaos channel before Gu Fei and the others were nowhere to be found. No one interfered in the battle in the distance. The first thing one had to do after entering a foreign land was to find out where they were. These guys seemed to be very similar to that person's silver-armored soldiers. Old Tortoise seemed to have thought of something. The human cultivators who were fighting against the demons were all wearing silver armor. Each of them was as powerful and terrifying as a heavenly soldier. Gu Fei discovered that these silver-armored heavenly soldiers were generally at the immortal realm. The middle-aged immortal general leading them was even a Shen king who had reached the phenomenal success realm. He was a terrifying war emperor who was holding a black iron saber. He was fighting against a demon general with a single horn on his head and a body full of scales. The saber light soared into the sky and tore the void apart. The war emperor was able to force the demon general to the point where he couldn't fight back. Pitch-black demon blood splattered from time to time wherever the saber light passed. The demon general was already covered in wounds, but he was still extremely ferocious. The single horn on his head shot out beams of demonic light that pierced through the war emperor. The aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses affected the battlefield below from time to time. Humans and demons fell from the sky from time to time. There were actually 4 celestial being realm emperors fighting on the battlefield. It was really shocking. In the Tanglong continent, such a scene would only appear in times of chaos. The purple jade mountain and the demon saber clashed continuously. An old Taoist was fighting against a demon with a tiger head and a wolf head. They were fighting fiercely without holding anything back. The purple chi was vast and mighty, and the demonic chi swept up as high as 3,000 zhong. The void shook and the earth quaked. However, Gu Fei discovered that the void here was really too stable. Even the celestial being realm emperors who were using their emperor divine weapons to attack with all their strength could not even cause a crack in the void. Even the celestial being realm emperors could not break the void here. Could this really be the legendary heaven realm? Boy, let's go and have some fun, Old Tortoise suddenly said. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was a young monk who was sneakily rushing into the distance. That guy! Old Tortoise's eyes immediately turned red at the sight of the little Baldy. Without a word, he directly chased after him. Gu Fei could not stop him and couldn't help but be angry. He was unfamiliar with this place. With Old Tortoise by his side, there would definitely be no problem for him to be safe. Old Tortoise had the Great Emperor Seal, an extreme holy weapon. Even if this was really the heaven realm, Old Tortoise could still move unhindered. Gu Fei chased after him for a few steps and Old Tortoise disappeared at the end of the horizon. This guy. Gu Fei was speechless. Old Tortoise actually abandoned him to chase after the little Baldy alone. How did the little Baldy appear in this place? The Skyfall platform broke through the legendary path to heaven, but Gu Fei did not see the little Baldy enter the path of chaos from beginning to end. Could it be that the little Baldy used some kind of secret method to hide from everyone's eyes and ears and entered the path of chaos without anyone noticing and came to this world? Gu Fei thought about it and realized that this was the only possibility. The little Baldy was really resourceful. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his inner world and released Xiaoqing, Balon, Hei Tian, and the little fatty. As soon as everyone came out, they were attracted by the battlefield in front of them. Just as Gu Fei expected, they were all stunned. It was a great war between the immortals and demons. It can't be! How could there be a great war between the immortals and demons at this time? Hei Tian was extremely shocked. He knew many secrets of heaven and earth, which was why he was so shocked. The Tanglong continent is in chaos, and this place is also in chaos. Could it be that chaos is coming again? Hei Tian muttered to himself. Martial ancestor, this is... The little fatty's cultivation was the weakest, but during this period of time in Gu Fei's inner world, he became familiar with the Undying Skeleton clan and obtained many benefits. He even soaked in the divine spring every day and his cultivation actually broke through to the demigod realm. Big brother, where is my master? I sensed his aura. After coming out, Xiaoqing looked around and asked Gu Fei. Don't say any more. That old tortoise is really unreliable. He left me here alone and went to chase after that little Baldy. Gu Fei was very unhappy. Xiaoqing was speechless. His master was really unreliable. After imparting him the cultivation method, he left him to cultivate alone. He didn't even think of giving him pointers. It had to be said that Xiaoqing was really talented. Although the old tortoise imparted all kinds of demon clan cultivation methods to him, his current cultivation and strength were the result of his own hard work. We have come to the heaven realm? Even Baron, who never showed any emotions on his face, was moved. I don't know. I need to ask someone, but now. I want to kill people. No, I want to kill demons. The blood and chi in Gu Fei's body surged and a cold murderous aura spread from his body. Demons are the public enemy of the world. Since we have met, let's kill them. At this moment, Hei Tian's ruffian aura disappeared and he seemed to have become a different person. Martial ancestor, I. The little fatty almost jumped up from the ground when he heard this. How could he step forward in such a big battle? Even 100 of him would not be enough to kill him. Gu Fei glanced at the little fatty. It seemed like letting this guy out was unnecessary. Then, he directly opened his inner world and threw his disciple into it. Kill. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the battlefield in front of him. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan also took out their mighty holy weapons and rushed forward. The sudden appearance of the 3 mighty holy weapons shocked the whole battlefield. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers and the demons were extremely shocked. The aura of the mighty holy weapons made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! A ball of sun-like divine light rushed out from the top of Baron's head. It was as if a small sun had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The terrifying divine power of the sun rained down, and more than a dozen demon soldiers below were instantly turned into flying ashes. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. This is Chapter 998. Bam! A golden pagoda appeared in the sky above the battlefield. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the top of the pagoda. Then, a golden whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, swallowing dozens of demon soldiers below. The metal elemental divine power was mighty. The demon soldiers that were swallowed by the pagoda were instantly obliterated and turned into ashes. Nothing was left. Seeing that the newcomer was attacking the demons, the god general in silver armor heaved a sigh of relief. However, the demons were shocked. At this moment, a huge star suddenly appeared in the sky. It was strange for a star to suddenly appear in broad daylight. Moreover, the huge star was falling from the sky. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook. A star with boundless star power descended from the sky. The powerful energy waves seemed to be able to crush the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? This time, even the god general's expression changed. The immortals and demons on the battlefield were stunned. The star was falling. Everyone on the battlefield could be crushed into dust by this huge star. Swoosh! Just when both sides were extremely shocked, the huge star that was rapidly descending from the sky suddenly stopped in the sky above the battlefield. Then, rays of starlight poured down like a waterfall. Everyone retreated in panic. The falling starlight was like a huge dragon. In an instant, almost 100 demon soldiers were swept up into the sky. Then, they were minced into clouds of pitch-black blood mist. Broken bones and demon blood fell from the sky. It was as if it was raining demon blood. Another almighty saint weapon? The demon general who wielded the peerless demon blade forced Ziyang back with a single slash. He raised his head in shock and looked at the star in the sky. To refine a star into a holy weapon, this kind of method could only be done by those who had reached the great accomplishment stage. Balan, He Tian, and Shaoqing attacked one after another. The power of the mighty holy weapon completely stunned everyone on the battlefield. The immortals and gods were surprised and delighted. On the other hand, the demons were in danger. Kill! A furious roar sounded out on the battlefield as a terrifying figure giving off yin and yang qi rampaged through the battlefield. Everywhere it passed, demonic blood splattered. Not a single demon soldier could block a single attack from that person. Who are you people? Don't you know the consequences of going against the 100,000 devil mountains? The devil general holding the peerless devil blade roared. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all this talk? Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending from the heavens. His strength was unparalleled. His fists continuously smashed the devil soldiers into pieces, destroying their bodies and souls. He didn't care about the 100,000 devil mountains at all. It was not that he disdained the 100,000 devil mountains, but he simply did not know who the other party was. Moreover, the devils were the public enemy of the world. No matter what, Gu Fei could be considered as a righteous person. Exterminating the devils was his duty. Damn it! I'll kill you! The devil general roared in rage, his voice shaking the skies. Just as he was about to take a step forward and attack Gu Fei, Taoist Ziyang rushed over and intercepted the devil general. Roar! Old man Ziyang, I, Cho Tian, will definitely kill my way to the Purple Sun Holy Land and destroy your orthodoxy, erasing your name from the world. The demon king Cho Tian roared angrily and directly slashed at the Taoist in front of him. Humph! I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Taoist Ziyang said coldly. Then, the purple jade mountain floating above his head flew up and directly smashed forward, meeting the Demon King Cho Tion's blade. Bam! There was a loud tremor as the purple jade mountain and the peerless devil blade collided violently. The void trembled and a transparent circle of ripples spread out. Taoist Ziyang was sent flying backward. The Demon King Cho Tian did not have it easy either. His body trembled violently as he continuously retreated 7 or 8 steps. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. The clash between the two great emperors seemed to be evenly matched. No one dared to go near the battlefield of the two emperors. It was too easy for existences of this level to kill immortals and devil soldiers. In front of the emperors, immortals and gods were like ants. Kill! Kill! Taoist Ziyang and the Demon King Cho Tian shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. The battle was so fierce that heaven and earth trembled and the earth cracked. There were mountains constantly collapsing and dust rising high into the sky. The two great emperors did not say anything unnecessary. This was a situation where they would not rest until one side was dead. After Gu Fei and the others made their move, the balance on the battlefield was immediately broken by them. Under the power of the 3 great holy weapons, there was not a single devil soldier who had the ability to fight against them. The ferocious and terrifying demon soldiers shrouded in demon chi were constantly being reaped by the holy weapons of the 3 almighty beings. Little Qing and the others did not hold back. Under the joint attack of the almighty beings, the demon soldiers fell one by one. As for Gu Fei, he dashed left and right on the battlefield. The devil soldiers he met were all killed with one punch. His physical body was far stronger than the King Divine Weapon, and could fight against the Emperor Divine Weapon. Even if these devil soldiers hit him with their weapons, they could not hurt Gu Fei at all. Roar! Seeing this, another devil general wanted to rush forward to fight against Gu Fei. However, he was stopped by the silver-armored divine general with a divine saber. The battle did not end. The situation was developing in a one-sided direction. The human clan had completely gained the upper hand and controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. They gradually forced the devil soldiers to one place from all directions and then besieged them. The silver-armored divine soldier smashed out silver divine spears one after another. Devil soldiers were constantly nailed to the ground by the divine spears. The outcome was already decided. The divine general was extremely powerful. His divine saber cut through the sky and split the heaven and earth. The saber light was so bright that it was brighter than the sun in the sky. The devil general who was fighting against him kept retreating. The devil light that shot out from his horn pierced through the void and swept towards the divine general. However, they were all destroyed in the void by the divine general with a divine saber. Clang! In the end, the divine general instantly came to the front of the devil general and slashed the horn on the head of the devil general. The sound of metal colliding resounded throughout the battlefield. Roar! The demon general roared as the horn on his head was chopped off by the divine general. His body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was stomped by the divine general, and his sternum caved in as he was sent flying. Swoosh! Wherever the saber light passed, the devil general who was kicked away by the divine general was immediately chopped into 2 halves. Even his devil soul was crushed by the saber light. He was directly killed. Damn it! Cho Tian, who was fighting with Ziyang, could not help but be furious when he saw this scene. The devil general who was killed by the divine general was his right-hand man. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and that the divine general who killed his man was approaching him, the demon king Cho Tian did not hesitate. He directly turned into a ball of devil chi and rushed into the sky, escaping into the distance. Cho Tian did not care about the life and death of the other devil soldiers and escaped alone. Although Ziyang tried to stop him and used the purple jade mountain to seal the void, displaying the power of the Emperor Divine Weapon, Cho Tian's peerless demonic saber was also an Emperor Divine Weapon. He used the demonic saber to break the power of the imprisonment and rushed out. Want to escape? Eat my saber first. The Divine General was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and the divine saber in his hand turned into a dazzling divine light. It soared thousands of feet into the sky and chased after the ball of devil chi in front of him. The saber light was like lightning and the saber chi was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. In an instant, the saber light caught up with the flying ball of devil chi and directly cut into the depths of the devil chi. Clang! Within the devil chi, a peerless demonic saber flew out and blocked the saber light from the divine general. Then, the ball of devil chi completely disappeared into the sky. That devil! The Divine General was very unhappy that Cho Tian had escaped. If he could kill Cho Tian, it would be a great merit. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded by Emperor Xian. Kill! Kill all these devil bastards for me! The Divine General roared angrily. His voice traveled thousands of miles and his murderous intent soared into the sky. It was as if an ancient god of death had descended, causing all the demonic soldiers below to tremble in fear and almost lose the ability to resist. The group of silver-armored heavenly soldiers responded. One by one, divine spears flew into the sky and pierced through the demonic soldiers who were trapped in the center. Every divine spear was a refined fairy weapon. There were runes circling around it and it could nail the demonic soldiers to death. At this time, Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian had all put away their divine weapons. The outcome was decided and there was no need for them to do anything. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was still fighting. He was facing a powerful devil. This was a devil with 3 demonic eyes. The demonic eye at the center of his brows was extremely terrifying. It could shoot out a demonic light that could destroy everything. Gu Fei still did not use his divine weapon. He directly used his physical body to fight the demonic person. His fists shook the void and the demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye of the demonic person dissipated. Such a powerful body caused the devil cultivator to be incomparably shocked. The outcome was decided. The demonic person knew that he had lost the upper hand. There were 2 martial emperors in the sky who had used their divine powers to suppress the surroundings. At this time, there was no way for him to escape. Since he could not escape, he would fight to his heart's content. The demonic person was furious. The chaotic demonic light that pierced through the demonic eye became even stronger and swept in all directions. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers nearby were swept by the chaotic demonic light and turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. Nothing was left behind. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated far away, creating an empty space. How is this possible? The battle between Gu Fei and the demonic person had also attracted the attention of the Divine General and Zi Yang. Gu Fei was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice him. A pair of fists shattered the chaotic demonic light and forced the demonic person to retreat. Is it a human martial body? Is he a descendant of the martial progenitor? Zi Yang and the Divine General came from 2 powerful forces, so they were naturally knowledgeable. However, the martial body of the human race had already disappeared for countless years. The legacy of the martial progenitor had already been severed. How could someone obtain the legacy of the martial progenitor? However, Gu Fei's body that was as strong as a martial king could not lie. It was the true strength of his body. There were no ripples of divine force or immortal force. Gu Fei was able to fight against a powerful demonic person with just a pair of fists. His strength was frightening. The Demon Forbidden Zone. Chapter 999. The Black Demon Forbidden Domain was a terrifying devil path divine ability. It could swallow a person into a void created by a devil cultivator. In this void, the devil cultivator would be the ruler of everything. The instant Gu Fei was devoured by the Black Demon Forbidden Zone, all he could see was boundless darkness. It was as if he had entered a dark void that had no end or sky. It was a feeling of being exiled in the void, unable to come into contact with anything. Rumble! Suddenly, this dark void trembled, and a huge demon shadow appeared in front of Gu Fei. This demon shadow was the demon that Gu Fei was fighting against. The demon shadow was incomparably huge, like a mountain, standing in front of Gu Fei, giving people a strong sense of oppression, causing Gu Fei's heart to shiver. Devil Path Divine Ability? Gu Fei looked at the demon shadow in front of him, and his pupils shrank. Such a demon shadow looked terrifying, but in front of Gu Fei, it was still not enough. One must know that Gu Fei had even seen a true demon, let alone a demon shadow. You can die now. No one has ever walked out of my Black Devil Forbidden Domain. The demon shadow said, and a huge voice echoed in this void, causing Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Is that so? Then I will be an exception, and the only exception. You won't have the chance to use this Devil Path Divine ability again. Gu Fei said coldly. You're courting death. The demon was obviously infuriated, and the huge demon shadow directly stretched out its right hand, slapping towards Gu Fei in front of it. Endless demon power surged, and that demon palm could shatter the heaven and earth, as if it could pierce through thousands of worlds. Humph! It only has the form, but not the reality. It's just a facade. Gu Fei sneered, and then directly blasted his fist upwards, directly meeting the demon palm that slapped down. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and an unbelievable thing happened. Gu Fei's small fist actually blocked the mountain-like demon palm. What? The great demon was shocked, and his voice was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw, that this human could actually resist his divine ability. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist that blocked the demon palm suddenly shook, and a monstrous divine power suddenly erupted. The mountain-like demon palm was shaken away, and then dissipated in the void. Roar! How is this possible? The giant demon roared, and the terrible demon roared in this part of the void. The entire void was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Why is it impossible? I can defeat the heavens with my strength. How could it be that I can't break your little forbidden zone? He directly broke the seal of this part of the void with brute force and rushed to the front of the great demon of the mountain. He used brute force to break through the seal of the void and rushed in front of the great demon's mountain-like head. The great demon revealed a pained expression. It actually looked like a real great demon and not an illusion. Roar! I'll eat you! That grand demon roared out in rage. He then opened his mouth and swallowed Gu Fei, who was before him. He then channeled the power of the demonic Tao in this area, wanting to refine Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. Rumble! The entire pitch-black void was shrinking rapidly as endless demonic power gathered from all directions. However, the great demon soon felt that he was in big trouble. Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach, showed no signs of being refined. Not only that, but this human's aura was also gradually increasing. How can his body be so strong? Could it be? The great demon seemed to have thought of something terrifying and panicked. He wanted to spit out Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not want to come out. Endless demonic energy surged in the great demon's stomach. Rays of demonic power formed absolute killing lights that pierced towards him. Wave after wave of terrifying destructive power surged towards him from all directions, wanting to completely refine and obliterate him. Endless divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. Yin and Yang essence intertwined, and there was a trace of the power of the great path flowing around him. The absolute killing lights that pierced through him could not get close to him. The destructive energy that was surging out from all directions was also blocked. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched. The powerful divine power shook the void and almost burst the great demon's stomach. This made the arrogant great demon curl up like a prawn. Ah! The great demon roared in pain. It seemed that this punch had directly hit the body of the demon dweller who had used this kind of demonic power. Bang! Gu Fei punched out once more, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently as though it was about to shatter. This time around, the great devil did not cry out because he could no longer do so. Sure enough, it's all bark and no bite. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly punched with all his strength. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as devil chi surged. That gigantic devil that was as huge as a mountain was actually blasted apart by him. Boundless devil chi wreaked havoc, causing the void in this area to collapse. The aura of the outside world surged in. The demon dweller's body fell from the sky in pieces. The black demon forbidden area was broken, and the demon dweller's body and soul were also destroyed. Good. A cheer sounded, and the endless demon chi quickly dissipated. Two figures walked over from afar. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on these two people. One was the divine general who killed a demon general, and the other was the old Taoist Zi Yang who used a purple jade mountain to fight against the demon king Cho Tian. These two people were both emperors of the celestial being realm. They were both great figures who had broken through the fifth heaven of the celestial being realm. Such figures could definitely dominate a part of the Tanglong continent. At this time, Gu Fei found that there were no silver-armored heavenly soldiers around. The battle had already ended. Only Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian were waiting. All the demons had already been killed. The battlefield was drenched in blood. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers and the demons were lying everywhere. The bright red blood of the celestial being and the pitch-black blood of the demons mingled on the ground. The power of the demons and gods flowed on it. Little brother, good skills. Are you interested in joining my Black Heaven Holy Land? The divine general stepped forward and wanted to recruit Gu Fei. Brother Tianxiong. You are too impatient. Ziyang walked over. The current him had the air of an immortal. There was no killing intent at all. It was hard to imagine that this was the expert who fought the demon king Cho Tian. The divine general called Tian Xiong glared and said unhappily, "What? Does your purple sun Holy Land also want to recruit little brother?" His meaning was very clear. That was, "Don't fight with me." That is indeed my intention. With your talent, you are definitely qualified to be a disciple of our sect master, Ziyang said leisurely. His words stunned divine general Tian Xiong. The sect master of the Purple Sun Holy Land was a Celestial the Arch. Celestial the Arch Ziyang was in existence on the same level as the mysterious Heaven Holy Land's primordial Emperor Xian. Divine General Tian Xiong had never imagined that Ziyang would offer such good conditions. Becoming a disciple of a Celestial the Arch was enough to make countless cultivators green with envy. Just as Divine General Tian Xiong was about to say something, Gu Fei spoke up. "Seniors." "Huh." Taoist Ziyang and Heavenly General Tian Xiong both turned to look at Gu Fei. When they saw Gu Fei's battle prowess, their hearts were aroused and they wanted to recruit him. Moreover, it was very likely that Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestor's inheritance. If that was really the case, his future would be limitless. If he could grow up, there would probably be a second martial ancestor in the world. "Seniors, please forgive me. I would like to ask, where is this place? Is this the legendary Heavenly Realm?" Gu Fei asked. This. Heavenly General Tian Xiong and old Taoist Ziyang couldn't help but be startled, and then they looked at each other in shock. Could it be that these fellows came from the lower realms? How was that possible? Over the years, no one had been able to ascend to the Heavenly Realm. Some people said that the world had changed and people from the lower realm could no longer cultivate to become immortals. The immortal receiving pavilions in the Heavenly Realm had long been abandoned. "You came from the lower realm?" Divine General Tian Xiong's voice trembled as he stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. His eyes flickered as if he wanted to see into Gu Fei's heart. Ziyang was sizing up Gu Fei when he suddenly said, "The aura on your body is a little strange. It has the aura of another world. The few of you are the same. None of you are from the Heavenly Realm." The old Taoist's gaze shifted to Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian. When he saw He Tian, his eyes bulged. You. This. The old Taoist pointed at He Tian as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "What? Do you know me?" Erebus grinned and said in a very harmless manner. No, how could I know you? Too similar. That person can't still be alive." Ziyang mumbled to himself. When he first saw He Tian, his shock was no small matter. However, he quickly calmed down. That person had fallen countless years ago. How could he still appear in this world? Thinking of this, Ziyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself. As for Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others, they couldn't help but look at each other. They knew a little about He Tian, so they couldn't help but feel a little strange. He Tian was a ruffian skeleton from the Naraka realm. He had successfully used the power of the dragon essence and phoenix marrow to regenerate his flesh and blood. Could it be that this guy was an extraordinary person when he was alive? This He Tian really had a lot of secrets. When Divine General Tian Xiong saw Ziyang lose his composure when he saw He Tian, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at He Tian in a different light. This really is the Heavenly Realm. After talking with Ziyang and Divine General Tian Xiong, Gu Fei finally believed that they had really come to the Heavenly Realm. The legendary Heavenly Realm didn't seem to be very peaceful. Gu Fei didn't plan to join any faction. After understanding the situation in the Heavenly Realm, he bid farewell to Divine General Tian Xiong and Ziyang and headed to a nearby town with Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan. The little fatty was also released by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the little fatty's luck was better than anyone else's. He actually came to the Heavenly Realm in such a muddle-headed manner. It should be known that countless people in the Tenglong continent had used all sorts of methods, but they still couldn't open the Heavenly Road and enter the Heavenly Realm. Chapter 1000. As the sun set, Gu Fei and the others followed the directions given by Heavenly General Tian Xiong and Taoist Ziyang to a town. The town wasn't big, but it had a tall city wall. The city wall was built with large pieces of bluestone. Each bluestone weighed at least 10,000 jin. This was the strongest city wall Gu Fei had ever seen. Of course, this was referring to ordinary cities in the mortal world. There were also mortals in the Heaven Realm. According to the legends, Not everyone in the heaven realm was an immortal. Mortals without any cultivation made up the majority. There were a few superpowers in the heaven realm. It was completely different from the Tanglong continent. There were no dynasties or countries in the heaven realm. There were only complicated powers. Heavenly General Tian Xiong came from a superpower in the heaven realm. That superpower was called the Mysterious Heaven Holy Land. There was an Emperor Xian, named Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. As for Taoist Zi Yang, he came from another superpower, the Purple Sun Holy Land. Other than these two superpowers, there was also the origin of the demons, the 100,000 Devil Mountains. According to the legends, that was the origin of the demons in the heaven realm. It had a long history that could be traced back to the beginning of the world. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was the source of chaos in the heaven realm. Over the years, terrifying demons were born in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Then, they killed their way out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains and wreaked havoc in the heaven realm. In the evening, people came back one after another. The city gate became lively and more people came in and out. The roars of wild beasts could be heard in the forest outside the city. Some wild beasts liked to hunt at night. Therefore, people in the city rarely left the city at night. Gu Fei and the others didn't fly into the city. Instead, they landed a few li away from the city and walked towards the city. There were many more cultivators in the heaven realm than in the mortal world. The entire heaven realm was under the rule of cultivators. Each of the major forces had their own territory. Although it was not a kingdom, it was still an independent kingdom. Therefore, the relationship between mortals and cultivators wasn't as strange as it was in the mortal world. Every superpower had a large population. A large population was the foundation of each superpower. Every major force would search for children suitable for cultivation within their own sphere of influence, and then take them in as disciples to inherit their lineage of orthodoxy. However, flying into the city under the watchful eyes of so many people was still a little shocking. Gu Fei did not want to cause any unnecessary commotion. For these mortals, the arrival of a cultivator in their town was definitely a big deal. Luoyue City. This name is not bad. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the city gate, they saw that there was a horizontal board above the city gate. On the board there were 3 big words written in calligraphy. These words were very ancient. In the Tanglong continent, these ancient words could only be seen in ancient books. From time to time, one could see strong hunters carrying their prey from outside the city. The people here were very tough, and everyone they saw carried weapons. Gu Fei and the others walked into the city and saw that lanterns had been hung on both sides of the street. There were many peddlers walking among them and many people pacing back and forth between the shops on both sides of the street. A few well-dressed young people were even loitering in some of the stalls. Outside of Luoyue City was a mountain forest. To reach another city, one had to pass through these mountains and forests. Even if one walked on the main street, there were dense forests on both sides of the main street. There were countless ferocious beasts roaming the mountains and forests. Living in such an environment, it would be strange if the people here were not tough. Along the way, Gu Fei found that most of the people in the city were suitable for cultivation. Some of them were very talented. Compared to the mortal world, the physiques of the people here were very good. However, after thinking about it, Gu Fei understood. The weak were prey to the strong. In this place it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Only the strong could survive. Those with good physiques naturally had a much higher chance of survival than the weak. Gu Fei and the others found an inn and each of them asked for a guest room. They cultivated in the guest room. They wanted to attract the essence of heaven and earth to cleanse their bodies of the mortal world's aura. A long time ago, as long as there were cultivators who ascended from the lower realm, they would cultivate in the Xian receiving pavilions for a few days to cleanse themselves of the mortal world's aura and be completely reborn. After the great change of heaven and earth, there were no more cultivators who ascended from the lower realm. The Xian receiving pavilions in various parts of the heaven realm gradually fell into disuse. Gu Fei and the others did not want to meet cultivators who recognized that they were not from this world. Therefore they planned to first get rid of the aura of the mortal world. The little fatty slipped out. Gu Fei scanned the entire Luoyue city with his divine sense, and found that there were no powerful cultivators in the city. There was only the aura of an extreme-level cultivator in the city lord's mansion. However, among these cultivators, the strongest one was only at the 8th or 9th level of the void-controlling realm. He was not a threat to the little fatty at all. The little fatty was also bored to death in Gu Fei's inner world. He found a gap and slipped out. Gu Fei did not care about him. This little fatty was more shrewd than a ghost. The fact that he could leave home and come to the eastern region from the western region of the Tanglong continent alone showed how capable he was. The essence of heaven and earth in the heaven realm was really thick. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards him. He guided the essence of heaven and earth to enter his body and gradually cleanse himself of the mortal world's aura. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were also cultivating. They did not want to attract other people's attention. They were very careful. This was the heaven realm. Who knew if the heaven realm was a world where mighty figures were lowly and immortals were as lowly as dogs? Time disappeared and the city gradually calmed down. The residents of the city gradually went to rest. A bright moon rose and hung high in the sky outside the window. From time to time, a cool breeze blew in from the window. The breeze ruffled Gu Fei's hair. Gu Fei's cultivation was higher than Xiaoqing and the others by one heaven realm. In the middle of the night, he was the first to wake up from his meditation. Then, he got off the bed and went to the window. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. The moon here seemed to be no different from the moon in the mortal world. However, this was the heaven realm. It was the holy land that all the cultivators in the mortal world yearned for. But in Gu Fei's eyes, this holy land was no different. However, although the power of heaven and earth here was very stable, it could be easily guided by cultivators. Cultivating in the heaven realm would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Gu Fei looked up at the moon. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. There was not a single sound. Not even the barking of a dog could be heard. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This city was a bit unusual. Gu Fei released his divine sense and scanned the entire city. Then, he was shocked again. Everyone in the city was actually sleeping soundly. This was simply impossible. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei jumped out of the window and flew into the sky. He flew above the city and looked down. He saw that the streets and houses were silent. This absolute silence made Gu Fei feel a strong pressure. From the mountains and forests outside the city, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. However, not a single sound could be heard in the city. It was too strange. Swish! 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 Shadows flashed. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan all appeared beside Gu Fei. At this time, they had finally washed away the aura of the mortal world. They were all shocked and confused. They didn't know what was going on. Big brother, how did this city become like this? Little Qing asked. At this time, it was late at night. However, even in the middle of the night, the entire city would not be so quiet. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something and turned around to look at the bright moon in the sky. That is. At the moment when he turned around, Gu Fei vaguely saw a blurry figure disappear into the bright moon. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't sense any powerful cultivator's aura, nor were there any demonic creatures causing trouble. However, the entire city's people and even the animals were in a deep sleep. This city seemed to have some kind of power that caused everyone in the city, including the animals, to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, even if they were cut into pieces, they wouldn't feel anything, much less wake up. Everyone looked at He Tian. This guy had a mysterious origin. When Taoist Zi Yang saw his appearance, he was almost scared to death. This guy might know something. Why are you all looking at me? He Tian asked. You don't know? Xiaoqing asked. He Tian was the most untrustworthy person. Mahakala was confused. He asked, what do I know? Forget it. Gu Fei sensed that the people in the city were only in a deep sleep. There was no danger, so he flew down from the sky and entered the inn. Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian also returned to the inn. A snoring sound came from the little fatty's room. Even a demigod like the little fatty was in a deep sleep. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. Only those in the immortal realm and above would be unaffected. Just what kind of power was causing this mischief? Gu Fei didn't know. Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian didn't know either. However, no one knew whether He Tian was playing dumb or not. Gu Fei returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. Although he was meditating, he released a strand of divine sense to pay attention to the outside world. This fallen moon city was too strange. He didn't dare to take it lightly. However, it was strange. At daybreak, the people in the city woke up from their deep sleep and began a new day of life. Gu Fei couldn't understand why the people in the city would all fall into a deep sleep at night. When they woke up the next day, it seemed like nothing had happened. What kind of city was this? Gu Fei and the others went to the second floor of the inn and sat by the window facing the street. They ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and ate like mortals. They carefully paid attention to the conversations of the people inside, but strangely, in these people's conversations, it seemed that no one talked about what happened at night. Could it be that no one noticed anything strange at night? Chapter 1001. This person. Gu Fei's pupils shrank the moment he saw the blue-robed scholar. He sensed a powerful yet obscure aura from the other party. It was obvious that this scholar was an expert. In fact, he was even an expert who was not weaker than him. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the other party also noticed Gu Fei's group. Then, the young scholar revealed an obvious look of astonishment. He could tell that Gu Fei's group was not ordinary, so he was very surprised. The scholar paused at the top of the stairs for a while, then walked directly towards Gu Fei's group. "Brothers, may I have a seat?" The young scholar's face was like jade. He was definitely a lady killer and could definitely charm thousands of girls. "Sit if you want." Gu Fei glanced at the young scholar and said expressionlessly, "Hee. Thank you very much." The young scholar sat down at the table where Gu Fei's group was seated. Then, he called the bartender over and ordered another set of chopsticks and bowls. Ever since he became an immortal, Gu Fei had completely lost interest in the food of the mortal world. At his cultivation level, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. No one had ever seen an immortal starve to death. This young scholar was quite interesting. Since no one invited him, he just poured himself a cup and drank by himself, sweeping away all the food and wine in front of Gu Fei and the others like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds and entering his stomach. Gu Fei looked at the young scholar calmly and didn't say anything. When Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan saw that Gu Fei didn't say anything, they also endured it. They wanted to see what this guy wanted and what his purpose was. "I am Chu Luqing. May I know how to address you?" After the young scholar ate and drank to his heart's content, he cupped his hands and asked Gu Fei's group. "Your surname is Chu?" Erebus could not help but frown. "My surname is Chu. Could it be that this brother has heard of my name before?" The young scholar, Chu Luqing, said in a complacent manner. "Fame my ass." He Tian cursed in his heart but said, "You look very similar to a bastard I know." "Who is Chu Liuxiang to you?" "Chu Liuxiang? That's my ancestor. I didn't expect you to know of my ancestor's fame. It's really rare." Chu Luqing was delighted. "Mother Ker, you're actually the descendant of that perverted Chu. No wonder I wanted to beat you up the moment I saw you." He Tian glared at him and said. Hearing that, the smile on Chu Luqing's face froze. "This, brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. My ancestor was a Casanova in ancient times. He's not the perverted Chu that you're talking about. If I say that he's a perverted Chu, then he's a perverted Chu. Is he dead? If he's not dead, tell him to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off." He Tian said angrily. He seemed to have a deep hatred for Chu Liuxiang. Hey. You're slandering my ancestor's reputation. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander." Chu Luqing couldn't help but get angry when he heard He Tian calling his ancestor a perverted Chu. "Humph! Who's afraid of who? Come out and fight me if you have the guts." Saying that, He Tian jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, flying out of the city. "Let's fight one-on-one." Chu Luqing was also enraged. Disregarding everything else, he leaped out of the window and turned into a gust of wind, chasing after my Tian. "It's an immortal. An immortal is actually eating in my shop." Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper couldn't help but be shocked. The other customers were also surprised and happy to see this. Some people even directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Gu Fei. This was the heaven realm, where immortals were not extinct. Therefore, the mortals here were even more in awe of immortals. This was the last thing Gu Fei wanted to see. He quickly jumped out of the window and soared into the sky, chasing after He Tian and the others. Deep in the mountains outside Luoyue City, there was a strong fluctuation of magic power. He Tian and the descendant of Chu Liuxiang, Chu Luqing, were really fighting. In this small Luoyue city, they actually met the descendant of the legendary sage of love, Chu Liuxiang. This was something that Gu Fei and the others could never have imagined. Chu Luqing yearned for his ancestor the most. His ancestor, Chu Liuxiang, was his idol. Since childhood, he had been determined to become an extraordinary man like his ancestor. Even the invincible woman sage favored him. How could Chu Luqing not be angry when He Tian slandered his ancestor? These two guys. Gu Fei and the others stood in the sky, watching the two people fighting in front of them. They couldn't help but shake their heads. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. The area was in chaos. In the end, the two guys actually wrestled with each other, completely losing the bearing of experts. He Tian didn't use his holy weapon. The two of them rolled on the ground. Sometimes, He Tian rode on Chu Luqing and punched Chu Luqing's head and face. Sometimes, Chu Luqing pressed He Tian under his body and punched He Tian's chest a few times. Gu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to them and didn't stop them. This battle could be said to be thrilling and exciting. Shaoqing Balan and the little fatty were beaming with joy, their eyes shining. Monkey steals peach? He Tian is such a wicked guy. As he tumbled, Erebus actually used an unparalleled divine technique. The monkey steals the peach that had worked every time. And he really did manage to steal it. Chu Luqing immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll pinch, I'll crush your balls. Let's see how you'll show mercy then. He Tian squeezed with all his might, but the balls of a mysterious transformation realm immortal king couldn't be crushed. As Chu Luqing squealed like a pig being slaughtered, he also used ruthless moves. He stabbed his eyes, picked his nose, pulled his hair, and all kinds of unimaginable methods were used. In the end, He Tian finally couldn't bear such a terrifying killing move and let go of the peach he stole. Chu Luqing rolled and crawled away. It's a pity that I didn't crush his balls, He Tian said to himself. Gu Fei and the others were speechless when they heard this. This guy was a complete ruffian. He actually used such a ruffian divine skill. Gu Fei and the others felt embarrassed. Old He, I didn't expect you to have this skill, Shaoqing said with a smile. Humph. This is the way to deal with this kind of perverted thief, He Tian said disapprovingly. Unfortunately, although he squeezed with all his might, he didn't crush it in the end. Even so, it was enough for Chu Luqing to endure. After a while, the unlucky fellow who almost had his peach stolen stood up from the ground in a wobbly manner. Again. This time I'll crush it. He Tian was about to rush forward again. All right. At this time, Gu Fei finally spoke. He Tian was too much of a bastard, and Chu Luqing was a self-proclaimed romantic guy. In fact, he was also a bad guy. When he fought, it was like he was a completely different person. Seeing Gu Fei speak, He Tian stopped. Gu Fei came in front of Chu Luqing and said, Brother Chu, are you okay? Chu Luqing's hands covered his crotch. His legs were still trembling. It was painful. His balls were almost crushed by He Tian's peach-stealing hand. I'm fine. Chu Luqing's voice was trembling. It would take him a while to recover. He Tian's move was too ruthless. It almost made Chu Luqing a eunuch. Chapter 1002. Back in Luoyue City, Gu Fei went to Chu Luqing's residence. It was a courtyard, which was taken care of by an old servant. In the courtyard, there were several osmanthus trees, which were the most common in Luoyue City. Under the trees, there was a stone table and a few stone benches. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were sitting around the stone table. He Tian and Chu Luqing were still staring at each other from time to time. If it were not for Gu Fei's suppression, these two guys would have fought again. Gu Fei did not want to see that kind of battle again. Brother Chu, with your identity, how could you stay in such a small city? Gu Fei said. At this time, the old servant brought fragrant tea. Gu Fei picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. The tea turned into a trace of spiritual energy and was absorbed by his body. Gu Fei could not help but look at the cup of tea in his hand, only to see one or two pieces of unknown green floating in the cup. You haven't said why you stay here. Aren't you determined to become a thief? This is a very promising career. He Tian said in a muffled voice. When Chu Luqing heard this, a few black lines suddenly appeared on the top of his head, and he glared at He Tian. 10,000 years ago, there was a legendary miracle of the moon deities in Luoyue City. Some people said that the legendary palace of the moon deities may be nearby. What? When He Tian heard this, he almost jumped up. Everyone could not help but look at him as if they were looking at a monster. This guy's reaction was too big. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed slightly, but no one noticed the change in Gu Fei. This guy's reaction was so intense. Did he know about the moon deities' palace? The moon deities were goddesses from the same era as the Supreme Tao Ancestor and other Supreme Tao saints. They lived in the moon palace on the moon and did not descend to the mortal world. However, Gu Fei still knew about the legends of the moon deities. In the mortal realm, there was a festival to worship the moon deities. On that day, the people of the mortal realm would make a type of food called mooncakes. In the late period of the Untainted Land, the world changed greatly. Could it be that even the moon deities living in the moon palace were affected? What had happened back then? According to Chu Luqing, the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, but left behind a moon palace. In this moon palace, there was the inheritance of the moon deities. The legend of the moon deities' palace had been circulating in the heaven realm, but no one could find such a palace. It was said that even the Emperor Xian and the God Emperors had sent people to search for it, but to no avail. But now, this Chu Luqing seemed to know something, and then he lived in seclusion in Luoyue City for 300 years. How did a person like him spend these 300 years? It was really hard to imagine. Why did you tell us such a big secret of the world? Gu Fei thought for a moment and then asked. This guy was definitely not so kind. He must have some ulterior motives. I haven't wasted these 300 years. I have a rough idea of where the moon god's forgotten palace is located. However, I don't have the strength to go there alone. Chu Luqing said such words. Humph. It turns out that you want us to be your cannon fodder. In your dreams. When He Tian heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He could tell that Chu Luqing was definitely not a good guy. Well, if you want to get something, you must pay first. I think everyone is very clear about this truth. Chu Luqing said disapprovingly. His attitude was very clear. He believed that Gu Fei and others were also very clear that he wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chu Luqing did not hide his motives. Boss, you really don't believe this guy's nonsense, do you? This guy is unreliable. He Tian saw that Gu Fei was thinking after hearing Chu Luqing's words, so he could not help but say. Gu Fei looked at He Tian and did not speak. After thinking for a while, he said, if it is the real moon deity's palace, it is worth exploring. If it is not true, then the consequences will be very serious. Gu Fei's last words made Chu Luqing shiver uncontrollably. Big brother, are we really going to explore the moon deity's palace? Shaoqing asked. He was very unhappy that he still wanted to go even though he knew that he would be used as cannon fodder. Humph. Although we are cannon fodder, we may turn this guy into cannon fodder at any time. Don't worry. Gu Fei said to Shaoqing through voice transmission. Chu Luqing did not know the depth of Gu Fei and others. He also did not know that Gu Fei and others had holy weapons, and Gu Fei even had an extreme holy weapon. They even dared to go to the ancient world of antiquity. Could it be that the legendary moon deity's palace was more terrible than the ancient world of antiquity? Although Shaoqing knew what Gu Fei was thinking, he still tried to dissuade him. He Tian also helped to persuade him. However, Gu Fei seemed to be determined to go to the moon deity's palace. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all showed a helpless look. Chapter 1003. 3 days later, on a dark and windy night, Gu Fei's group met up with Chu Luqing outside Luoyue City. Then, they rode the moonlight and headed east. Luoyue City was located in a mountain range. It was like an isolated city. The city closest to Luoyue City was a city controlled by the profound Heaven Holy Land. Gu Fei's group was located in the eastern region of the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm was simply too big. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors, and this was only in name. Who knew how many more forces were hidden in the dark? The profound Heaven Holy Land was in the east. However, even with the power of the profound Heaven Holy Land, it could only control a radius of 5 million kilometers. The entire East was far more than that. The profound Heaven Holy Land's territory only occupied less than 1/10 of the entire East. The area where Luoyue City was located was too remote. In name, it was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. However, the profound Heaven Holy Land did not send anyone to manage this city. There were many places like this that even the superforces could not manage in the entire East. Soon, Gu Fei's group appeared 10,000 kilometers away. They arrived in the depths of a mountain range. This place was very strange. At a glance, not a single blade of grass grew. The ground was black, and no plants could grow here. The entire land seemed to have been burned by heavenly fire. When Gu Fei's group entered this strange area, they immediately felt a strange fluctuation. An unfathomable power actually enveloped this strange area. "What is this place?" Gu Fei whispered to Chu Luqing. This place was too strange. It made him feel a trace of unease. "This is the Buried Moon Land." Chu Luqing did not hide it. "Buried Moon Land?" When He Tian heard this, he almost had the urge to punch Chu Luqing. The Buried Moonland was extremely dangerous because the laws of heaven and earth here were extremely chaotic. This was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Legend had it that the moon fell from the sky and formed it. No wonder this fellow did not dare to come alone. Even if Emperor Xian and the God Emperor came here personally, they would have a headache, not to mention others. Swoosh! At this moment, Shaoqing stepped on a mark on the ground that was darker than the rest. In an instant, a pitch-black killing light rushed out from under Shaoqing's feet. Roar! Shaoqing roared and retreated without thinking. However, it was too late. The black killing light flashed past Shaoqing's side, and a small part of Shaoqing's left arm fell off. Shaoqing! Young master! Gu Fei and Balon immediately turned pale with fright. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched out, directly shattering the pitch-black killing light and pulling Shaoqing back. Roar! Shaoqing roared. There was no blood flowing out from where his arm was cut off. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty, and the muscles and tendons in the wound were growing rapidly. In just an instant, Shaoqing's left arm was completely restored. The flesh and tendons were regenerated, and it was as if he had never been injured. The heaven and earth energy here is extremely chaotic. Be careful. He Tian's expression became incomparably solemn. The dangers of the Buried Moonland were truly unpredictable. Seeing that Shaoqing was fine, Gu Fei was relieved. If anything happened to Shaoqing, Chu Luqing would be buried together with Shaoqing. All of you, follow behind me. Gu Fei did not want Shaoqing and the others to be in danger. Moreover, his physical body was comparable to an Emperor Divine weapon. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to protect his life. Chu Luqing also hid behind Gu Fei, and everyone rolled their eyes at him. Chu Luqing had never entered the Buried Moonland before, because he knew that it was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even if Emperor Xian came, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone Chu Luqing. At this time, Shaoqing and the others no longer hid. A golden divine light rushed out from Shaoqing's forehead, and a golden pagoda appeared in the golden light. The pagoda had 9 floors, and in each floor, there seemed to be a golden world, emitting a vast and terrifying aura, causing Chu Luqing's soul to tremble. This is... Chu Luqing's eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. This was definitely an imperial weapon, a saint weapon refined by Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. A divine light also rushed out from the top of He Tian's and Balon's heads, and a huge star appeared above He Tian's head, emitting rays of starlight, protecting He Tian. As for Balon, a divine pearl like a small sun rushed out from the top of his head, emitting boundless heat, causing Chu Luqing to feel as if he was placed in an oven, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Luqing was completely stunned. Shock was no longer enough to describe his current state of mind. 3 imperial weapons. Who were these people? Could it be that these fellows had been pretending to be weak all along? Could it be that a few descendants of Emperor Xian and the God Emperor were traveling with imperial weapons, and he had bumped into them? This time he was really out of luck. He wanted others to be cannon fodder, but in the end, he would be the one to be cannon fodder. If not for the fact that he had already entered the burial moon grounds, Chu Luqing would have long since fled. This time, his efforts had really gone to someone else's benefit. In the heaven realm, almighty saint weapons were known as imperial weapons, and they were second only to extreme saint weapons. Chu Luqing didn't know that the almighty saint weapons on Gu Fei and the others didn't come from the heaven realm, but from the lower realm. However, to Chu Luqing, this didn't make any difference. Under the pressure of the imperial weapons, Chu Luqing was trembling with fear, and he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was impossible for other cultivators to exist in the buried moonland, because the heaven and earth energy here was extremely chaotic, and there were dangers everywhere. Moreover, these dangers weren't fixed in one place. This was also the reason why Chu Luqing would rather stay in Luoyue City for 300 years than figure out the way to enter the buried moonland. Otherwise, he would have entered the buried moonland a long time ago. One must know that the lost palace of the moon deities was a fatal temptation to every cultivator. Even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would covet it, and they would think of ways to find it. The moon deities was a female saint who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the extreme saint weapon, so the inheritance left behind was definitely an extreme saint weapon. If the lost palace of the moon deities were to appear, the entire heaven realm would be in turmoil. Gu Fei didn't use the extreme saint weapon, because now wasn't the time. He wanted to test how far he could go in the buried moonland without using the saint weapon. He took the first step, and nothing happened. He took the second step, and nothing happened. He took the third step. Gu Fei walked step by step towards the depths of the buried moonland. He was walking very slowly, so Shaoqing and the others behind him also walked very slowly. The buried moonland was really strange. They seemed to have entered a different world, and an unfathomable power shrouded this terrifying region. Swish! After Gu Fei walked for a few hundred meters, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Like a destructive ray of death, it strangled Gu Fei's waist. The appearance of the spatial crack came without any warning. It appeared just like that, causing Gu Fei's heart to beat wildly. He then directly pressed his palm forward. Bang! The void trembled. The void in front of Gu Fei's palm had been pierced through by his palm. The spatial crack that was heading towards him had also disappeared into the void. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The void of the heavenly realm was extremely stable. Even the immortal emperor and Shen King couldn't break it with their emperor weapons. The power displayed by Gu Fei's palm strike was definitely not comparable to the full force attack of an immortal emperor or a god emperor who used their emperor weapons. However, he had penetrated a part of the void. This could only mean that the void of the buried moonland was different from other places. It was like a world of its own. It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei discovered that the void he had penetrated was actually very difficult to repair. He had no choice but to change his path. He took a detour around the shattered void in front of him and continued forward. One couldn't help but admit that the buried moonland was really too strange. Several hours had passed, but Gu Fei and the others had only advanced a few dozen li. However, during this time, Gu Fei, who was walking at the front, had actually encountered danger over 1,000 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died countless times. There was one time when Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was actually sent out of the buried moonland by an unknown force. This scared Chu Luqing half to death. If something happened to Gu Fei, they would probably be trapped in this infamous ominous place. The buried moonland was harder to travel than any ominous place. It was not a place that humans could set foot in. The chaotic energy of the heavens and earth formed countless dangers. A single wrong step could cost one their life. Chapter 1004. When a huge cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's body, Chu Luqing was petrified. It was a divine weapon of the extreme path. A legendary divine weapon of the extreme path. How many years had it been since a divine weapon of the extreme path appeared in the heaven realm? Who were these people? These guys definitely had a great background. Could it be the bloodline of the legendary divine weapon of the extreme path? Thinking of this, Chu Luqing was completely convinced. It was already shocking enough that 3 imperial weapons appeared at the same time, and now there was a divine weapon of the extreme path. Cauldron of mountains and rivers? Chu Luqing stammered. This ancient cauldron seemed to have come from a primitive world, exuding a vast and ancient aura. On the body of the cauldron, there were birds and beasts, which were scenes from ancient times. Traces of primordial chaos chi lingered around the cauldron. Chu Luqing felt that his soul was trembling. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was under Gu Fei's control. Although it only revealed a trace of its aura, it was able to completely intimidate Chu Luqing. If Gu Fei did not control the cauldron of mountains and rivers and let the cauldron's aura spread out, just the aura released by the cauldron of mountains and rivers would be enough to kill Chu Luqing countless times. Let's go! The cauldron of mountains and rivers floated above Gu Fei's head. Traces of primordial chaos chi fell down and enveloped him, and he continued to walk forward. Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian followed. Chu Luqing wanted to take a step forward, but he found that his legs were trembling. He tried hard to take a step forward, but he could not. Why aren't you following me? Shaoqing turned back and said to Chu Luqing. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could suppress mountains and rivers, and was the nemesis of a dangerous place. If Chu Luqing did not follow, the chaotic power of heaven and earth suppressed by the cauldron of mountains and rivers would once again form a terrible danger, making it difficult for Chu Luqing to move. Hee. My legs are weak. At this time, He Tian also noticed that Chu Luqing did not follow up. With one look, he saw Chu Luqing's sorry state. It was unknown if this guy really had a grudge with that Casanova from the ancient times, but he couldn't stand the sight of Chu Luqing, the descendant of the Casanova, and always found fault with him. Chu Luqing's face turned red. He was too ashamed to show his face. This was too shameful. But what could he do? That was an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Even if Emperor Xian and the God Emperor were here, they would still have to face it. Brother Qing, Brother Balon, please help him. He Tian looked at Chu Luqing with disdain. When Shaoqing saw Chu Luqing's appearance, he seemed to have lost his soul because of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. He had no choice but to walk forward, grab Chu Luqing, and carry him on his shoulder. At this time, Chu Luqing wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide in it. Humph! You're like a woman, and you still want to be a pervert? Can you do it? He Tian continued to insult Chu Luqing, but Chu Luqing did not make a sound. It was as if there was a dog barking beside him, and he ignored He Tian's incessant sarcasm. The burial moonland was terrifying because the power of heaven and earth here was extremely chaotic, forming all kinds of terrifying dangers that could kill immortals and gods. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could shake the heavens and earth, and it could stabilize a part of the universe. Within a radius of 300 meters around Gu Fei and the others, all the chaotic power of heaven and earth was suppressed. Wherever Gu Fei and the others went, the dangerous place that even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would be afraid of became a broad road. This was something that no one had expected. If he had known, Gu Fei would have used the cauldron of mountains and rivers long ago. When Chu Luqing saw this scene, he was also dumbfounded. In his heart, he already deeply regretted bringing Gu Fei and the others to the buried moon grounds. If they really found the moon god remnant palace, he would most likely have nothing to do with it. He wanted to scheme against Gu Fei and the others and use Gu Fei and the others as cannon fodder, but he never expected that he would lose himself. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Gu Fei strode forward. He Tian, Balon, and Shaoqing, who was carrying Chu Luqing, followed closely behind him. They did not dare to go too far. If they left the void sealed by the extreme saint artifact, they would still be in danger even if they had a saint artifact to protect them. The burial moonland was very evil and strange. The ground was burnt by the heavenly fire, and it was pitch black. There were no plants in sight, and it was a place that was completely devoid of life. The pitch-black ground was incomparably sturdy and cold. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped. Little Qing and the others behind him were immediately startled and hurriedly looked forward. This glance did not matter, but it caused them to be shocked once again. Several hundred meters in front of them, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. In the depths of the burial moonland, there was actually a person sitting cross-legged. They could only see his back, and they were unable to see his appearance. However, this was enough to shock them to the extreme. One had to know that this was the burial moonland, one of the most dangerous places in the world. The chaotic energy of the world made this place seem like a world of its own. This was a world of death. The chaotic energy of the world interweaved with each other, creating all sorts of unimaginable dangers. It was as if countless terrifying dangers had been laid down, waiting for someone to barge in at any time. Gu Fei was only able to enter the depths of the burial moonland because he possessed the mountain and river cauldron. However, the figure sitting on the ground with his back facing them did not give off any aura or ripples of life. To be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland with his own strength and cultivation, This person was definitely a terrifying existence. Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but exchange glances. Then, Gu Fei carefully walked forward step by step. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, and rays of chaotic divine light were faintly discernible. As long as something was amiss, the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head would immediately suppress it. Even if you were the Emperor Xian or the God Emperor, you probably wouldn't dare to go head-on against an extreme sacred weapon. 300 meters. No problem. 600 meters. No problem. As the distance between them shortened, Gu Fei and the others became incomparably nervous. To be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland, this person was at least an existence comparable to the God Emperor and Emperor Xian. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme sacred weapon, he wouldn't be a match for such a person. 300 meters. Still no problem. The person in front of them was still motionless, as if he had truly died. Gu Fei and the others didn't sense any signs of life. It's a corpse? He Tian asked in bewilderment. A huge star floated above his head, emitting rays of starlight that protected him, causing his entire body to flicker with starlight. Even with their spiritual senses, they couldn't sense any signs of life from the person in front of them. Perhaps, the person in front of them had truly died a long time ago. Chapter 1005. How is this possible? Why would anyone dare to barge into the depths of the burial moon grounds? Chu Luqing was also stunned. He had been planning to enter the burial moon grounds for 300 years. During these 300 years, he had been tempted to enter the burial moon grounds several times, but he had never dared to take that step at a critical juncture. Kid, you're still too young. Nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Fei couldn't help but mock Chu Luqing when he heard him mutter to himself. Damn it, this young master has already lived for 1,500 years. How dare you say that I'm too young? Chu Luqing's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. You have the strength to speak now? Then you can leave by yourself. Shao Qing said as he threw Chu Luqing, who was on his shoulder, to the ground. This throw caused Chu Luqing to shriek in pain. His cultivation base was completely suppressed by the extreme path sacred weapon. Right now, Chu Luqing was just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan all had almighty sacred weapons to protect them, so they weren't suppressed by the terrifying aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, they still felt as though 100,000 ancient sacred mountains were pressing down on their heads, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Is this really a corpse? Gu Fei walked over doubtfully. This was the corpse of a skinny old man. His entire body was ice-cold and lifeless. He had already passed away in a seated posture. His dry skin stuck tightly to his bones, making him look like a skeleton draped in a layer of human skin. Everyone stepped forward and secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this situation. Gu Fei and the others were about to continue advancing into the depths of the burial moon grounds when something suddenly happened. The motionless corpse sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Swish! 2 beams of demonic bloody light shot out of the corpse's eyes. The 2 eye sockets were completely red, as though 2 vast seas of blood were surging within. Oh no! Gu Fei took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, and they were all terrified. No one had expected things to turn out like this. It's a zombie! Chu Luqing was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Coward! He Tian still didn't forget to insult Chu Luqing. Who? The mummy leaped up from the ground and stretched out its skinny arms, aiming for Gu Fei's chest. Black light shot out from its 10 fingers. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and punched out with his right fist. Although it was an ordinary punch, He Tian, Shao Qing and the others behind Gu Fei felt a suffocating pressure the moment he punched out. Pang! Gu Fei's right fist landed on the mummy's claws. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the mummy's arms twisted strangely. Both of its arms were broken by Gu Fei's punch, and the mummy was sent flying. Gu Fei's physique was unparalleled in this world. Roar! A shrill roar resounded in the air as the mummy charged at Huang Xiaolong again. This time, a demonic aura surged out from the mummy's body. It was like corpse qi, but at the same time, there was a devilish nature to it. Demonic corpse, this is a demonic corpse. He Tian suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief as if he had seen something unbelievable. Demonic corpse? Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. What was this thing? Could it be a demonic object cultivated by a demonic corpse that gained sentience? There were members of the corpse race in the hell path, but there were no demonic corpses with demonic nature. If there was a demonic corpse, it would be the great earth archdevil Lord Enchanting, who was sealed in the hell path by the ancient Buddhist lord. Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously scanned the surroundings. Boom! Mahakala made his move. A huge star smashed forward, exuding a vast and boundless power of the stars, directly smashing the demon corpse that was pouncing over into pieces. Roar! 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 Right after Heartwarming destroyed the demonic corpse, a series of shrill and terrifying roars rang out in the surroundings, as if there were countless evil spirits howling, causing one's hair to stand on end. Shit! Heartwarming's face paled, and Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. There seemed to be countless demonic corpses approaching them. What should we do? Shaoqing asked. At this time, it was already daytime, but the land of the buried moon was still shrouded in darkness. Visibility was low, and even Gu Fei couldn't see very far. Shwa! A yin yang divine eye appeared in the center of Heartwarming's brows, growing wider. Yin and yang qi revolved around it as the divine eye pierced through the void. I saw a devil sovereign, Heartwarming said solemnly. Inside the yin yang divine eye, yin and yang energy intertwined with the aura of the great Tao. It could see through all illusions, pointing straight to the source. Roar! A demonic corpse enshrouded in demonic qi broke through the dark mist, pouncing towards Gu Fei's group. Corpse qi and demonic qi intertwined, forming a unique energy that could be called the power of demonic corpses. Pang! Gu Fei directly punched out, smashing the demonic corpse that was pouncing over into pieces. Pitch-black corpse blood splattered everywhere, and traces of black smoke rose from the ground. The ice-cold ground was corroded by the corpse blood. When Gu Fei and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although these demonic corpses weren't powerful, they themselves were very terrifying. The ground of the land of the buried moon was as hard as divine iron. If these demonic corpses could corrode even Emperor divine weapons, then the corpse blood of these demonic corpses could corrode them. Shwa! 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 Terrifying figures with corpse qi and demonic qi appeared near Gu Fei's group. Blood-colored demonic eyes flickered in the dusky sky, making one's scalp go numb. It's that devil sovereign controlling these demonic creatures. The yin-yang divine eye in the center of Heartwarming's brows opened and closed, flashing with yin-yang divine light. A devil sovereign can actually enter the land of the buried moon. I actually didn't notice. Chu Luqing was horrified. He had been waiting for 300 years, but someone had already entered the land of the buried moon. Could it be that the demons had already discovered the location of the palace of the moon deities? How was this possible? The surrounding demonic corpses didn't attack Gu Fei's group. Instead, they gathered from all directions, surrounding Gu Fei's group. The surrounding area was suddenly filled with demonic qi, and the aura of death soared into the sky. What the hell? Everyone was bewildered. They didn't know what the hidden devil sovereign's goal was. Even Gu Fei couldn't catch a trace of that devil sovereign. Only Heartwarming's yin-yang divine eye could see through the void and reach the source. Only then could he capture a trace of that devil sovereign's aura, and see the figure of that devil sovereign in a flash. Chapter 1006. This was a group of demons that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of hell. Their deep roars caused one's scalp to go numb. The yin-yang divine eye on Heartwarming's glabella flickered constantly. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and the aura of the great Tao circulated. The yin-yang divine eye could see through the void, looking into the nothingness, and straight to the origin. However, the demon emperor was too cunning. He didn't appear again, and no one knew where he was hiding. To be able to go deep into the burial moonland, the demon emperor was definitely not an ordinary demon. He was probably not far from the almighty demons. The other party was definitely not an almighty demons. Because if the other party was an almighty demons, there was no need for him to hide in the dark, and he could directly kill Gu Fei and the others. Which scoundrel is this? Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you dare to come out and fight? Gu Fei shouted sternly. His voice spread far and wide, suppressing the roaring demonic corpses in the surroundings. Humph. I'm afraid that guy is just like this kid. A good-for-nothing. Heartwarming said disdainfully. Although his voice wasn't loud, it still spread far. In the dark world, Only Gu Fei and He Tian's words echoed. No one answered, and no one came out. The demon emperor didn't seem to have any intention of showing up. Scoundrel indeed, Xiaoqing also said. However, no matter how everyone tried to provoke the demon emperor, who was hiding in the dark and controlling the group of demonic corpses, didn't show up. This made Gu Fei and the others a little surprised. If that's the case, we don't need to waste time with this scoundrel, Xiaoqing said. Then, the 9-story golden pagoda floating above his head began to vibrate. Buzz! Within the 9-story golden pagoda, there seemed to be 9 golden worlds evolving. The power of the great Tao was vast and mighty. Then, in the 9-story pagoda, each level shot out rays of golden divine light. The golden divine light pierced through the void, shattered the world, and shot out in all directions. The countless demonic corpses in the surroundings were instantly cut down like grass. Clang! The huge star above He Tian's head was also vibrating. Endless starlight condensed into swords of stars, like thousands of divine weapons being unsheathed. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, causing the entire void to tremble. Swoosh! 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 Under He Tian's control, the thousands of starlight swords hovering above He Tian's head shot out in all directions, cutting the void into thousands of pieces. The astral swords cut through everything, and a large number of demonic corpses in the vicinity collapsed once again. Some demonic corpses were even directly cut into pieces by the astral swords. Pitch-black corpse blood corroded the ground, causing it to become full of craters and black smoke to rise continuously. In the face of the almighty holy weapon, these demonic corpses were useless no matter how many there were. Boom! The fire burned the sky. Balan activated the sun god orb, and the endless fire immediately enveloped the entire sky. Fire dragons rushed out of the sea of fire in the sky, devouring everything. Countless fiend corpses were burned to ashes by the sun divine fire. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying demonic howl came from afar. Then, some demonic corpses that had not been killed immediately retreated in the direction of the howl. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan made their move. Almost all the surrounding demonic corpses were destroyed, and only a few terrifying demonic corpses pushed into the depths of the buried moonland. Those demonic corpses were extraordinary. They seemed to have been refined into demonic corpses after the fall of an almighty. Such a being turned into a demonic being was extremely terrifying. Even the might of an almighty holy weapon couldn't kill them. The buried moonland was filled with dangers, and those demonic corpses could come and go as they pleased. It was truly frightening. No one knew if the demon king hiding in the dark had already found the palace of the moon deities in the buried moonland. The palace of the moon deities was the palace of the extreme Tao saintess on the moon deities. Everyone was envious of it, including the demons. Let's go! Gu Fei led the chase. He couldn't let the demons get to the palace of the moon deities first. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron on his head, suppressing the void between heaven and earth. In the buried moonland, it was as if there was no one there. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and Chu Luqing, who was determined to become a pervert, all followed closely behind Gu Fei. Chu Luqing didn't have an almighty holy weapon to protect him. His cultivation was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. However, his immortal king physique was also very tough. Otherwise, in the battle with He Tian that day, his balls would have been crushed by He Tian. Chu Luqing withstood the boundless pressure and followed behind everyone. Those terrifying demonic corpses were emitting vast death qi and demonic qi. They were the best targets. Gu Fei and the others were fearless and had no scruples as they chased after them. Xiaoqing and the others' almighty holy weapons emitted divine light that illuminated the dusky sky. On the other hand, Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron was shrouded in primordial chaos qi and didn't emit any divine light. That is... Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped. They had already chased for dozens of li suddenly. A dilapidated building appeared in front of them. It was a dilapidated small city. Those terrifying demonic corpses with surging death qi directly entered the dilapidated small city. The sky above the small city was shrouded in a layer of demonic qi. How is this possible? When Chu Luqing saw the small city in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. How could there be a city in the buried moonland? Legend has it that the buried moonland was formed when a divine moon fell from the 9 heavens and destroyed a region. The buried moonland was tens of thousands of li wide and was a land of death that exterminated all life. Even the 5 heavenly realms Emperor Xian and the 4 god emperors were unwilling to set foot there. However, this Chu Luqing found all kinds of clues and found out that the moon deity's palace was in the depths of the buried moonland. Thus, he waited in the fallen moon city for 300 years. For a guy who was determined to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors and become a Casanova, this was absolutely unimaginable. However, he endured it. The dilapidated small city wasn't big, only a few li wide. However, it was like a terrifying demonic beast was lurking inside. The vast demonic chi that emanated from the small city made one's heart palpitate. Swoosh! He Tian directly opened his yin-yang divine eyes and scanned the demonic city in front of him. Ah! He Tian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fiercely grabbed his forehead. A trace of blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. His yin-yang divine eyes had suffered an attack, and there was an unfathomable power enveloping the demonic city in front of him. Even He Tian's yin-yang divine eyes couldn't see into the small city. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. One had to know that He Tian's divine eyes could see through everything, and see the origin of all things. Rumble. Chapter 1007. Rumble. The demon city was shaking, and so were Gu Fei and the others. The chaotic heaven and earth energy of the buried moonland was suppressed by the demon city. A terrifying demonic energy was spreading. Thick demonic clouds covered the sky above the demon city, and they fell from the sky, enveloping the entire demon city. The demon city was only a few miles in radius, but it gave people a feeling as if they were facing a huge demon mountain. Gu Fei and the others felt a strong pressure. Could it be? At this time, He Tian had already recovered. Looking at the small city that was submerged in demonic energy, he seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. His yin-yang godly eye had been attacked, and there was a bloody wound between his eyebrows that couldn't be healed. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. What do you know? Hurry up and say it. Xiaoqing said unhappily. This guy was always like this, always leaving people hanging and pretending to be mysterious. Gu Fei, Balan, and Chu Luqing all looked at He Tian. This. I'm afraid we'll have to take a detour. He Tian stared at the rolling demonic energy in front of him for a long time before saying this. What? Everyone waited for a long time, but this was what they got, which surprised them. This guy was really unreliable. We're really unlucky to encounter such a thing. He Tian seemed to have finally confirmed something. He felt very unlucky and shook his head repeatedly. Preposterous. Why don't you hurry up and explain? Xiaoqing was a little angry. There are people of the demon Tao in Nirvana, and they want to take that step. No wonder only those demonic corpses came out. It seems that the demon king can't walk out of the demon city. He Tian's words shocked everyone. Then what about the devil emperor you saw? Gu Fei asked. This guy had seen a devil emperor when the devil corpse appeared. He Tian pondered for a moment before saying, Perhaps what I saw was a phantom. Or perhaps it was a strand of the great demon's demonic will. Nirvana of the demonic Tao. Is that a demon emperor who has reached the great accomplishment? Chu Luqing said in shock. A great accomplishment demon emperor was very scary. He was only weaker than Emperor Xian and God Emperor. If that fellow in the city succeeds in his nirvana, a demon emperor will be born in this world. He Tian put away his frivolous expression and said solemnly. The immortal Tao and God Tao also had the saying of nirvana to become almighty. It was simply too difficult for immortal emperor and Shen King to take another step forward and become almighty. Some people came up with ways to seek life through death, using this extreme method to force themselves so that they could stimulate the limits of their potential. Legend had it that someone had used this method to succeed in nirvana and become an almighty. We have an almighty holy weapon. Why don't we eliminate this demon emperor before he succeeds in his nirvana? Xiaoqing said. He was eager to give it a try. Forget it. Although this guy hasn't succeeded in his nirvana, if he fights with his life on the line, I'm afraid we won't be able to win even if we have almighty holy weapons. He Tian didn't agree with Xiaoqing's suggestion. Everyone, I think we shouldn't complicate the issue. Don't forget our purpose of entering the burial moonland. Chu Luqing also said. Gu Fei also nodded. The moon deity's palace was their primary goal. After exploring the palace of the moon deity's palace, they would deal with this demon emperor who was undergoing nirvana. Therefore, they took a detour from the demon city and continued deeper into the burial moonland. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others were shocked to find that apart from the demon emperor who was undergoing nirvana, they also found many cities. These cities all had one thing in common, which was that they were very old and dilapidated. The deeper they went, the older the cities became. Some cities even had only a few traces left. The bricks and tiles had completely decayed and turned into ashes. I got it. After seeing an ancient city built with black god stones again, Hei Tian suddenly slapped his head and came to a sudden realization. Everyone was shocked by Hei Tian. What do you know? Hurry up and say it. Xiao Qing said impatiently. Gu Fei and the others also wanted to know what Hei Tian had thought of to make him so surprised. It seemed that it was not a trivial matter. These fellows are using the chaotic law of the burial moonland to deceive everyone and make a breakthrough. This is really a good method. Hei Tian sighed. There is absolutely no heavenly tribulation here, and you will not be disturbed by the power of heaven and earth, Hei Tian said immediately. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. These people who chose to undergo nirvana in the burial moonland were really crazy. In order to break through their limits, they actually risked entering the burial moonland to undergo nirvana. The burial moonland was a world of its own. The power of heaven and earth here was almost non-existent, and there was only the power of heaven and earth that was extremely chaotic. It could be said that cultivating in the burial moonland would not cause heavenly tribulation, and the power of heaven and earth from the outside world would not be disturbed. This had already reduced the risk of breaking through to the lowest level. In the outside world, every time a cultivator broke through a small realm, the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was definitely not a small disaster for cultivators. The unlucky ones would probably perish in the heavenly tribulation before they could even enjoy the joy of breaking through. In the depths of the burial moonland, Gu Fei and the others discovered more than a dozen god cities built by cultivators undergoing nirvana. Some of the god cities were already dead, and there was no longer any aura. Some of the god cities still had weak auras coming out. Clearly, some people had failed, and some were about to fail. Failing to undergo nirvana meant death. Moreover, it was a death that would result in the destruction of both body and soul. There were more than a dozen god cities of varying sizes. Some were less than a mile in radius, while others occupied 10 miles. They were definitely huge behemoths. The auras emitted by two god cities made Gu Fei and the others feel a great danger. According to Hei Tian, the masters of those two god cities might have a chance of succeeding in nirvana. An extreme method like nirvana rebirth wasn't something that everyone was willing to use. Those who used this method were people who could no longer find a way to break through their limits. No one wanted to undergo nirvana rebirth because this extreme method risked the destruction of both body and soul. It was not something that could be done without great perseverance. Out of 10 people undergoing nirvana rebirth, not one would succeed. But if they succeeded, it would be incredible. Even the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord used great willpower to reach nirvana and become a Buddha. The Eternal Buddha Lord reached nirvana and became a Buddha. He was stronger than other extreme Tao sages, and he even forged 3 supreme Buddha weapons. These guys are all trying to imitate the Buddhist Lord. Hei Tian said. Chapter 1008. The buried moonland was a place that only powerful figures could enter. There were divine cities, big or small, intact or ruined, standing tall on the cold and dark land. Each divine city was extraordinary. They could block the chaotic heaven and earth energy in the depths of the burial moonland and protect the divine city's master. It had to be said that those who dared to enter the burial moonland and construct their divine cities to undergo nirvanic rebirth were extremely terrifying. Some divine cities had already experienced countless years, but they still stood tall on the ground. The burial moonland was a dangerous land. No one was willing to enter unless they had no other choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't use such an extreme method. Even if Gu Fei's group had the mountain and river cauldron, they wouldn't be able to enter the depths of the burial moonland. The divine cities in the depths of the burial moonland were all extremely ancient. Gu Fei's group circled around the divine cities and continued deeper into the burial moonland. Skeletons began to appear on the icy ground. A skull that had lost half of its head was blown over by a gust of cold wind. The skull collided with the cold ground and made a crisp sound. Gu Fei noticed that the skull that had rolled past him had a lotus imprint on its forehead. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. The Buddhist Grand Tao passed down by the ancient Buddhist masters cultivated the mental state and tempered the Yuan spirit. The Yuan spirit resided in the Naiwan Palace, which was the forehead. There was actually a lotus imprint on this skull. This was definitely the skull of a Buddhist almighty. A Buddhist almighty had actually fallen in the depths of the burial moonland? Those Baldies have also been here? Hei Tian was also very shocked. However, this was something that happened countless years ago. That was because the skull that was rolling on the ground no longer had any divinity. It was like an ordinary mortal's skull. It was practically rotten. One had to know that the entire body of Almighty was a treasure. Even a drop of blood could kill an immortal god. Even a strand of hair could tear apart the void. Of course, the mighty figures of the Buddhist sects did not have hair. It was very difficult for a mighty figure to die. Even if they did, their corpses wouldn't rot. This Buddhist mighty figure was only left with a skull. It was obvious that this mighty figure had been dead for a very, very long time. It had been so long that even his corpse had been eroded by the merciless passage of time to the point that only half a skull was left. Be careful, Gu Fei reminded. No one knew what they would encounter up ahead. The depths of the buried moonland would definitely be filled with great dangers. Gu Fei and the others continued forward for about 10 miles. The land was desolate, without a trace of life. The terrain was very flat. Not to mention hills, there wasn't even a large rock on the ground. More and more bones were scattered on the ground. From time to time, rusty fragments of magical treasures and weapons could be seen scattered around the skeletons. However, the essence of these magical treasures and weapons had completely dissipated, turning them into useless trash. That is, Gu Fei and the others found a blood-colored Rui scepter next to one of the skeletons. This Rui scepter was refined from the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. However, its light was dim and it no longer had any spirituality. Hei Tian stared at the blood-colored Rui scepter and murmured to himself, "The essence of this magical treasure has completely dissipated. How many years would it take to wear down the essence of a magical treasure refined from the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade?" Gu Fei and the others were also secretly shocked. It seemed that many people had broken into this peerless and ominous land countless years ago. Could it be that they had also taken the risk to come here to search for the lost palace of the moon deities? They continued forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. That figure stood silently on the ground with its back facing Gu Fei and the others. No way! Everyone was instantly shocked and hurriedly went on guard. More devil corpses have appeared? The almighty holy weapons above Shaoqing, Balon, and Hei Tian's heads were vibrating, and 3 terrifying forces of pressure were released. However, the person opposite them who had his back facing them did not have any reaction. On the contrary, Chu Luqing was pressed to the ground by the mighty force of the 3 almighty holy weapons. It was as if 3 ancient divine mountains were pressing down on his body. Chu Luqing was extremely uncomfortable. Under the pressure of the almighty holy weapons, he almost could not breathe. The bones in his body were cracking as if they were about to break. Imperial weapons are really powerful. Chu Luqing's face was pale, and his heart was trembling. The person standing in front with his back facing everyone was very tall. Although he was standing there quietly, he was like a towering mountain standing on the ground, giving people a strong sense of oppression. There were no signs of life, no signs of vitality, like a dead body. This was the most direct feeling that Gu Fei and the others had towards this person. This person was not a living person, and was probably in existence like the terrifying demon corpse they had encountered before. Bas! The mountain and river cauldron shook. This time, Gu Fei directly activated the mountain and river cauldron, and a chaotic divine light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron, shooting towards the person in front of him. Swoosh! The chaotic divine light pierced through the person's body, and then, the person suddenly turned into a cloud of dust, dissipating in the void. Clang! A long sword fell out. It was an ancient long sword, but this ancient sword was the same as the magic treasures and almighty holy weapons that Gu Fei and the others had seen before. It had completely lost its essence, and became a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this person had died a long time ago, and his physical body had completely decayed. After being attacked by Gu Fei, his physical body turned into dust. Ha! Little Qing suddenly cried out in alarm. Then, she walked forward and picked up the ancient sword that had already lost all of its spiritual essence. She saw that on the hilt of the ancient sword, there were actually several ancient characters. Lian Zangxiao. Hei Tian recognized the ancient words, and then he read them out. What? Hearing this, Chu Luqing immediately jumped up from the ground. At this time, Shaoqing and the others had already put away their almighty holy weapons. That was an invincible Emperor Xian from the Heaven Realm 50,000 years ago. Chu Luqing said with extreme shock. This was the Emperor Sword of the invincible Emperor Xian Lian Congxiao. The Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago? Hearing this, Gu Fei and the others were also shocked. They did not expect that an Emperor Xian had actually fallen here, and his physical body had completely decayed and turned into dust. Legend has it that Lian Congxiao had been unrivaled in the Heaven Realm for tens of thousands of years, and no one was his opponent. He had once killed his way in and out of the 100,000 demon mountains, and shocked the entire Heaven Realm. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. Chapter 1009. The Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was shocked. The invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago had actually fallen here. Even the Emperor Xian's Emperor Sword had been mercilessly worn down by time into a piece of scrap iron. This is a peerless Emperor Sword that can be refined using purple gold meteoric iron. Chu Luqing stared at the ancient sword in Shaoqing's hand and felt extremely regretful. The Emperor Xian and the God Emperor of the Heaven Realm were the almighty beings of the mortal world. It was just a different way of saying it. The Heaven Realm was not as strong as one would imagine. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors. These were the 9 famous almighty beings of the human clan. In the 100,000 Devil Mountains, there were 3 demon emperors. However, the great demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains were trapped by the human clan's Emperor Xian and the God Emperor, as well as the demon clan's great demons. They could not easily come out. However, in the past 5,000 years, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had become restless again. From time to time, they would send out demon soldiers to disturb the 4 directions, causing turmoil in the Heaven Realm. Gu Fei and the others understood the general situation of the Heaven Realm from Chu Luqing. Although Chu Luqing had been holed up in Luoyue City for 300 years, he had a strong force behind him. He knew the general situation of the world like the back of his hand. If you want it, I'll give it to you. When Shaoqing saw Chu Luqing's regretful expression, he directly stuffed the Emperor Sword in his hand into Chu Luqing's hand. Chu Luqing took the Emperor Sword. He did not know whether to keep it or throw it away. For a moment, he did not know what to do. This Emperor Sword was the imperial weapon of the invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago. It was refined using purple gold meteoric iron. This Emperor Sword was a very famous imperial weapon 50,000 years ago. But now, this imperial weapon had become a piece of scrap iron. The essence contained in the Emperor Sword had been completely lost. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would want it. Sigh. After all, it is an imperial weapon. Maybe it can be revived in the future. Chu Luqing's expression changed several times, but he still put the ancient sword away. He Tian saw that Chu Luqing had really put away the ancient sword, so he couldn't help but mock Chu Luqing again. TCH, revive my ass. Even if it's just a piece of scrap metal, it's the first time I've seen such a stupid person. Humph. Chu Luqing snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Gu Fei and the others continued onwards. Buildings began to appear in front of them. Ancient buildings stood tall on the ground, and not a single one of them was intact. Are we close to the moon deity's palace? Seeing the old and dilapidated houses and palaces, Chu Luqing suddenly became a little excited. Gu Fei and the others quickly moved forward. When they approached the buildings, Gu Fei and the others were very shocked, because these buildings were not the god cities they had seen before. There was no strong aura, not even any fluctuations. This was a dead building with no existence of life. It seemed that a terrible war had taken place here. On the cold ground, there were potholes and traces of swords, spears and axes could be seen everywhere. Broken magic weapons and magic weapons were scattered on the ground. Skeletons were scattered on the ground. Clothes had decayed into mud, and only skeletons were left. Moreover, these skeletons had also decayed. What the hell happened here? Everyone was shocked. Without the mountain and river cauldron, they would never have been able to come here. The power of heaven and earth here was extremely chaotic. Even a powerful person would be in danger if he came here. The ancient ruins were full of vicissitudes and an ancient aura. As they walked into the ruins, they kept stepping on the skeletons under their feet, which made people's hearts palpitate. Such a sound was especially obvious in the silent void. "Who is it?" Erebus suddenly let out a loud roar, and then slammed his palm against a broken wall beside him. Bam! Heition's palm blasted the broken wall into ashes. A faint and illusory figure flashed and disappeared in the dust. It was extremely fast. What was that? Everyone was shocked. Even Gufei was shocked. This was the depths of the buried moonland. A person who could come here was probably more terrifying than a powerful person. "It's not a human." Gufei's face was very ugly. The buried moonland was definitely an ominous place. The figure that flashed and disappeared just now was not a living person. This was because there was no aura of life on the figure. It seemed to be just an illusion. The figure was so fast that even Gufei couldn't see it clearly. But he was sure that it was definitely not a human cultivator. "How strange," Heition said. The buried moonland was very strange. There seemed to be something unknown wandering around, causing a knowledgeable fellow like Heition to feel a chill in his heart. "Stinky worm chew. Don't talk about 300 years, even if you were to guard it for thousands of years, I'm afraid it would be hopeless. Fortunately, you're lucky to have met us." Heition didn't forget to insult Chu Luqing again. It was unknown what Chu Luqing's ancestor did to make Heition unable to forget him. After meeting Chu Luqing, his eyes almost turned red and he even started a fight. If it wasn't for Gufei, these two fellows would probably fight to the death. Chu Luqing still didn't say a word. The situation was stronger than him. He was now at an absolute disadvantage. His life and death were in the hands of others. How could he dare to be dissatisfied? Humph! Seeing that Chu Luqing didn't say a word and only talked to himself, Heition also stopped mocking Chu Luqing. He was talking to himself, feeling very unhappy. This area seemed to have been a town, but it had been completely destroyed. The corrosion of countless years had left only a pile of broken walls and broken tiles. That mysterious figure didn't appear again. But everyone felt a trace of uneasiness. The unknown danger made everyone feel a strong pressure, and they had no choice but to be cautious. After passing through the ruins, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. They saw a dark mass of palaces in front of them, and they couldn't see the end of it at a glance. And what made everyone excited was that it wasn't ruins, but intact palaces. They weren't damaged, and they stood tall in the dusky sky. That is, everyone's eyes widened. In the buried moonland, what kind of buildings could be preserved? Even the divine cities of Nirvana experts would have times when they were destroyed. However, the palaces in front of them were perfectly preserved. Is it really the palace of the moon deities? Gufei was also shocked. It was already a miracle that the palaces could be preserved in the depths of the buried moonland. Perhaps only the sacred palaces of the extreme Tao saints could withstand the erosion of countless years and survive until today. Chapter 10:10. A palace appeared on the ground in front of them. The surroundings were silent, without a single sound. Everyone felt their breathing quicken. The palace of the moon deities? The palace of the extreme path saintess on the moon deities was enough to make even supreme beings go crazy, not to mention Gufei and the others. Chu Luqing was already stunned. The dark palaces were like hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains pressing down on their hearts, almost making it hard for them to breathe. The ancient palaces seemed to be built with ordinary stones, but they had been preserved to this day. It wasn't an immortal material, but it had an immortal divinity. The palace itself was already a miracle, and it was definitely blessed by the immortal divine runes. Otherwise, it couldn't have existed for so long. Unless it was an immortal material or an immortal medicine, nothing could withstand the merciless corrosion of time. Even rare divine metals would lose their essence and turn into useless scrap metal. There were dilapidated buildings all around the palace. Some had been turned into mounds of earth, while others were left with only rubble. This was a sacred palace surrounded by ruins. Only the houses and palaces had decayed, and only the palace in the center was intact. Gufei and the others recovered from their shock and walked towards the palace. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, emitting a mighty force that could suppress the heavens and earth. The chaotic power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and there was no danger within 100 feet of them. Spatial cracks would appear from time to time. This was the extremely chaotic power of heaven and earth that tore through the void. This kind of power that could tear through the void was very frightening, and it could easily kill immortals and spirits. All tangible and intangible things would be obliterated, unable to exist. The dangers in the depths of the buried moonland were absolutely unpredictable. The laws of heaven and earth were almost non-existent, and this was a chaotic land of danger. Cultivating in such a place could ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why many great figures chose to take the risk and enter the buried moonland to undergo nirvana. Just as they were getting closer to the palace in front of them, something seemed to be moving around in the darkness. It was silent, but everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Is it the evil thing from before? Xiaoqing was a little nervous. A golden divine pagoda rushed out from the top of his head. The evil creature they encountered just now was too strange. I don't know. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there would definitely be danger if he approached the palace in front of him. However, since he was already here, he wouldn't be satisfied if he did not explore the palace in front of him. Everyone continued forward, but they were all on high alert. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan all used their saint weapons to protect themselves. Only Chu Luqing took out an emperor divine weapon to protect himself. It was a white jade bottle that was refined from sheep fat divine jade. There seemed to be sweet dew within it, and a strand of fragrance wafted out from the opening of the bottle, causing one's mind to become clear. This thing. When He Tian saw the jade bottle floating above Chu Luqing's head, his eyes immediately lit up, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. What, do you know the origin of this emperor divine weapon? Xiaoqing asked. This He Tian had never been willing to let others know the depth of his strength. Very similar, but definitely not. He Tian murmured to himself. He seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't say it out loud. After that, he didn't say anything else. Chu Luqing was very surprised that He Tian could actually recognize his emperor divine weapon. He said, "This is a treasure I accidentally obtained from an ancient site of Buddhism." Buddhism. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be startled. The aura emitted from the jade bottle was indeed peaceful, without any sharpness. It was very similar to the power of Buddhism. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the jade bottle. Damn, there really is something. He Tian suddenly shouted. He seemed to have seen something. Everyone was immediately startled. They were surrounded by ruins, and the world was silent. They couldn't hear any movement, and there was no sign of life. What did you see? Gu Fei, who was walking in front, stopped. They were surrounded by ruins, not an endless plain. Even if there was something hiding nearby, it would be very difficult to detect it. A figure. He Tian's expression was very solemn. Between the broken walls, he saw a blurry figure flash and disappear. This time, he wasn't mistaken. Impossible. Xiaoqing said. If there was someone, with their strength, how could they not notice anything suspicious? Moreover, there were no signs of human activity in the surrounding area. That's not a human. Balan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. It's something like a ghost. He Tian said in a deep voice. Although he took a quick glance, his yin-yang godly eyes could see through the source. Just when everyone was in a state of shock, a faint and illusory figure silently walked out from the palace in front of them. There was no aura. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see it with their naked eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense the existence of this figure at all. Is it a ghost? Xiaoqing was shocked. Could it be that there were ghost cultivators in the heaven realm? It's not a ghost, Gu Fei said. He stared at the figure walking towards them. However, when it was a few hundred zhang away from them, Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, and the figure actually disappeared. It suddenly disappeared without any warning. It was like a mass of air, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Chu Liuqing's eyes were protruding out. He was even more shocked than if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. I didn't expect the legend to be true. We can't go forward, Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. He came from a big family in the heaven realm, so he knew many secrets of the heaven realm. What's going on? We've come all the way here. Are we going to retreat? He Tian said very unhappily. The palace in front of them was probably the legendary palace of the moon deities. He was afraid that no one would retreat. Everyone looked at Chu Luqing. Everyone took a big risk to enter here in order to find the palace of the moon deities. Since the palace in front of them was probably the palace of the moon deities, no one would be satisfied if they didn't go in and explore. Didn't you see that the figure just now was the figure of a woman? Chu Luqing said with a pale face. He seemed to be very afraid. The figure of a woman? Chapter 10:11. A blurry figure of a woman walked out of the silent palace in front of them and suddenly disappeared into the void. This scene made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. Chu Luqing seemed to know something and was scared out of his wits. The figure that disappeared just now, even though it was only a few hundred feet away from Gu Fei and the others, Gu Fei and the others were not able to see the woman's face. It was blurry, faint, and difficult to capture. It was like an afterimage left over from countless years ago, but it also seemed like some kind of terrifying existence. Gu Fei and the others all felt the danger. However, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head was a supreme sacred weapon that could suppress the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. No matter what kind of evil thing it was, it could not get close to it. What the hell is that thing? Gu Fei stared at Chu Luqing. The afterimage made him feel uneasy. If he did not figure it out, Gu Fei would never enter the palace in front of him. He was very determined. Moreover, he had a supreme sacred weapon in his hand and also obtained the inheritance of a supreme martial sage. There were not many things in the world that could tempt him. For Gu Fei, the inheritance of a supreme martial sage was more valuable than the inheritance of a moon deity's palace. He would rather not have the moon deity's palace. It was just a palace, and he did not know if the inheritance of a supreme martial sage was in it. Moreover, Gu Fei's inheritance of the martial ancestor was not inferior to the inheritance of a supreme martial sage on the moon deities. However, not everyone was as lucky as Gu Fei. The moon deity's palace was definitely a fatal temptation for others. If Gu Fei and the others spread the news that the moon deity's palace was in the buried moonland, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world. Countless practitioners would rush to this extremely dangerous place with red eyes. Let's get out of here. Chu Luqing was frightened. Calm down, we have the extreme Tao Saint tool in our hands, we can go anywhere in the world. Shaoqing said in a deep voice. Pa! He Tian was very direct. He directly gave Chu Luqing a resounding slap. This slap made Chu Luqing spin 3 times on the spot, unable to find his bearings. After a while, Chu Luqing finally calmed down. Is this really the extreme Tao Saint weapon, the mountain river cauldron? It's not a fake? Chu Luqing stared at the ancient cauldron above Gu Fei's head in shock. Fake my ass. He Tian wanted to slap Chu Luqing again. Bam! The pristine jade bottle above Chu Luqing's head began to vibrate, and a visible ripple spread out from it. He Tian quickly withdrew his hand. Boom! A huge star rushed out from his body, blocking that terrible fluctuation. Just now, Chu Luqing was not paying attention, so he was slapped by He Tian. At this time, Chu Luqing was on guard, so how could He Tian still slap him? Behave yourselves. Gu Fei had no choice but to speak out. These 2 guys were too much, especially that He Tian. Even at this time, he still did not forget to teach Chu Luqing a lesson. Could it be that this guy, He Tian, was really a character from the ancient times? Did he have a great enmity with Chu Luqing's ancestors? Gu Fei was too lazy to care about these things. Now, he just wanted to know what the hell was that woman's figure, which could actually make Chu Luqing's soul fly away and scatter. Hurry up and tell me clearly. Gu Fei had run out of patience. No matter how he looked at the palace in front of him, it seemed like there was a great danger, and he was not willing to take risks. Tell me clearly what? Chu Luqing was scared by Gu Fei's stare. What do you want me to tell you clearly? Gu Fei stared at Chu Luqing and said. Is this guy playing dumb with me? Gu Fei secretly thought. Ah, this. You mean that woman's figure. She is a legendary existence. Chu Luqing recalled the scene just now, and his face suddenly became pale. Legendary existence? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Wasn't it just an afterimage? Perhaps it was a remnant image from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Could it be a threat? This is an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen supreme saint. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone in Gu Fei's group was shocked. Chu Luqing's words were too frightening. An evil spirit formed by the resentment of a fallen supreme saint? How is this possible? Gu Fei and the others were stunned. Although supreme saints had disappeared for countless years, a supreme saint had actually fallen? Was this even possible? Supreme saints were the most powerful existences in the world. They could shake the world and were invincible in the heavens and the earth. How could such a person fall? It was really unbelievable. At this time, He Tian, who always disliked Chu Luqing, was silent and did not say anything. Gu Fei saw He Tian like this, and he could not help but feel a little uneasy. Could it be that even an invincible supreme saint could fall? Who could make a supreme saint fall? Gu Fei did not dare to imagine it. If such an existence really existed, it would subvert all the knowledge of the cultivation world. No, there was absolutely no such existence in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Gu Fei shook his head and then said, "Should we still go in? I'm afraid there are really unpredictable dangers in the palace of the moon deities. If we go in, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger." The evil spirit formed by the evil spirit of a supreme saint was not to be underestimated. Even though Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, he could not help but feel a little scared. It should be known that supreme saints were called immortal, and they were so powerful that they could shake the heavens. Although it was a resentment, it was still an unimaginable existence. The evil spirit seemed to be unable to walk out of the palace in front of them. That is. Suddenly, Shaoqing pointed at the entrance of the palace in front of them and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked in the direction little Qing was pointing, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a blurry figure standing silently in the shadow of the open city gate. The figure was slender and graceful, but it was the figure of a woman. When everyone looked over, the mysterious figure once again disappeared in front of everyone. No one saw how the mysterious figure disappeared, as if it had directly integrated into the world and disappeared without a trace. Everyone could not help but look at each other. They all felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads, and they could not help but shiver. Chu Luqing was so scared that he directly fell to the ground. He pointed at the city gate with trembling hands and could not speak. There really is such an evil spirit. He Tian's face also became very ugly. There was an unknown and terrible existence in the city peeping at them. At this time, even He Tian was a little hesitant. Chapter 10-12. Everyone was hesitating. Without the mountain river cauldron, no one would be able to enter the depths of the buried moonland. Everyone was waiting for Gu Fei to express his opinion. No one had the confidence to enter the palace ahead. Even Shaoqing and the others with their holy weapons couldn't do it, because there was a terrifying evil spirit waiting for them inside. It was formed from the undying resentment of a fallen sage. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. It was the resentment of a sage. Fortunately, Gu Fei had an extreme path holy weapon. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the evil spirit's hands by the time they got close to the palace. That evil spirit could roam around the palace. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated houses and city towers that had been weathered into mounds. Such ruins were very suitable for hiding. There were many skeletons among the ruins. It was clear that Gu Fei and the others were not the only ones who could reach this place. Over the countless years, many people must have entered the buried moonland. Even an invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago died nearby. What kind of existence was the invincible Emperor Xian from 50,000 years ago? He was invincible in the immortal world and could kill his way in and out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Such a person definitely had the opportunity to break through to the extreme path. He was probably close to proving his Tao, but he died here. There was no need to talk about the others. To enter or not to enter? Even Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Boss, how can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? He Tian said. Although he knew that there was an evil spirit waiting for them in the palace ahead, he still wanted to enter. Big brother, I think we should retreat. Shaoqing, however, had a different opinion. After all, there was an evil spirit formed from the resentment of a sage in the palace ahead. This was not an ordinary evil spirit. It could be said to be the most terrifying and evil existence in the world. No one could remain calm when they encountered such a thing. They had a lot of cultivation resources. If they wanted spiritual medicine, they had spiritual medicine. If they wanted cultivation techniques, they had cultivation techniques. If they wanted weapons and treasures, they had weapons and treasures. Why should they take this risk? Yes, let's hurry up and leave. Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice and a pale face. Among all the people here, he was the most afraid. In his opinion, the evil spirits formed by the immortal resentment of the fallen sages were simply invincible. It was no wonder that no one had inherited the moon deities throughout the years. With evil spirits blocking the way, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Would they be the exception? No one dared to say that. The palace in front of them was too evil. To be honest, no one dared to enter it carelessly. The gate of the opposite tower was wide open. Looking in from the outside, all one could see was darkness. Even with Hei Tian's Yin-Yang God Eye, it was difficult to see clearly. The palace in front of them had divine immortal runes laid down by a supreme Tao saint, which could block all probing. Unless a supreme Tao saint came, no one would be able to know what was going on inside. Just as everyone was hesitating, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the nearby sky. What happened? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could there be other people in the depths of the buried moonland? However, a powerful energy fluctuation tore through the void. Without saying anything, Gu Fei and the others immediately hid themselves in the shadows of the ruins. Although the mountain river cauldron was still floating above Gu Fei's head, the aura of an supreme Tao Saint tool had been withdrawn. Swoosh! In the distant sky, a black light suddenly shot out, almost splitting the sky and earth in half. The void shattered, and a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Then, a pitch-black door appeared high in the sky. It was a void domain gate. Behind the gate, there was a monstrous demonic aura, and one could faintly hear demonic howls coming from behind the domain gate. There are actually demons crossing the domain? Everyone who was hiding in the ruins was very surprised to see this scene. To be able to open a void domain gate and cross the domain to come here, this was at least the means of the demons. It wasn't difficult to open a void domain gate. Grand Completion Immortal Emperors and Shin King could do it, but to stabilize a domain gate and make it exist for a long time, it would require a great amount of magic power and divine ability. High in the sky, the void domain gate was connected to a devil domain. The vast and mighty demonic aura that caused the heaven and earth to lose its color was terrifying, as if it wanted to demonize all things in the heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 One terrifying demonic shadow after another appeared behind the void domain gate. Each of these demonic shadows exuded a terrifying demonic aura. They were like demonic mountains standing behind the void domain gate, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Is this the palace of the moon deities? An old voice came from the demon gate, reverberating in the chaotic heaven and earth, spreading far and wide, breaking the peace of this part of the heaven and earth. A tall demonic figure walked out from the demonic gate high up in the sky, and an extremely powerful aura immediately spread between the heavens and the earth. This was a terrifying great demon, perhaps even more terrifying than a Grand Completion Immortal Emperor. Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to make any moves. They hid in the dark and watched this scene quietly. The people of the demons really knew about the existence of the palace of the moon deities. The great demon didn't use any devil weapon to protect himself. He just stood in the chaotic heaven and earth. The chaotic heaven and earth energy that could tear the void apart actually couldn't get close to him. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was also good. It was not a bad idea to let these demons explore the way first. In the palace hall ahead, there could be a terrifying evil spirit lurking. However, these demons didn't seem to know about the existence of the evil spirit. 5 terrifying great demons walked out of the void domain gate, one after another. The vast demonic aura emitted from these 5 great demons almost collapsed the void. Even Gu Fei's heart trembled as he felt danger. Each of these 5 great demons was extremely powerful. They were definitely supremacies. When these 5 great demons walked together, perhaps even Emperor Xian's expression would change. After Great Demon Wu Zun came out, the void domain gate was silent for a while. Then, many experts of the demons walked out. In the end, behind Great Demon Wu Zun, there were actually thousands of experts of the demons standing densely. Demonic aura spread between the heaven and earth. Every expert of the demons was shrouded in a demonic light, which could resist the chaotic heaven and earth energy in the depths of the buried moonland. Obviously, these experts of the demons came prepared. No demons came out of the void domain gate. The leader of the 5 great demons was an incomparably powerful demon. He was tall and had fluffy hair. His body was surrounded by 9 demonic lights. An extremely fierce demonic aura spread out from this great demon's body. This kind of strength was enough to challenge a great sect of the human race in the heavenly realm. The leader of the great demon should be a demon emperor who could compete with Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. What's his background? Shaoqing asked Chu Luqing in a low voice. The mountain and river cauldron isolated the heaven and earth. No one could sense their existence, but Shaoqing was still very careful. I don't know, Chu Luqing said. This was the truth. How could he know such a great character? Even if Chu Luqing had a great clan behind him. Especially the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He didn't come out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains for thousands of years. Those who knew the demon emperor were probably some old antiques or living fossils. Look, they are going to take action. Hey Tian suddenly said. Sure enough, a group of demons walked out from behind the 5 great demons and flew towards the ancient palace in front of them. This group of demons had a cultivation base of Demon King level. There were a total of 20 Demon Kings in this group. The demon leader was a demon emperor of the celestial being realm. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark and watched this scene nervously. They saw the group of demons fly in front of the palace and stop. Then they descended from the sky. Each demon took out a demonic weapon that they had refined and used it to protect themselves. Then, under the leadership of the demon emperor, they carefully walked into the city. These devil clan were also probing. The group of devil cultivator that was sent out was actually a group of cannon fodder. They were sent out to probe the truth of the palace. They actually went in. Hey Tian murmured. Chu Liuqing's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked. Wasn't there evil spirits in the city formed by the resentment of the fallen sages? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that their judgment was wrong? Was the figure of the woman who walked out of the city really an afterimage from countless years ago? The demonic dweller successfully passed through the city gate and entered the palace. Look, if we had listened to me, we would be the ones inside now. Hey Tian said excitedly. That was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Every brick and tile was a great treasure, but now, the demons had beaten them to it. Gu Fei did not speak. His face was calm as he stared coldly at the palace in front of him. That was a holy city, the palace of the Extreme Path Saintess. The holy city of the Extreme Path Saintess would not be that simple. Sure enough, just when everyone thought that the demons had succeeded in getting to the palace first, a shrill scream suddenly pierced through the sky and came from the city. The demons in the sky immediately caused a commotion. Then, screams continued to be heard, as if something was slaughtering the demons that entered the city. The screams of horror and the blood-curdling screams quickly approached the city gate. Swoosh! A figure covered in blood rushed out of the city gate. Everyone was shocked. It was a badly mutilated person. Half of his body was broken and demon blood was flowing. His pale face was full of horror. This person was the Demon King who led the team. Swoosh! In the darkness inside the city gate, a blurry figure rushed out like a gust of wind and pounced on the Demon King. Chapter 10:13. The result in front of everyone terrified. A team of demons who entered the legendary lost palace of moon deities was slaughtered just like that. Even the leader of the demon emperor was possessed by a blurry shadow. His entire body's essence was devoured in an instant, and he became a dried corpse. The dried corpse lay on the ground with its eyes sunken in and its mouth wide open. It was horrified as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. A moment ago, it was a living demon emperor, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a horrifying and ugly dried corpse. It was shocking and terrifying. Gu Fei and the others who were hiding in the ruins also sucked in a breath of cold air. He Tian also shut his mouth and no longer said anything. The sage's resentment transformed into a terrifying evil spirit was really terrifying. It actually sucked a demon emperor dry in the blink of an eye. One must know that that was a great demon in the celestial being realm. Such a great demon had a place even in the 100,000 demon mountains and was the target of all parties. The group of demons in the sky could not help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Only the demon emperor and the 4 half-step emperors who had surpassed the celestial being realm remained unchanged. The true experts were these 5 great demons. In front of the lost palace of moon deities, even a demon emperor in the celestial being realm was not enough. The dried corpse that fell in front of the city gate exuded traces of black gas from its 7 orifices. Then, a slender figure appeared above the dried corpse. It was the figure of a woman that was almost invisible. It could be seen, but it had no physical body. It was like a mass of air and did not emit any fluctuations. Roar! The demon emperor roared at the sky. The whole world seemed to be overturned. Everyone was trembling with fear. The demon emperor's roar shook the world. The power of the demon emperor was really terrifying. Bang! The demon emperor directly blasted a punch forward. The entire void collapsed under his fist and then shattered, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the phantom in front of the city gate. The phantom disappeared under the demon emperor's fist. Boom! The earth trembled. The demon emperor's punch blasted a bottomless hole into the ground in front of the city gate. However, the destructive force spread out in all directions, and the palace was not affected at all. An unfathomable power dissolved the demon emperor's fist force in the void. The palace of moon deities is indeed extraordinary. The demon emperor's eyes shot out two blood-colored demonic lights as he swept his gaze forward. His entire body surged with demonic chi. Just like that, he stood high up in the sky without using any imperial weapons. The chaotic power of heaven and earth around him could not get close to him and was completely repelled. This was the demon emperor, the emperor of the demonic path. The demon emperor glanced at a half-emperor next to him. That half-emperor walked out, followed by more than a dozen demons. They wanted to test the waters again. The demons were very careful. In front of them was the palace of moon deities, the holy city of the supreme saintess. No one dared to take it lightly, unless the supreme saintess was here. This time, the leader was a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. He was different from the demon emperor who had been sucked dry by the evil spirit. A half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm was no match for a half-emperor who had surpassed the celestial being realm. In front of the city gate, the half-emperor opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cauldron. The demonic cauldron floated above the half-emperor's head. Rays of demonic light fell and protected him. The other demons looked solemn. They each took out their demonic treasures to protect themselves, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In front of the city gate, demonic chi suddenly soared into the sky. It was as if a group of terrifying demons from hell had gathered together. The demonic power was vast and mighty, and the fierce killing intent made the world pale. Humph! The result will be the same. Tion sneered. He was not optimistic about this group of demons. In the city, there was an evil spirit formed by the undying resentment of a fallen saint. It was the evilest existence in the world. Sure enough, after the half-emperor and his team entered the holy city, they were attacked again. Shrill screams once again pierced through the silent and dark world. Terrifying demonic power erupted in the city. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the city. The half-emperor roared again and again. He attacked with all his strength. He seemed to have encountered a powerful opponent. No one could see what was happening in the city. There was an unfathomable power that isolated everything. Finally, a demonic cauldron with black demonic light rushed out of the city. However, a slender hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the holy city and slammed down. Boom! There was a loud noise. The entire world shook violently. The sky was about to collapse. The demonic cauldron that emitted boundless demonic power was actually smashed by the hand. It was an incomparably shocking scene. A gigantic hand had smashed a sovereign weapon into pieces. The destructive power from the explosion of the sovereign weapon was enough to turn an entire region into nothingness. However, this power, which was so powerful that even great figures had to retreat, was also suppressed by the gigantic hand, and then completely destroyed. The moment the demonic cauldron was smashed by the large hand, a scream came from the city. Then, the city became completely silent. There was no more sound. Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the demons in the sky were silent. Even the demon emperor was silent. No one could accept this result. The death of a demon emperor and a half-emperor was a great loss to the demon emperor. Especially the death of a half-emperor. Zun. The other three half-emperors standing behind the demon emperor were speechless for a long time. The half-emperor just now was almost as strong as them. Even that unlucky guy had fallen, let alone them. The demon emperor's expression changed. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat into the void domain gate with the group of demons and return to the demonic territory behind the demon gate. However, everyone knew that although the demon emperor had returned in failure, he would still return. When he returned, no one knew what the demon emperor would do. After the demon emperor retreated, The demonic aura in the world was immediately obliterated by the chaotic heaven and earth energy. Then, it completely disappeared from the void. Gu Fei and the others waited for the demon emperor to retreat. When the void domain gate disappeared high up in the sky, they walked out from the darkness of the ruins. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, sealing the void and protecting them. Strange, this is too strange. He Tian stared at the pitch-black city gate in front of him and muttered to himself. This time, he didn't dare to mention entering the holy city anymore. According to the situation, this was simply a terrifying demon city. Anyone who entered would die. Even the powerful demon emperor retreated unwillingly. Chapter 10:14. The legendary holy city stood in front of them. It was the legendary holy city of the moon deities, but at this moment, it was simply a ferocious city that could devour all life. The holy city had turned into a vicious city. What kind of great change had happened in the past that caused the death of a supreme saint? Among the two teams of demons, there was a demon emperor in the celestial being realm and a great demon who had surpassed the celestial being realm and had become a half-emperor. Even the demon emperor had no choice but to retreat. Should they enter such a ferocious city or not? Gu Fei and the others hesitated. Even with the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei felt that he was not so confident. Even Gu Fei felt that such a ferocious city was dangerous. Boss, you decide. After a while, Erebus said this. He no longer insisted on entering the city. He had learned his lesson from the mistakes of his predecessors. 2 teams of demons had died in the city, including a half-emperor. He was a peerless figure who had surpassed the celestial being realm and could kill him thousands of times with a finger. Even someone like Erebus felt a chill in his heart. Shaoqing and Balon did not say anything. Chu Luqing was even more speechless. However, everyone looked at Gu Fei and waited for him to say something. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Let's go in and have a look. If there is something wrong, we will immediately retreat. I have the mountain river cauldron. I don't believe that we will be trapped in there. Gu Fei thought for a long time and finally decided to take the risk to go in and have a look. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to go in and have a look. This was the holy city of the Supreme Sage. It was hard to guarantee that there was no inheritance of the Supreme Sage in it. The Supreme Sage weapon was a Supreme Sage weapon that all cultivators would go crazy for. The Sage weapon of the Supreme Sage was likely to be in the holy city in front of them. According to He Tian, only in the place where the Supreme Sage died would the resentment of the Supreme Sage be preserved on the corpse of the Supreme Sage. The appearance of the extreme fiendish spirit meant that the body of the Supreme Saint was probably in the city. When He Tian heard Gu Fei say that he wanted to go in, he was shocked and afraid. There was definitely an unfathomable danger in the city. An extreme Dao evil spirit was hiding inside. Even the demon emperor didn't dare to enter. Shaoqing and Balon didn't say anything, but Chu Luqing was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Going in at this time, were these people crazy? This. Big brothers. Can you please reconsider? Chu Luqing said with a trembling voice. He was extremely unwilling to enter that ominous city. This. I don't think you have the right to speak. He Tian imitated Chu Luqing's tone and said. You. Chu Luqing was furious. In his heart, he cursed all 18 generations of He Tian's ancestors, but he didn't say anything. The situation was beyond his control. In the world of cultivation, it was impossible for the weak to talk to the strong, let alone be on equal footing with the strong. Chu Luqing's life was in their hands, so he really had no right to speak. Gu Fei ignored them and directly walked toward the strange and terrifying city in front of him. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron suspended above Gu Fei's head was gently vibrating. On the body of the cauldron, there was a chaotic primordial qi flowing, as if it was evolving. This was a supreme sacred instrument refined by a supreme sage. With this sacred instrument, everyone gradually calmed down. Self-preservation should not be a problem. Gu Fei was not someone who would go even if he knew it was a suicide mission. The reason why he wanted to explore the palace of the moon deities was that he wanted to know what had slaughtered 2 teams of demons, and even a half-emperor could not escape. Everyone followed behind Gu Fei and stepped into the city gate step by step. The moment they passed through the gate, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had entered a different world. There were rows of pavilions in front of them, decorated with waterfalls and springs, and all kinds of spiritual herbs grew beside the springs, exuding bursts of refreshing medicinal fragrance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, as if they had entered a fairyland. From the outside, the city did not look so large. The inside of the city was a different world. The space and the scale of the buildings in the city were more than 10 times larger than what they saw outside. However, there were no other living things in the vicinity except for the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. Towering trees withered, and only a trunk was left. The lakes had dried up, and only some springs were still gushing water, converging into waterfalls, falling from the mountains and making the sound of water. On the road in front, there was dark demon blood, but there were no demon corpses. How could this be? Where are the corpses of the demons? Tion's expression changed. Could it be that other than the evil spirit, there was an unimaginably terrifying existence here? Tion immediately took out his almighty sacred weapon, and a ball of starlight rose from the top of his head. Xiaoqing and Balan immediately took out their almighty sacred weapons. A 9-story golden pagoda was held in Xiaoqing's hand, and in each story of the pagoda, there was a ball of divine light faintly visible. Balan's almighty sacred weapon was a sun divine pearl. He fused with the sun divine pearl, and a layer of sun divine fire appeared on his body, like a god walking out of the sun. Chu Luqing also took out his mutton fat jade bottle. Everyone looked around nervously, keeping their guard up. 2 groups of demons had died here, so how could the corpses disappear? This was simply too strange. The corpses of the demons would never disappear into thin air. Gu Fei walked forward step by step, and a purple divine light faintly appeared between his eyebrows, as if a divine eye that was closed could open at any time. A powerful spirit sense emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and then spread in all directions. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that his spirit sense could only sense the void within a few dozen feet of him. His spirit sense was suppressed. The place of a supreme saint was indeed extraordinary. Needless to say, a supreme saint had definitely set up an immortal Tao pattern here. Otherwise, this palace would have long disappeared over the years and turned into a pile of dust. Everything in the city had been carefully arranged, so it was different from other divine cities. This was a city where mountains, rivers, and buildings were perfectly integrated. Gu Fei had never seen such a city before. There were courtyards on both sides of the road, and all the flowers and trees had withered. Only around some sacred springs that had not dried up, green plants could be seen. On the road, pitch-black demon blood could be seen everywhere, and there were even some minced meat. However, there were no corpses. Could it be that the corpses of the demons that had fallen in the city had disappeared into thin air? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Chapter 10:15. In the holy city, there was a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard. However, everyone suddenly heard the sound of bones cracking and chewing that made their scalps go numb. It was as if something was tearing at something. Gu Fei stopped and his expression became extremely solemn. His senses were much stronger than the average cultivator's. There seemed to be an unknown creature eating in a house on the left. The corpses of those demon dwellers, could they have been eaten by something? Tion's expression turned ugly. That's right. 2 groups of demons had entered the legendary holy city, but none of them survived. However, when Gu Fei and the rest entered the holy city, they did not see any corpses. The ground was covered in black demon blood, but there were no corpses. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out, causing the entire void to tremble along with his fist. A circular ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's fist. However, a shocking scene took place. Gu Fei's punch shook the surrounding space. The force of the punch was like an unstoppable tidal wave, but when the force collided with the roof of the house, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. How could this be? Seeing this scene, not to mention Gu Fei, even Tion, Xiaoqing, and Balan were shocked. Chu Luqing was petrified. Bam! At this moment, the window of the house was suddenly smashed open from the inside. An item flew out from the house and landed in front of everyone with a pada sound. This is... Everyone took a closer look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the thing that had fallen in front of them was actually half a bloody corpse. The blood is black. Everyone was shocked. This was the corpse of the demons. It seemed to have been chewed by some ferocious beast. The black demon blood was still flowing and a foul smell of blood immediately spread. Roar. There was an unknown creature roaring in the house. The window was wide open, and it was pitch black inside. It was impossible to see what was going on inside, but everyone could feel a terrifying aura coming out of the window. Everyone stared at the open window and stayed alert. However, the unknown creature inside did not rush out, which surprised everyone. But soon, they understood what was going on. An ancient cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. It emitted a trace of the aura of an extreme saint. It could intimidate all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths and stabilize a part of the universe. Bam! Gu Fei directly drove the mountain river cauldron forward. The terrifying power of primordial chaos came from the mountain river cauldron and shattered the void. This time the house shook. Ancient runes appeared around the house, and the power of the great path flowed above the runes. This was an immortal Tao pattern laid down by an extreme Tao saint. It derived the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing this holy city to achieve eternity. Even if countless years passed, it would still exist in this world. Boom! The power descending from the mountain river cauldron clashed with the power of the Tao pattern, causing the entire holy city to shake violently. This was a clash between the might of extreme Taos. Even though the might of extreme Taos was not displayed, it was still extremely frightening. Under the attack of the mountain and river cauldron, the house was not destroyed. The divine patterns of the great path were faintly discernible, intertwining, and there was a mighty aura of the great path. Even the mountain river cauldron couldn't break through the immortal Tao pattern. Roar! The unknown creature in the room was roaring. As soon as it roared, a series of bone-chilling roars came from all over the holy city. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that there would be so many unknown creatures in the holy city. From the roars, there were hundreds of unknown creatures in the city. No wonder the 2 groups of demon dwellers had fallen in the city, but there were no corpses to be seen, not even a piece of flesh. The corpses of the 2 groups of demon dwellers had probably already been eaten by these unknown creatures. The unknown creature inside the house roared uneasily. The mountain river cauldron's aura made this creature very uneasy. It didn't dare to rush out of the house. The mountain river cauldron could intimidate these unknown creatures. The mighty aura of the extreme Taos divine artifact frightened these unknown creatures. Their roars continued to sound in all directions, and everyone's expression changed. Figures surrounded by a deathly aura began to appear in the surroundings. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Hei Tian directly activated his yin-yang divine eyes and scanned his surroundings. In his left eye, there seemed to be a black sun falling, while in his right eye, there seemed to be a divine moon rising and falling. What do you see? What kind of evil creatures are these? Shaoqing asked. After Hei Tian scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang divine eyes, his expression became extremely solemn. After withdrawing his yin-yang divine eyes, he pondered for a while. I didn't expect these to be corpse devils that have been dead for countless years. Hei Tian sighed. These were a group of ancient people who couldn't rest in peace even after they died. Corpse devils? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. These evil creatures weren't corpses that had been dead for countless years and had developed spiritual intelligence to become undead creatures, but some walking corpses without spiritual intelligence. Figures wandered in the darkness, emitting a terrifying deathly aura. The surrounding air immediately became cold, and the deathly aura was vast. Those terrible evil creatures surrounded Gu Fei and the others. How is this possible? Chu Luqing shouted. This is the palace of the moon deities. How can there be such evil creatures? Absolutely impossible. Humph. It's hard to say whether this is the palace of the moon deities. Hei Tian was very unhappy. Although this was a holy city, and the palaces and houses had immortal Tao patterns laid by the sages, there was no sign that this was the palace of the extreme Taos female saint on the moon deities. Everyone had a preconceived notion that this holy city was the palace of the moon deities. After the sages fell, the evil spirit that transformed into the undying resentment was the figure of a woman, isn't it? Chu Luqing said tit for tat. Hei Tian sneered, and then said, in ancient times, the moon deities were not the only extreme Taos female saint between heaven and earth. In the deathly aura, those evil creatures were growling in a low voice. They wanted to rush forward, but they were afraid of the ancient cauldron that was floating above everyone's head. Just as Hei Tian and Chu Luqing were arguing, a faint, illusory, smoke-like figure that could dissipate at any time silently appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone's expression changed when they saw the figure, and they gasped. This figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and no one could sense its presence. It was the figure of a woman, but no one could see the figure's true appearance. It was vague, fleeting, and unpredictable. This figure was the most evil existence in the world. According to legend, after the extreme Taoist female saint had fallen, her undying resentment turned into a terrifying evil spirit. Chapter 10:16. No one could see the figure in front of them clearly, but when this figure appeared, everyone could not help but step back. It was too strange. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura, as if it was condensed from air. This slender figure was definitely a woman. In ancient times, there were not many women who could prove the Great Way, but the moon deities were not the only ones. There was also a female saint who was known as the West Emperor, and she was born in the same era as the moon deities. West Emperor, the Saint Emperor of the Western Heaven, was a woman who achieved the Great Way through war. She was a war ancestor, and she built a war palace. Even the Buddha Lord of the Western Heaven had to be polite to her. However, no one knew whether this holy city was the war palace of the ancient West Emperor or the moon palace of the moon deities. No one knew which female saint this evil spirit came from. The faint and unreal figure stood there quietly, as if it could disappear with the wind at any time. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the aura of the saint weapon was mighty. Primordial chaos chi fell like a dragon, protecting everyone inside. There was a sudden commotion in the surrounding area, and all the zombies were retreating. The aura of the mountain and river cauldrons scared them away. The evilest evil spirit in the world did not rush forward, as if it was also afraid of the aura of the mountain and river cauldron, but it did not retreat either. "What should we do?" Xiaoqing said to Gu Fei. He stared at the figure in front of him, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had seen a celestial being realm demon emperor with his own eyes. In the blink of an eye, the demon emperor's essence was sucked dry, and his soul scattered. "Retreat slowly," said Gu Fei. At this time, he was also not sure. This evil spirit was not scared away by the mountain and river cauldron, which really surprised Gu Fei. They could only retreat. This was a legendary evil spirit, and no one had ever seen it before. No one knew how to destroy such an existence. Perhaps it was impossible to destroy such an existence. The cultivation and strength of the demon emperor were obvious, and even he could not deal with such an existence. Although Gu Fei had the saint weapon, he was not sure. No one said anything. He Tian was also very nervous. If this thing pounced on them, it would be over, completely over. Even the Emperor Xian and the God Emperor would die. Gu Fei and the others were only at the mysterious transformation realm. If they did not have the mountain and river cauldron, they would not even be able to enter the depths of the buried moonland, let alone enter the holy city. As Gu Fei and the others slowly retreated, the slender figure of the woman in front also floated forward, maintaining a certain distance from Gu Fei and the others. "Boss, why don't we use the mountain and river cauldron to subdue this evil creature?" Erebus suddenly said. His words gave everyone a fright. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Even Gu Fei was moved. Bosses, let's not complicate matters," Chu Luqing said hurriedly. He only hoped to leave this place safely. In the center of the holy city, there was a divine mountain floating in the air. Above the divine mountain, there was auspicious energy and auspicious clouds. This was definitely a treasured land of immortals. However, there was a group of corpses and a fiend entrenched here, causing one to have no choice but to stop. It was impossible to see the sacred mountain floating in the sky outside the holy city. There was a world outside the city, and a world inside the city. This was the work of an extreme Tao saint. The inner world was just a small Tao for extreme Tao sages. Extreme Tao sages were at the pinnacle of Tao and could create their own heaven and earth. For example, the heavenly Buddha path of Buddhism was a world created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. If there was a corpse of a supreme Tao saint in the holy city, then it must be on the sacred mountain floating in the sky. This was because Gu Fei sensed a strange aura coming from the sacred mountain in front of him. This aura alone was enough to make his heart tremble. Even if a supreme Tao saint had fallen, not anyone could get close to the corpse of a supreme Tao saint. "Don't come up with any ideas." Xiaoqing was also very displeased. This He Tian really wanted the world to be in chaos. At this time, it was better to avoid trouble. "I'm not coming up with any ideas. As long as we destroy this fiend, this holy city will be ours," He Tian said very seriously. Hearing He Tian's words, Xiaoqing couldn't help but be tempted. After all, this was a holy city built by a supreme Tao saint. If they could obtain it, it would be a great benefit. Gu Fei was also tempted. The mountain and river cauldron could move mountains and rivers, and it was very likely that it could kill this fiend in the cauldron. Buzz! As soon as Gu Fei thought about it, the mountain and river cauldron that was floating above everyone's head and releasing streams of primordial chaos chi suddenly began to vibrate. As if it was emitting a heavenly sound, the entire mountain and river cauldron rapidly expanded and turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron was facing down, aiming at the fiend in front of them. Boom! The primordial chaos chi in the cauldron was vast and mighty, then formed a vortex that produced a heaven-devouring force. The world shook and the void in front of the mouth of the cauldron immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. However, the fiend seemed to have sensed danger and disappeared from everyone's sight without any warning. It came and went without a trace. No matter how strong everyone's divine will was, they couldn't catch a trace of it. It was as if the figure had never appeared in the first place. Unless we destroy the body of a saint, this fiend will never disappear, Chu Luqing said with a pale face. If not for the mountain and river cauldron, their fates would not be any better than the two teams of demons that had entered the holy city. They would have become food for the fiends long ago. That's right, why didn't I think of that? He Tian slapped his head and said in realization. When Gu Fei heard this, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He had the urge to beat this guy up. This guy was really unreliable. Rumble. It was as if 100,000 ancient mountains were moving. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron turned around and floated above everyone's head. Streams of primordial chaos chi that looked like dragons fell down. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of scalp-numbing roars rang out from all directions. Figures shrouded in death chi rushed back from afar. Those were the terrifying fiends that had been scared off by the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. Hey Tian you! Gu Fei's expression changed when he saw this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that he had angered the evil fiend by attacking it. Swoosh! A figure pounced out from a house on the side of the street. A strong wind with a rotten smell immediately blew towards everyone. It was nauseating. Bam! A stream of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron and directly smashed the fiend into pieces. The rotten smell became even stronger. However, at this moment, the fiend seemed to no longer be afraid of the aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. They rushed out from the shadows and pounced towards Gu Fei and the others. Chapter 10:17. Roar! Ha! Silhouettes shrouded in death energy rushed out from the surrounding houses and streets. This was a group of terrifying death gods. There were Taoists wearing ancient Taoist robes, as well as aliens with 9 snake heads but human bodies. There were also divine beasts that looked like phoenixes and true dragons. These were existences that had fallen countless years ago. They were controlled by the evil spirits in the holy city and had no intelligence. They were all dead creatures and not undead creatures. What's going on? Why aren't these things afraid of the mountain and river cauldron? He Tian's expression changed dramatically. A ball of starlight rushed out from his head and smashed into a dragon-headed evil spirit. Bang! The evil spirit seemed to have been hit by a huge star and was sent flying. However, the most shocking thing was that this evil spirit with a human body and a dragon head was not smashed into pieces. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. That huge star was a saint weapon of a great expert. It was a saint weapon forged from a star in the sky by an ancient great expert to display his great divine ability. The body of this evil spirit was too strong. It was able to withstand an attack from a great expert's holy weapon without any damage. It was really shocking. These things... He Tian could not maintain his composure. Even a great expert's holy weapon could not smash this evil spirit. This evil spirit must have been an existence that surpassed the great experts when it was alive. What kind of earth-shattering change happened in the ancient times? How could such an existence fall in this holy city? Even after death, it could not rest in peace. It was controlled by evil spirits. Boom! With a loud quake, a mass of golden light illuminated the entire holy city. Above Xiaoqing's head, a 9-story golden divine pagoda emitted endless divine light, and it blasted away the zombies that were rushing over. After 2 evil spirits were knocked into the air, their bodies that were surrounded by death chi immediately exploded. A grayish-black light that was difficult to see with the naked eye flashed and disappeared. When Gu Fei and the others saw this, they felt slightly relieved. It turned out that not every corpse devil's body was as strong as the one with a dragon's head and a human body. Balon also made his move. A ball of divine fire shot out from his mouth. The divine fire immediately engulfed more than a dozen zombies in front of him. This was the true fire of the sun. It was the strongest of Yang and was the nemesis of all evil. The dozen or so zombies were burned to ashes by the true fire of the sun buzz. The mountain river cauldron vibrated, and a transparent spatial ripple spread out from the mountain river cauldron. The dozens of zombies that were charging over were instantly blown back, and almost all the zombies were instantly shattered. The entire world trembled. Divine patterns appeared from all over the sacred city, circulating with the power of the Great Path, dispelling the terrifying power released by the mountain and river cauldron. Although Gu Fei had a divine weapon of the Great Path, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to awaken the divine might of the divine weapon of the Great Path. Even so, he could still protect himself. Dozens of zombies were blown away by the mountain and river cauldron. Only 7 or 8 powerful zombies were not shattered. The strength of these zombies' bodies was incredible. Gu Fei discovered that after the zombies were shattered, a grayish-black evil light rushed out and disappeared into the void. Gu Fei knew that it must be the evil thought of the evil spirit in the city that had taken over the control of the zombie. No wonder these zombies were no longer afraid of the aura of the divine weapon of the Great Path from the mountain and river cauldron. It turned out that these zombies had been taken over by the evil spirit in the city. Roar! Reincarnation of Yin and Yang. Hei Tian roared angrily. His hands moved in front of him, and the power of Yin and Yang intertwined. Rays of Yin and Yang divine light attracted a mysterious power. Bang! The void in front of Hei Tian suddenly collapsed, and a big hole appeared in the void. The big black hole produced a heaven-devouring power, and swallowed the dozens of zombies that rushed over. All of you die again! Hei Tian roared and sent out rays of Yin and Yang divine law. The big hole in the void immediately closed up. Boom! With a loud bang, the space in front of Hei Tian suddenly collapsed and exploded. A destructive force wreaked havoc in all directions, and the dozen or so zombies that had been devoured by the black hole were immediately torn to pieces by this force. Everyone saw that Hei Tian was unprecedentedly fierce and could not help but look at him. This guy was very scary when he was angry. Roar! 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 A series of bone-chilling roars rang out in the surroundings. More and more zombies surrounded them. The aura of death was vast and mighty. In the dusky sky and earth, terrifying figures appeared and disappeared. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to open the way, and led everyone to rush in the direction of the city gate. Powerful zombies kept rushing forward, but they were all blown away by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Some zombies were even directly shattered into pieces. It had to be said that the bodies of these zombies were very strong. These people were definitely experts who could dominate a region when they were alive, but they all died in this holy city. At this time, everyone no longer cared whether the master of this holy city was the legendary moon deities who lived in the moon palace. These zombies, who had died for countless years, did not have any magic power. They just fiercely rushed toward Gu Fei and the others, ignoring everything. Roar! The dragon-headed corpse fiend caught up and punched out. The ferocious power caused the void to collapse, and even the planet floating above my Tian's head to tremble. Swoosh! Boundless starlight burst out from the star above Mahakala's head, transforming into countless starlight swords that slashed towards the dragon-headed zombie with a human body and a human head. The sound of metal clashing was endless. The starlight condensed into starlight swords, and when they hit the body of the zombie with a dragon's head, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The corpse fiend roared again and again, punching wildly with its fists. It actually shattered the stellar swords that slashed at it. This corpse fiend's physical body was extremely tough. To use his body to fight against the holy weapon of a great master, and his body was not damaged, this kind of physique was really frightening. Even Gu Fei was shocked. This zombie was not ordinary. Let me! When Baron saw that Erebus couldn't do anything to this zombie, he stepped forward and spat out a stream of sun god fire. A huge fire swept out in all directions, causing the void to distort from the heat. Hei Tian, Balon, and Shaoqing all brought up the rear, while Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to open the way. Balon spat out a mouthful of divine fire, and the zombie with a dragon's head did not dodge. It let the divine fire burn over, and it still rushed forward with unparalleled power. The divine fire immediately swallowed the corpse fiend. Roar! The zombie with a dragon's head roared. Bang! A ball of divine fire rushed out of the sea of fire. Under the cover of the divine fire, a figure covered in a vast death chi rushed toward Balon. That corpse fiend actually broke through the layers of true sunfire and rushed out. Everyone was shocked. Even the true sunfire was unable to burn this corpse fiend to ashes. The zombie's body was too strong. The death chi on its body was burned into smoke by the solar divine fire, and the solar divine fire directly burned its body. Under the calcination of the solar divine fire, the zombie's body did not show any signs of damage, which made everyone dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is this thing? Chu Luqing was frightened. Such a terrifying zombie. No wonder the 2 teams of demons that entered the sacred city were slaughtered, not even leaving their corpses. This zombie was more terrifying than any holy weapon of a great master. Its whole body was a terrible killing weapon, and its body was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Even a martial body of great success would not be so strong. Damn, this guy was definitely a half-sage when he was alive. Hei Tian's expression was extremely solemn. The huge star hovering above his head smashed towards the dragon-headed zombie corpse that was charging towards him. Rumble! As if a huge star was descending, endless star power surged out, suppressing in all directions, causing the sky and earth to collapse. Saint inscriptions appeared on the ground. The extreme saint inscriptions set up by the Supreme Saint were activated. The saint inscriptions intertwined, and Dao rhymes circulated, dissolving all the power coming from the huge star. The sacred city was protected by the extreme saint inscriptions set up by the Supreme Saint, so it was difficult to destroy it. Bang! The dragon-headed zombie was sent flying by the power of the stars. The zombie had no divine ability, and although it was controlled by evil thoughts, it could only fight with the power of its body. This was the body of a half-sage, and it was unbelievably strong. If it could still use the divine ability before it was born, then Gu Fei and the others would end up like the 2 teams of demons. Against a half-sage, even if Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon, it would not be enough. Roar! Roar! Just when everyone was heaving a sigh of relief, 2 terrifying roars came from behind them. 2 terrifying waves of death chi covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone's expression changed. 2 more terrifying zombies had arrived. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, and streams of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron like a huge dragon, sweeping away everything in its way. Gu Fei and the others quickly approached the city gate. The city gate was right in front of them, and everyone was extremely nervous. Bang! At this moment, a slender hand appeared in the sky above the sacred city, covering the sky, and directly grabbed at Gu Fei and the others. This! Everyone turned pale with fright. They had seen this hand shatter a demonic cauldron and destroy a demonic artifact refined by a mighty demon of the demon clan. At that moment, the terrifying hand appeared again. A destructive power that caused all living beings in the world to tremble surged out from the hand, locking down the entire space. It actually had the terrifying power to suppress the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Chapter 10:18. A terrifying giant hand, like the hand of God, descended from the sky and directly grabbed Gu Fei and the others, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel a dangerous aura. A destructive force descended from the slender giant hand, causing the mountain and river cauldron to tremble. The primordial chaos aura that fell from the mountain and river cauldron showed signs of dissipating. A vast and boundless pressure shook everyone's mind. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He didn't have an almighty divine weapon to protect him, so his emperor divine weapon was not enough. Even Hei Tian, Shaoqing and the others who had almighty divine weapons were pale and on the verge of collapsing. This was the pressure of a saint. Although the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron had offset more than half of the pressure, it still made Gu Fei and the others feel a great impact. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The mountain and river cauldron floating above his head was gradually being pressed down by the giant hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. All the bones in his body were exploding. Endless divine power surged in his body. He used all his strength to activate the mountain and river cauldron, but it was still not enough. This giant hand was a killing move of a supreme saint. It drew on the power of the Great Path and could kill any existence below the Supreme Saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. If not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would have already been destroyed by this giant hand. Damn it! Gu Fei desperately tried to hold on, but his strength was not enough. Cracks appeared on his powerful king martial body and blood that contained powerful essence qi seeped out. Boss! Big brother! He Tian and Shaoqing couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei in such a state. They knew that if Gu Fei couldn't hold on, they would die here today. Rumble. The giant hand was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains falling from the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the void below the giant hand to collapse. Spatial cracks extended for tens of thousands of feet. It's over, it's over. Chu Luqing murmured to himself in shock. Even Baron, who had always been cold, felt hopeless. The giant hand that came down from the sky was like the hand of a saint. It was no wonder that it could easily shatter the demonic cauldron that had been refined by a powerful demon. The giant hand displayed extreme divine might, breaking through the layers of primordial chaos qi and directly grabbing towards the cauldron of mountain and river. Let's fight! Gu Fei couldn't just sit and wait for death. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated the 3 great inner world powers to his body. A vertical purple mark appeared between his eyebrows, and the inner world powers surged out from the vertical mark and poured into the mountain and river cauldron. At the same time, the voids of the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body also lit up. In each of the voids, there was a god sitting cross-legged. Boom! The 365 gods sitting cross-legged in the void of the acupoints shone brightly, and each acupoint had a vast and boundless essence qi fluctuation. From the void of the 365 acupoints, 365 monstrous waves of yuan qi rushed out. These yuan qi were carefully guided by Gu Fei, and all of them were poured into the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the countless ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron began to emit strands of soul power. That was the awakening of the ancient beast souls. The entire void shook, and a terrifying pressure spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos qi was like a huge dragon, rising from the sky to meet the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Bang! The primordial chaos qi collided with the giant hand. In that instant, although there was only a dull sound, the entire void of the world trembled violently. The entire holy city was covered with Tao patterns. These were the immortal Tao patterns laid down by the Supreme Sage, which could make the holy city immortal and allow it to exist in the world forever. All the nearby zombies were shaken away, and some even turned into dust. Even the 3 horrifying zombies retreated. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, almost falling from the sky, and the giant hand was also blocked. The giant hand obliterated the primordial chaos qi, and continued to grab down. Gu Fei was secretly shocked that the power of the world from one inner world and his own physical body was still not a match for it. If one inner world was not enough, then he would use 2. Gu Fei did as he thought of it. Boom! Gu Fei's dantian lit up, and there was endless divine power. A vast aura came from his dantian, and endless essence qi surged out from Gu Fei's dantian and poured into the mountain and river cauldron. This time, there were 10 primordial chaos qi dragons that soared into the sky. The mountain and river cauldron finally showed a trace of the Supreme Sage's power, which was a kind of vast and boundless pressure. The power of the Supreme Sage, all things in the world had to bow down. 10 primordial chaos qi soared into the sky, directly colliding with the giant hand that was coming down from the sky. Loud noises sounded, and the giant hand that had evolved the power of the Great Path was blocked. Still not enough. The terrifying pressure came down, and Gu Fei only felt that his body was about to collapse, and cracks appeared on his king martial body. Under the pressure of the Supreme Sage's power, Gu Fei's physical body was like an ant. He had no choice but to use the power of the Hell Dao. The power of the world in Gu Fei's 3 inner worlds gathered into an extremely terrifying power, causing the mountain and river cauldron to shake. The Supreme Sage's power was recovering, and the mountain and river cauldron began to emit a divine power that made the sky pale and the world tremble. Countless beast souls on the body of the cauldron began to wake up. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared on the body of the cauldron. Finally, the beast souls of the 4 sacred beasts rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, and 4 forces intertwined, then soared into the sky, rushing towards the giant hand. Although the 4 sacred beasts were only beast souls left, they were still extremely terrifying. The whole world trembled under the soul power of the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts were born from the world, and they were supreme existences comparable to sages. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the giant hand was blown away. This was the battle between the awakened supreme sage weapon and the giant hand. The whole holy city shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The holy mountain in the sky above the holy city almost fell from the sky. "Let's go!" Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, then put everyone into the mountain and river cauldron, and rushed towards the city gate. He had already used all the means he could. Countless supreme sage marks appeared in the holy city, drawing the power of the great path to dissolve the collision between the mountain and river cauldron and the giant hand, and the terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world was released. Whoosh! An ancient cauldron rushed out of the city gate, and a supreme pressure immediately spread in the sky, displaying a great power that could shock the heavens. Below the ancient cauldron, there was a figure. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, and his physical body almost collapsed. Even his bones were cracked. If it was any other divine king or immortal king in the third heaven of the mysterious change realm, they would probably have died even with the protection of the supreme sage weapon. Chapter 10:19. Boom! The entire world was instantly shattered. An ancient cauldron shattered a part of the universe, destroying the sky and earth. The ripples could be felt from thousands of miles away. The moment Gu Fei rushed out of the sacred city, countless antiques in the heaven realms were awakened from their endless slumber. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The burial moonland, known as the most ominous place in the world, collapsed. Everything within thousands of miles ceased to exist and turned into the most primordial chaos. This was the power of the extreme path. Even though it was only a wisp of it, it was enough to shatter the heavens and shake the three realms. It was terrifying to the extreme. The dragon-headed zombie that had chased Yi Futian out of the sacred city was also crushed by the wisp of the extreme path's power. Even the body of a half-step saint would be destroyed. Only the sacred city remained in the chaos. Endless divine runes of the great path rushed out of the sacred city. The runes intertwined and the power of the great path surged. As expected of the sacred city of the extreme path saints, the entire sacred city was covered in immortal divine runes. Even the extreme path's power of the mountain and river cauldron could not destroy it. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the holy city, a void domain gate appeared high up in the sky, and a few terrifying demonic figures walked out of the void domain gate. The extreme path's power spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. The void gate immediately collapsed. The demonic figures were also destroyed by the extreme path's power. Roar! The moment the void gate collapsed, an angry roar came from behind the void gate. It seemed to be the roar of a great demon. However, this roar was also suppressed by the extreme path's power. A wisp of extreme path's power suppressed the heavens. No matter how strong one was, as long as one was not a saint, they would be turned into ashes. There was no suspense. Ugh! After Gu Fei rushed out of the sacred city, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wisp of extreme path's power from the mountain and river cauldron was quickly fading. The extreme divine might was only a flash in the pan, and could only be maintained for an instant. However, this was already enough. Gu Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He knew that this strand of godly aura must have alerted many big shots, and they would soon arrive. He used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself and charged out of the chaos, disappearing from the world. Gu Fei, that guy! On a towering mountain far away from the burial moon grounds, a figure sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain opened his eyes. This person was Old Tortoise. On this day, the heaven realm was shaken, and all the major powers were alarmed. With the appearance of the extreme saint's might, it was unknown how many great figures were anxious and fearful. The extreme saint had already disappeared for countless years. Moreover, after the primordial age, no one in the heaven realm could become a saint. Now that the extreme path saint might had appeared, all the major powers felt uneasy. Some people immediately rushed in the direction of the extreme path saint might. Soon, an extremely powerful figure appeared outside the buried moon grounds. At this time, the burial moonland had already been flattened by the mountain river cauldron. There was no longer a burial moonland in the world. The few great figures who had arrived at the first moment were all shocked. They could feel the aura that had yet to dissipate. Could it be that that person is still alive? Someone said something like that. How is that possible? Who could have escaped from that great calamity? Another super ancient said. He didn't think that a saint could still appear in the world. These powerful figures rushed into the burial moon grounds, which had already turned into a chaotic mess. Soon, they rushed out again. These people looked as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. They were all extremely shocked and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. How is this possible? How could something that has disappeared for countless years appear now? What am I looking at? A holy city. When these people came to their senses, they hurriedly used their secret arts to send out a message to their respective powers. Rumble. Soon the world shook. A void domain gate broke through the void and appeared high up in the sky. It was an ancient stone gate that shone with endless divine light. The East Emperor is here. He's really fast. Some of the old antiques recognized the void domain gate. It was Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth, Yuan Gu, the invincible Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth. The buried moon grounds were actually also in the Eastern Earth. This was the territory of Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth. Emperor Xian of the Eastern Earth was the first to arrive compared to the people from the other regions of the heavenly realm. Bam! The stone gate opened and a figure walked out from behind it. A powerful aura immediately swept through the world. This was a supreme emperor's aura that caused the world to lose its color. This guy. Could it be that he's actually taken that step? Oh no! When the old antiques of the heavenly realm saw the figure walk out from behind the stone gate, they all paled. They didn't care about Emperor Xian, but if it was Emperor Xian of the primordial era who had taken that step, then things would be different. Emperor Xian of the primordial era was a tall middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. He wore an imperial crown on his head and wore an imperial robe. He was like a celestial emperor descending to intimidate the common people. Behind Emperor Xian of the primordial era was a group of divine generals. Each of them was clad in violet gold divine armor and emitted a shocking murderous aura. This was a group of fearsome war gods who had fought for Emperor Xian in all directions. Their violet gold divine armor was covered in marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and axes. Oh! Emperor Xian of the primordial era noticed the old antiques of the heavenly realm outside of the buried moon grounds. When they saw Emperor Xian of the primordial era looking at them, they couldn't help but be shaken. All of you scram! Emperor Xian of the primordial era was extremely domineering. He simply didn't care about the old antiques of the heavenly realm. Humph! An old man with white hair and a beard snorted. He didn't say anything, nor did he retreat. Primordial. What is the meaning of this? Another black-robed, black-bearded Taoist didn't have such a good temper. He glared at Emperor Xian of the primordial era with an ominous glint in his eyes. If you don't want to scram, then don't bother. Emperor Xian of the primordial era pointed a finger at the black-bearded Taoist. A speck of divine light flew out of his fingertip and instantly crossed several miles to strike the black-bearded Taoist. The speck of divine light was so fast that the black-bearded Taoist didn't even have time to react before he was hit. Ah! The black-bearded Taoist howled in pain as a speck of divine light burst out of his chest. It was as if a sun had appeared inside his body and illuminated the world. The Taoist's flesh, blood, and even his origin spirit were instantly vaporized. He was completely destroyed in body and soul. This. Chapter 10:20. The old antiques of the heavenly realm had lived for countless years. Some of them were even characters from ancient times. Their cultivation and strength were not to be taken lightly. There were Emperor Xian, the God Emperor, and the Demon Emperor of the heavenly realm. In the human realm, existences of this level were called almighties because they possessed great magical abilities and power. These old antiques of the heavenly realm had been alarmed by the mountain and river cauldron's extreme sacred might. They were definitely kings among emperors. However, one of them had been easily killed by a single finger of the ancient Emperor Xian. The might of the ancient Emperor Xian was truly chilling. Do you want to start a fight with us, Yuan Gu? The white-haired old man shouted in a stern voice. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was too overbearing. Humph! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian sneered but didn't say anything. However, a purple-robed young man with a 5-colored feather fan walked out from behind him. His hair was tied up with a purple ribbon, and his face was like jade. He was tall and slender, but he was a handsome man. After walking out from behind Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, he smiled at the old antiques of the heavenly realm and said, "Seniors, you should leave. You ignorant brat, you have no right to speak here." A sturdy dark-skinned man shouted angrily. "Yuan Gu, how dare you look down on us? A white-robed middle-aged man standing on an immortal sword said coldly. He was an old antique who cultivated ancient sword techniques. His body was shrouded in sword energy, and from time to time, cracks in the void appeared around him. So what if I look down on you? If you don't get lost, I'll kill you as well. At this time, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian finally opened his mouth. Two cold lightning-like eyes swept across the crowd, making it difficult for them to look at him directly. Seniors, please leave. Also, tell those people that this is the territory of the Eastern Lands Yuan-gu Emperors. Tell them not to come here again. The purple-robed young man said in an amiable tone. You're going too far. The dark-skinned man, who looked like an evil god from ancient times, roared and rushed over with his black iron rod, smashing it down on Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's head. Bam! The black rod exuded a monstrous murderous aura. The extremely ferocious power directly smashed a part of the sky and the void. Its combat power was unparalleled. In the face of the dark-skinned man's attack, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's expression remained the same. He casually pointed a finger with his right hand, and a divine light emerged from his fingertip. Puh! Yuan-gu Emperor Xian pointed his finger at the black iron rod that was smashing towards him. A soft sound was heard as the violent power that was emanating from the black iron rod was immediately blocked. After that, numerous cracks appeared on the black iron rod. Boom! The black iron rod shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot back at the dark-skinned man twice. Every fragment pierced through the void, tearing apart heaven and earth, containing unparalleled power. Wow! The dark-skinned man suffered a great impact. The broken pieces of the black iron rod almost all hit his body, almost piercing through his flesh, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. Immortal Emperor Yuan-gu didn't follow up after that attack. However, at this time, everyone knew very well that if Yuan-gu Emperor Xian wanted to kill the dark-skinned man, it would be absolutely effortless. The dark-skinned man's bones were all broken, and he was directly sent flying hundreds of miles away. He smashed into a mountain ridge and never came out again. Everyone knew that the dark-skinned man's life was not in danger. It was just that his flesh was almost shattered. As long as his spirit was not injured, a person of this level would not truly die. Those who knew the background of the dark-skinned man were all extremely shocked. The black rod of the dark-skinned man was an imitation of the weapon of an ancient extreme path saint. It was an almighty saint weapon, but it had been shattered by Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's finger. Such combat power and such means had completely shocked everyone. Good, good, good. The white-haired old man said the word, good, 3 times in a row. After that, he did not say anything else. He turned around and left decisively. Sure enough, you have taken that step. The middle-aged swordsman standing on the divine sword stared at Yuan-gu Emperor Xian for a while before saying this. Then, he merged with his sword and turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. Since the 2 strongest people had left, the others did not dare to linger. Yuan-Shu Emperor Xian had forcefully forced away 7 or 8 celestial realm elders and even killed one of them. This was definitely a major event that shook the celestial realm. A character of this level had not appeared for thousands of years. Countless outstanding people had been stuck at the celestial being realm, unable to advance even an inch. The fall of an emperor realm powerhouse was enough to cause chaos. The forces behind that celestial realm elder would absolutely not let this matter rest. Father, did we go too far? The purple-clothed youth asked Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. He was somewhat worried. It should be known that the situation in the celestial realm was very complicated. Even an extreme saint might have appeared. In the celestial realm, no one dared to say that they were absolutely invincible. The waters of the celestial realm were too deep. Even someone as powerful as Yuan-gu Emperor Xian could only be content with the Eastern Territory. It was difficult for him to extend his influence into the Central Territory, which was incomparably prosperous. Humph. If we don't do this, how can we intimidate these old fellows? Yuan-gu Emperor Xian said disapprovingly. After forcing the Celestial Realm Elders to retreat, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's people sealed off the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Divine generals walked out of the Void Domain Gate and ancient chariots rolled through the sky. Finally, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian personally took action. He displayed his supreme magical powers and laid out a shocking divine formation that enveloped the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. The collapsed world was gradually restored. The burial moonland had been completely erased. Nothing could be preserved under the extreme saint might. Of course, that was except for the sacred city. A bottomless pit had appeared in the area where the burial moonland used to be. An ancient city floated above the pit. After the broken world was completely reconstructed, Yuan-gu Emperor Xian led a group of divine generals to the front of the sacred city. Upon seeing this city, even Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's expression changed. He didn't dare enter rashly. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian sensed a dangerous aura. In the end, he decided to make a plan before taking action. He temporarily retreated and stationed himself not far away. At this moment, Gu Fei had already fled for an unknown distance. He didn't dare to stop and continued to fly forward. He didn't know how many mountain ranges he had passed, but in the end, he arrived at a deep valley in the depths of the mountains. Bas. Chapter 1021. Gu Fei's injuries were not light. His physical body was on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared on his king martial body, and the 365 acupoints on his body were on the verge of collapsing. In order to make the mountain river cauldron release a strand of divine might, Gu Fei's strength was almost completely drained. His essence, qi, and spirit were all extremely weak. After releasing He Tian and the others from the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He couldn't even move a finger. Seeing Gu Fei in such a state, everyone turned pale with fright. When had they ever seen Gu Fei in such a sorry state? He looked like he was about to collapse. His body was covered in blood and his expression was weary as if he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. After letting everyone out, Gu Fei began to circulate his inner breath and gather essence qi to heal his already empty body. Shaoqing, He Tian and the others saw this and retreated, not daring to disturb Gu Fei. As for He Tian, he began to wander around the deep valley. This deep valley had a circumference of 12 miles. In the mountains, it was not eye-catching at all. Moreover, it was shaped like a sinkhole and surrounded by cliffs. Even the most vigorous monkey would find it difficult to climb up. The bottom of the valley was covered with rocks and there was not much vegetation. Standing at the bottom of the valley and looking up, one could only see the sky. From time to time, large birds would fly over and let out sharp cries. This is a place where birds don't shit and turtles don't lay eggs. He Tian sighed. He admired Gu Fei very much. He actually found such a treasure land in such a hurry. This was the depths of an unknown mountain. From time to time, roars of wild beasts could be heard. There were powerful wild beasts moving in the depths of the mountain. He Tian flew above the valley and looked towards a mountain range. He could vaguely see the shadow of a beast the size of a small mountain disappearing behind a mountain. This area didn't seem very safe. The heavenly realm is still the same as the ancient times? He Tian muttered to himself. In the ancient times, only the strongest existences could break through the void and enter the heaven realm. As for the native races of the heaven realm, they were blessed by the heavens and were incomparably powerful. At this thought, He Tian immediately busied himself with carving mysterious runes around the valley. He Tian, who was at the second firmament of profound transformation, was able to carve formation runes that could no longer be compared to the past. He was going to set up a divine formation, a killing formation that would make even the hearts of mighty beings palpitate. He Tian had used his divine power to mark the area around the valley, and it was hidden under the ground. On the surface, there seemed to be no change in the surroundings. However, changes were gradually occurring beneath the ground. The formation patterns drew upon the power of the earth, drawing in an endless amount of earth energy. It looked calm on the outside, but underneath the ground, there were surging waves. He Tian spent a total of 2 hours to set up the killing formation. This was unimaginable in the past. If he was still in the demigod realm, it would have taken him at least a few days to set up the killing formation. After returning to the deep valley, Shaoqing and the others were all sitting on a boulder with their eyes closed in meditation. Gu Fei had already drawn the essence of the heaven and earth to nourish his flesh. Seeing this, Erebus secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, they could still sense the wisp of extreme divine aura from the mountain and river cauldron. The aura felt like they were facing an extreme divine aura. Gu Fei was definitely severely injured. Even though the mountain and river cauldron was under his control, it still suffered a great impact. If it were anyone else, they would have turned into ashes the moment the extreme divine aura was unleashed. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fei's flesh was as tough as a sacred weapon, he would have been in grave danger. When He Tian saw Gu Fei absorbing the qi of the heaven and earth, he jumped onto a boulder and sat down with his legs crossed. He then closed his eyes to rest and nourish his yuan qi. As he sat on the ground, he drew upon the surrounding qi of the heaven and earth. Wisps of qi began to gather from all directions and enter his body to replenish his depleted yuan qi. Gradually, dots of light appeared around Gu Fei's body. They were qi visible to the naked eye. As the qi of the heaven and earth gathered, Gu Fei's flesh seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the qi of the heaven and earth. After the qi of the heaven and earth was devoured by Gu Fei, it flowed along his meridians and gathered at the 365 meridians in the void, then disappeared into the dark void. The 365 life gods in the void of the 365 meridians were already extremely weak, to the point that they could collapse at any time. For a warrior, the flesh was the foundation of achieving the Tao. If the flesh collapsed, even if Gu Fei could survive, he would have no hope of achieving the Tao in this lifetime. Gu Fei's Tao foundation was almost destroyed. It had to be said that the heaven realm was definitely a place suitable for cultivation. The qi of the heaven and earth here could be easily drawn, which was something that the mortal world could not compare with. From this, it could be seen that in the heaven realm, there were bound to be many strong warriors. This was a cradle for strong warriors. As time passed, Gu Fei sat motionlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. One could see that the qi of the heaven and earth were like colorful dragons, descending from the sky and entering Gu Fei's body. Under the ground, a vast amount of earth qi rose and was devoured by Gu Fei's body. The qi of the heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was drawn. This was a shocking scene. The qi around Gu Fei's body was so thick that it was almost liquefied. Even with the divine formation set up by He Tian to block the qi of the heaven and earth, the sky above the valley was still filled with all sorts of strange phenomena. Roar! On the evening of the 3rd day, a horrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. The whole mountain shook, and countless birds and beasts fled in all directions. The thing that everyone did not want to see the most happened. A savage beast exuding a monstrous baleful aura rushed out from the depths of the mountain. It was a 3-headed divine wolf as big as a small mountain. The 3-headed wolf god pounced directly towards the valley. Its killing intent was so intense that even He Tian and the others were shocked. This was a powerful wild beast that was even stronger than ordinary immortals. No one did anything and allowed the wolf god to rush into the killing formation set up by He Tian. Boom! 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 Without any warning, earth qi in the shape of dragons rushed out from the surrounding of the valley towards the wolf god. A horrifying shockwave spread across the heaven and earth. Without any suspense, the god wolf only managed to block a few attacks before it was torn into pieces by the giant dragon formed by the earth qi. The killing formation set up by He Tian was no small matter. However, after He Tian's killing formation killed the blind wolf god, an even more horrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. A powerful and horrifying aura burst out from the depths of the mountain, covering the sky and earth. Chapter 1022. The sky above the valley was overflowing with colorful lights. Streams of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that were visible to the naked eye gathered from all directions and were then cast into the valley. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their luster. The powerful aura emanating from Gu Fei's body spread throughout the surroundings, causing the countless beasts in the area to feel uneasy. Even quite a number of savage beasts were alarmed by it. Roar! A terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the mountain. The terrifying sound wave went straight to the 9 heavens. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken, and several peaks in the depths of the mountain collapsed at the same time. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the depths of the mountain. The mountains shook, and the sky and earth seemed to be collapsing. The scene was extremely shocking. A huge figure walked out from the sky full of dust. Swoosh! 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 He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, and Chu Luqing rushed up from the bottom of the valley. They stood in the sky above the valley and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. In the dust that soared into the sky, rays of golden light pierced through, and a divine beast that seemed to be cast from pure gold walked out. This was a divine beast that was as resplendent as a golden sun. When everyone saw this divine beast, their hearts trembled. It was a golden ape that was as huge as a mountain. There were rays of golden light circling around this divine beast's body. A pair of golden fiery eyes shot out golden lightning and swept across the crowd coldly. "What is this?" Xiaoqing and Balon were extremely shocked. This golden divine ape was very terrifying. Its fierce aura stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was like an insurmountable golden mountain towering in front of them. Everyone could feel the immense pressure coming from the golden divine ape. How is this possible? After seeing the divine ape, Chu Liuqing's jaw almost dropped to the ground. His eyes were protruding, and his face was full of disbelief. Is this the legendary golden spiritual ape? He Tian fell into deep thought. After that he spoke. The power of the metal element permeated the entire space. This was a divine beast of the 5 elements, and it was a divine beast of the metal element. According to legend, the golden spirit ape was a kind of innate divine beast that was born from the place where the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth converged. This kind of divine beast was born as a battle beast and possessed unparalleled battle power the moment it was born. In ancient times, a golden spirit ape had appeared. When the golden spirit ape was born, the weather changed and the world shook. After it grew up, it fought its way into the ancient heavenly court of the demon race alone. It killed a group of demon gods and almost destroyed the numinous sky hall of the demon race's heavenly court. No one could stop it. It was only when the Grand Emperor made a move that the adult golden spiritual ape was chased away. Bam! The golden spiritual ape took a step and walked out from the depths of the mountain. In an instant, it was less than 10 miles away from He Tian and the others. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. This divine ape seemed to be more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. It was far more powerful than the 3 divine wolves just now. Boom! The golden spiritual ape stretched out its big hand and grabbed He Tian and Xiaoqing who were standing above the valley. The big golden hand suddenly covered a part of the world. Endless power of the metal element came from the big hand and smashed the void. Without hesitation, He Tian activated the killing formation that covered the whole valley. Streams of earth chi condensed into a big dragon and rushed out from the ground. The killing formation activated the power of the thick earth. A total of 81 big dragons soared into the sky and met the big golden hand that was slapping down from the sky. Boom! As if the world had collided, there was a loud explosion. The 81 big dragons instantly collided with the big golden hand that covered a part of the world. The whole killing formation shook violently. Countless formation patterns emerged from the ground and flowed with divine light. It attracted the power of the thick earth. Endless earth chi was drawn out and formed a shocking force. The big golden hand was shaken away by the 81 big dragons. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Mountains collapsed one after another. All the mountains within a radius of 100 miles were flattened. Only the valley protected by the killing formation that He Tian had set up was not affected. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared angrily. Its voice shook the sky. A huge force hit it so hard that it could not stand still. Thump! 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 It took 5 or 6 steps to stabilize its mountain-like body. The ground cracked from its stomp, and the entire region shook. What a powerful divine ape! He Tian revealed an unprecedentedly serious expression. The strength of this divine ape was simply unprecedented. It could actually shake his divine formation with its bare hands. But at this time, he could also see that this divine ape was not a connate divine beast born from heaven and earth. However, it definitely had the bloodline of the golden spiritual ape. All of you retreat to the valley. I want to subdue this divine ape. He Tian said to Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balon. Chu Liuqing was directly ignored by him. Xiaoqing and Balon looked at each other and then flew down from the sky. Chu Liuqing, of course, did not dare to stay by He Tian's side. He quickly flew down to the bottom of the valley. Chu Liuqing was very depressed to the extreme. Who were these guys? Each one was more abnormal than the other. In the heaven realm, he was considered an expert. However, in front of these people, he seemed to be nothing. At this time, He Tian had already activated the power of the killing formation. Like a god of war, he stood high in the sky and confronted the golden spiritual ape. This guy. Everyone saw that He Tian seemed to have attracted a part of the world. It seemed that his cultivation had increased to the celestial being realm. The fluctuations of divine power made them want to kneel down. At the bottom of the valley, only Gu Fei was still inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The void of his 365 acupoints gradually lit up again. The 365 life gods were no longer as faint and illusory as before. They exuded a wisp of soul energy and showed no signs of dissipating. Gu Fei's injuries had finally stabilized. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. Chaotic primordial chi fell down and protected Gu Fei inside. Nothing in the outside world could affect him. Unless it was a semi-sage who had surpassed the mighty realm. Rumble. At this time, a deafening roar came from outside. It was like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. Shaoqing, Balon, and the others were shocked. Their faces turned pale. Shaoqing and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. He Tian activated the power of the killing formation and integrated it with the divine formation. In this way, he stole the power of heaven and earth for his own use. He displayed a terrifying power and fought with the golden spiritual ape. And Chapter 1023. Boom! A huge mountain was uprooted by the golden spirit ape and smashed towards He Tian. The golden spirit ape's divine power was monstrous and terrifying. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. This was a terrifying divine beast of the 5 elements. Mahakala stretched out his hand and a huge dragon condensed from the energy of the earth was drawn over. Then he punched forward, even the void was pierced through. Bam! The huge mountain was smashed by the huge dragon. The huge dragon showed unparalleled power. After shattering the mountain, its momentum didn't decrease, and it continued to penetrate the golden spirit ape. Roar! The golden spirit ape roared. Golden light burst out from its body. The power of metal element erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The whole world turned golden. A terrifyingly violent metal elemental power spread out from the metal spirit ape's body, causing the ground to shatter and mountains to rise from the ground. The golden spiritual ape casually grabbed 2 large mountains and blocked the attack. Boom! The 2 mountains collided with the dragon formed by the earth chi and shattered at the same time. The divine ape, which was as big as a mountain, was sent flying. The mountains that rose from the ground shattered at the same time in the void. The divine formation drew the essence of the earth and gathered infinite power. This was the endless power of the earth. It was drawn by He Tian. At this time, He Tian could definitely compete with the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King. It had to be said that Erebus' attainments in the art of formations had reached the pinnacle. He could use formations to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to strengthen himself, becoming one with the formation to fight this terrifying golden spiritual ape. Although this golden spirit ape wasn't an ancestral beast born from the metal essence of the ancient times, it still had the bloodline of the golden spirit ape. The bloodline of an innate divine beast was no trivial matter. This golden spirit ape definitely had the strength of a celestial being realm expert, or even stronger than an ordinary celestial being. Roar! The golden spirit ape roared at the sky and pounded its chest with its fists. The sound was like the beating of war drums, and it could be heard from hundreds of miles away. Humph! Surrender to me! He Tian was very strong, which was rare. It showed that he had full confidence in taking down this gold spirit ape. This was the fluctuation of divine will. It transcended the barriers of speech and directly reached the mind of the golden spiritual ape. This was the most direct form of communication. All powerful beings often used this method to communicate. Bullshit! The golden spirit ape's divine sense covered the sky and surged towards Mahakala. There was only one word in its voice. Bullshit! The golden spiritual ape was furious. This human actually wanted to subdue it. To a postnatal divine beast who possessed the bloodline of a connate divine beast, this was an absolute humiliation. Furthermore, the human in front of him was much weaker than him. He was only able to fight against him by relying on the formation. Without this formation, without the power of the formation, the golden spiritual ape would be able to kill a large number of such humans with a single slap. Divine beasts were prideful and would never lower their proud heads so easily unless the other party was stronger than them. Otherwise, no divine beast would lower its head to someone weaker than it. Humph! I'll beat you until you surrender. The black sky human formation merged into one, and 81 great dragons formed from the earth essence chi rushed out from the ground around the valley. Each dragon was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was as if 81 true dragons had descended into the world. It was truly frightening. Swoosh! 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 The huge dragon soared into the sky, and 81 streams of earth essence chi pierced through the void, breaking through the heaven and earth, and directly strangled the golden spiritual ape, displaying great power. The earth essence chi was so mighty that the whole world seemed to be shattered by this power. Seeing this, the golden spirit ape didn't show any fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a brilliant golden light. A terrifying aura immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth. Wrapped in the golden light was a long golden staff with endless divine light flowing around it. The golden spiritual ape's mountain-like body shrank rapidly. A golden-haired young man wearing golden armor appeared in the golden light. The golden-haired young man reached out and grabbed the golden staff. "Want to subdue me? Who do you think you are?" The golden-haired young man said in human language. He directly swung the golden staff in his hand and smashed it at Heition's head. Boom! The entire void of heaven and earth trembled under this golden staff. As the staff shook the void, more than half of the 81 dragons that rushed over were instantly dispersed. Seeing this scene, Heition could not help but be shocked. He never thought that the power of the golden-haired young man's staff would be so terrifying. "Go to hell!" The golden-haired young man smashed the rushing dragons with the staff, and then directly rushed towards Heition, smashing the staff at Heition's head again. The golden spiritual ape turned into a golden-haired young man with unparalleled combat strength. Although he did not have a huge body like a mountain, he was even more terrifying. Damn it! Heition mobilized the power of the killing formation with all his strength. Streams of earth essence turned into killing light, strangling the golden-haired young man. The formation line seemed to have turned into the power of the great Tao, rushing up from the ground and turning into destructive light, piercing towards the golden-haired young man. The formation lines directly mobilized the power of heaven and earth. This was a very terrifying attack. This was already a method that only celestial beings like the immortal emperor and Shen King could use. The reason why celestial beings were called celestial beings was that they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth and turn it into their own divine ability and dharma power to attack the opponent. Only celestial beings could steal the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Roar! The golden-haired young man's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, the golden staff in his hand shook. Bas! It was as if a god had suddenly awakened from his slumber. Rays of golden divine light, which looked like golden heavenly rivers, flowed down from the slender rod. The golden divine light pierced through the heaven and earth, breaking the void. Terrible dark spatial cracks appeared in the sky above the valley. The sky seemed to be smashed by this staff. This was the aura of destruction. The golden staff was definitely an extraordinary holy weapon. The endless killing light was minced, and even the world-destroying killing light condensed by the killing formation lines collapsed. The golden staff was like a hot knife through butter. It directly fell on the head of Heition. Countless formation lines collapsed around Heition's body. The whole killing formation actually showed signs of collapsing. This strike was earth-shattering. Even the void of the heaven realm was shaken by the mighty power of the golden staff, causing cracks to appear in the void. Chapter 1024. The golden staff exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation, as if it was going to shatter the heavens with a single strike. Mahakala, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt a great sense of danger. The countless runes around Heition's body began to collapse. Although the staff hadn't landed yet, it had already severed the connection between Heition and the killing formation. Heition was about to be beaten back to his original form. Damn it! In the face of this endless pressure, Heition roared, and a ball of dazzling starlight immediately rushed out from the top of his head. The starlight illuminated the world, and it was as if a great star had risen from the top of Heition's head. Boom! The monstrous power of the star surged out from the huge star, displaying a terrifying might that could crush the 3 realms and 6 paths. The golden beams of light that shot out from the golden cudgel like the Milky Way were dispersed by the power. Heition had no choice but to use his holy weapon. Good! The golden-haired young man in the form of the golden spirit ape shouted. His long golden hair danced wildly. He held the divine staff in his hand and smashed it down with all his strength. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, almost shattering the void around him. Boom! The golden staff and the huge star collided in an instant, producing an earth-shattering sound. The whole world trembled. It was like 2 sides of the world collided. The void collapsed. Heition fell from the sky like a meteorite into the deep valley. The golden-haired young man was also sent flying 100 miles away. The mouth of the bowl was cracked, and golden blood dripped from his hand. This was the blood of the golden spirit ape. Every drop was like golden liquid, blooming with golden light. The power of the metal element circulated. This was the blood of a divine beast. Roar! I'm going to kill you! Heition's furious voice came from the deep valley. He stood in a big pit and roared at the sky. His face was extremely ferocious. A ball of starlight the size of a fist floated in front of Heition. It was a pure and flawless divine pearl that was as translucent as glass. The divine pearl exuded a vast and boundless power of the stars. In the ancient times, a supreme expert had cast a great divine ability, plucking a star from the sky and refining it into a mighty holy weapon. However, at that moment, a crack actually appeared on the surface of the flawless divine pearl. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were all shocked to the extreme. Heition's saint weapon had actually been cracked by someone. This was truly unbelievable. How is this possible? Even the almighty holy weapon was damaged. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape's golden divine staff was a holy artifact that was even more powerful than the almighty holy weapon? It was no wonder that Erebus was furious. This was the first decent weapon he had after his rebirth, but it had been cracked by the golden staff of the golden spirit ape, who had transformed into a golden-haired young man. The power of this mighty holy weapon would definitely be reduced, and it would be difficult for it to exert its true power. Humph! Want to kill me? Ask the divine staff in my hand first. The golden-haired young man strode over. His divine power was shocking, and his physical strength was simply incredible. The cracked mouth of the bowl was now as good as new. His body radiated golden light, like a golden sun sweeping across the earth. Wherever he passed, the void trembled, and the ground undulated like waves. Bang! The golden-haired young man directly smashed down with his staff. The ground collapsed, and countless formation patterns were destroyed. The entire deep valley actually cracked from the middle, and a bottomless crack extended for hundreds of miles. The golden-haired young man's staff not only broke the killing formation set up by Heition, but also cracked the ground. This kind of combat power was too amazing. Roar! Heition roared as he rushed out of the deep valley. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a mad demon. He used all his strength to activate the huge star and bombarded the golden-haired young man. Like a real star falling, the ground within hundreds of miles collapsed. The endless power of the stars was vast and mighty, crushing this part of the world. Heition was fighting with all his might. He was really angry. A fierce battle broke out. Heition displayed his great attainments in formations. The power of yin and yang intertwined with each other, and formation patterns emerged. With every move, formation patterns could be seen faintly appearing in the void, drawing the power of the heavens, and turning it into a terrifying attack that attacked the golden-haired young man. This was a formation magical ability that raised Heition's combat power to a level that even immortal kings and godly kings had to look up to. Even the golden-haired young man in the form of the golden spiritual ape couldn't help but change his expression. Good. That's more like it. The golden-haired young man was incomparably powerful. The golden staff in his hand swung left and right, dissolving all of Heition's attacks. No matter how powerful one's abilities were, the golden-haired young man's staff would smash down, destroying all sorts of abilities and techniques. Bang! The golden-haired young man swung his staff at the huge star, sending it flying away. Then, he sent a flying kick at Mahakala's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out from Heition's body. Heition vomited blood as he was sent flying. His chest had caved in from the golden-haired young man's kick. Swish! Heition recalled the saint weapon that had been sent flying by the golden-haired young man's staff before charging into the deep valley. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This was the difference in strength and cultivation. Even though Heition was a godly king who had cultivated a formation magical ability, he wasn't the golden-haired young man's opponent. You can't do it. The golden-haired young man was extremely forceful. He directly charged into the valley with his golden staff. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and with every step, the ground would tremble. When Heition, who had charged into the depths, heard what the golden-haired young man said, he immediately vomited another mouthful of blood from anger. He almost fainted. This guy actually said that I can't do it. If I recover to my peak, even your ancestors will have to take a detour when they see me. This is just too despicable. A tiger that fell to the plains was bullied by dogs. A dragon that swam in shallow waters was toyed with by shrimps. At this moment, Erebus was truly depressed to the extreme. Seeing the golden-haired young man approach, Xiaoqing and Balan became extremely nervous. They immediately drew their saint weapons to protect themselves, while Chu Luqing hid behind the two of them. He Tian was kicked in the chest by the golden-haired young man. His body had almost collapsed, and he was heavily injured. He could no longer fight the golden-haired young man. Just when everyone felt that danger was approaching, a voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the valley. "If he can't do it, then what about me?" A figure walked out from the bottom of the valley. His body flickered with divine light as if there were specks of starlight shining on him. A powerful aura surged out from his body, sweeping through the sky and earth. Chapter 1025. Who are you? The blonde young man stared at Gu Fei and asked in a deep voice. He felt a great pressure from Gu Fei. This was an opponent that could rival him. Gu Fei walked out from the darkness. Even though he was meditating, he felt a strong fluctuation from the battle between He Tian and the blonde young man. Gu Fei said. His battle intent was like a rainbow. Seeing an opponent like the blonde young man, he couldn't help but feel itchy. His king martial body naturally released his battle intent. This didn't mean that Gu Fei was hostile to the blonde young man. The two of them had no enmity, so there was no need for a life and death battle. Moreover, the blonde young man didn't kill He Tian just now. Otherwise, He Tian would have already returned to the embrace of heaven and earth. "I am Yuan Hong." The golden-haired youth was also very direct. His temperament was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's. They were both domineering people who didn't waste words and didn't beat around the bush. "Big brother." Xiaoqing wanted to walk towards Gu Fei, but Gu Fei stretched out his hand to stop him. Xiaoqing stopped and rushed out of the deep valley, retreating far away. He Tian, Balan, and Chu Luqing also hurriedly retreated. Xiaoqing and Gu Fei were like brothers. How could they not know what Gu Fei was going to do? However, Gu Fei had just been seriously injured in the moon deity's palace. It had only been 3 days, and he had completely recovered? Very good. Yuan Hong held the golden staff in his hand. He looked like a god cast in gold. The aura on his body was powerful to the extreme. Every pore on his body was overflowing with golden light. But Gu Fei just stood there, giving people the feeling that he was an unclimbable mountain. There was a strong sense of oppression that made people look up to him. His cultivation, Balan, who always gave people a cold feeling, revealed a trace of surprise at this moment. Gu Fei's strength seemed to be even stronger than before he was injured. Balan wasn't the only one who had this feeling. Xiaoqing and He Tian had also sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei seemed to have changed. Bam! Yuan Hong made his move right away. It was another one of his signature moves. The golden cudgel transformed into a beam of golden light that tore through the void and smashed down on Gu Fei's head. The golden staff was very extraordinary. It could even cause cracks to appear on He Tian's saint weapon. If a person was struck by the staff, they would definitely be killed instantly. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step to the side. Like he had teleported, he left behind a blur on the spot. His real body had already arrived beside Yuan Hong, and he swept his leg at Yuan Hong's waist. The leg was like a whip, as fast as lightning. Although Gu Fei's kick seemed ordinary, it possessed great power. It sealed off the space in front of Yuan Hong, forcing him to retreat. In the primordial era there were many experts. Many races in the world had produced existences that could intimidate an entire region, but no one was willing to fight in close combat with cultivators. Close combat was the most taboo in a battle against a cultivator. If a cultivator managed to close the distance, the outcome would often be decided. Legend had it that the supreme martial ancestor had once torn apart a supreme demon ancestor, who was comparable to a saint with his bare hands. This had intimidated all the demons in the world, preventing them from returning from the outer realm. However, the golden spirit ape, Yuan Hong, did not have any misgivings. He directly began fighting Gu Fei. After dodging Gu Fei's kick, he raised the golden staff in his hand and swept it at Gu Fei. This was reciprocation. With a flip of Gu Fei's hand, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword to block the incoming staff. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing through the void and reaching the 9 heavens, shaking the ears of Erebus, Little Qing, and the others who were watching the battle from afar. Chu Luqing did not have a powerful sacred weapon to protect him, so blood began to seep out from his ears. When Xiaoqing saw this, He hurriedly pulled the stunned Chu Lu Qing into the golden pagoda. The golden pagoda floated above their heads, emitting rays of golden light that protected Xiaoqing and Chu Lu Qing. Thud! 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 Gu Fei took 3 steps back. Each step caused the ground to crack and the earth to shake. On the other hand, Yuan Hong took 4 to 5 steps back. This was an explosion of physical strength. It was a clash of physical strength. It was obvious that Gu Fei had the upper hand in this clash. Yuan Hong was secretly shocked. His fiery golden eyes flickered. His hands, which were holding the golden staff, felt numb. This was the first time he had met someone who could go head-on against his divine power. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong was blessed by nature. When he was young, he stimulated the bloodline of the golden spirit ape clan. His divine power was so strong that even cultivators of the same level could not compare. He had once entered the North Sea and captured the North Sea dragon alive. He had once barged into Shili and fought with the barbarian king, who had the strongest physical body among the 9 clans of Shili, for 3 days and 3 nights. In the heaven realm, the physical body of the golden spirit ape clan was absolutely unparalleled. Could it be that this guy's physical body is even stronger than the North Sea dragon? Yuan Hong had to be careful. The human in front of him was a little too strong. Again! Gu Fei shouted. With the 9 heaven star sword in hand, he took big strides towards Yuan Hong. His powerful qi and blood rushed to the 9 heavens. The entire deep valley was shaking, as if it could collapse at any time. It was as if a primordial giant was everywhere. It was unparalleled. Roar! Yuan Hong roared. He switched the staff to his left hand and punched at Gu Fei with his right fist. Endless metal elemental power gathered in Yuan Hong's fist. Boom! Space violently shook as Yuan Hong's fist suddenly blossomed with a blinding light, illuminating the entire world in gold. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the world. This was no longer a simple physical strength. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He also switched the sword to his left hand and raised his right palm to meet Yuan Hong's attack. His palm expanded infinitely, as if it was going to cover the sky and earth. A terrifying power surged in front of his palm. It's the heaven-shrouding palm. In the distant sky, Xiaoqing saw Gu Fei use this martial arts technique and immediately recognized it. Boom! The sky-covering palm and the golden sun fist clashed together. A transparent ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the collision. The entire valley collapsed. Completely collapsed. The vast and mighty energy waves spread out, causing the ground within a radius of 300 miles to shake violently like a wave. Chapter 1026. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong began to fight. His body was full of yin and yang energy. His blood and qi were vigorous to the extreme. Every move he made could shake the heavens and earth, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. The king martial body was extremely powerful. He kept clashing with Yuan Hong. This was a direct contest of strength. There were no tricks. The stronger one would win. The entire valley collapsed. The earth was shaking. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, spreading far and wide, alarming all the creatures in the area. This was the depths of a mountain in the eastern earth. Many powerful demons were cultivating here. Many powerful beasts were roaming around. All the demons and beasts who sensed the battle rushed out. Swoosh! A green light shot up from the mountain and arrived near the battlefield. Inside the green light was a green-haired old man with a powerful demonic aura. This old man was a great demon. Who is it? Who dares to provoke that divine ape? The green-haired old man's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze forward. When he saw the figure fighting with Yuan Hong, he was even more shocked. When did the human race have such an expert? The old man murmured thoughtfully. The heaven realm did not belong to the human clan. The demon clan, and even the Buddhist sect all had strong cultivators rising up in the heaven realm. Currently, the heaven realm was flourishing with hundreds of races. No race could dominate the heaven realm and become the ruler of the heaven realm. Apart from this old demon, powerful auras appeared in other directions. Some experts were alarmed and came to watch the battle. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others noticed the strangeness in the surrounding area. They couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't think that there would be so many experts hiding in this nameless mountain. In fact, Xiaoqing and the others didn't know that this mountain was not some nameless mountain. Bang! Boom! Clang! Gu Fei and Yuan Hong fought in close combat. Fists and palms constantly collided. The 9 Star Sword and the golden cudgel constantly produced sparks. The sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. The two of them exchanged over a dozen palm strikes in a row before both of them were sent flying backward. Although it had only been a short while, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 1,000 blows. Close combat was extremely dangerous. Even if Gu Fei and Yuan Hong weren't fighting to the death, the slightest carelessness could result in severe injuries to the other party. "You're very strong." Yuan Hong didn't speak much, but he was very direct. "You're very strong too." Gu Fei looked at Yuan Hong and said calmly. He couldn't help but admire Yuan Hong in his heart. Even with the strength of his king martial body, he couldn't completely suppress this divine ape. The Golden Spirit Ape clan was indeed abnormal. Again. Before the two of them could enjoy themselves to their heart's content, they charged at each other again. This was simply like a battle between two gods. Their brute force surged to the heavens and shook the world. There weren't any powerful god laws or terrifying killing techniques, but it was far more dangerous than an ordinary battle. A swing of the sword directly cut through the void, and a smash of the cudgel caused the void to collapse. Both of them had powerful physical bodies and seemingly endless divine strength. The two of them fought as they moved forward. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed, rivers broke, and everything was crushed. Nothing could stop them. Yuan Hong was even more shocked than Gu Fei. The powerful physical body that the Golden Spirit Ape clan was so proud of was actually unable to gain any advantage in a fight with this human. One had to know that the strength of the Golden Spirit Ape clan's divine beasts mostly came from their innate talent. The Golden Spirit Ape clan tempered their bodies with the power of metal. Their bodies were so strong that they were even more powerful than holy weapons. Clang! The golden cudgel and the 9 Star Sword collided violently once. Yuan Hong's wrist was immediately shattered, and golden divine blood seeped out. Buzz! The golden cudgel vibrated in Yuan Hong's hand and almost fell out of his hand. Meanwhile, Gu Fei also felt his sword-wielding right hand go numb. The 9 Star Sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand, and his wrist was numb. What a powerful divine ape! What an insane king martial body! He Tian was secretly shocked to see this. Even if he was at the same age as Gu Fei and Yuan Hong, he wouldn't be so powerful. Especially Gu Fei, the potential he displayed was comparable to a young martial ancestor. Boom! Gu Fei's body shook. The power of yin and yang reversed and turned into the 5 elements divine power. 5 void worlds rushed out of his body and revolved around Gu Fei like the 5 worlds. Huh! Yuan Hong was shocked to see this. Not only was his opponent's physical body unbelievably strong, but he had also cultivated the law of divine power. Yuan Hong couldn't help but be shocked. "Since I've warmed up, let's get serious." Gu Fei looked at Yuan Hong and said. There was no fluctuation in his tone, and his state of mind was very calm at this moment. "Very good." Yuan Hong didn't say much. He shook the golden cudgel in his hand and a golden light screen spread out from his body. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, as if a golden world was faintly discernible. This divine ape has also cultivated the law of divine power. He Tian said in surprise. This was definitely an evenly matched battle. The golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong stood in a golden void like a golden supreme god of war. He held the golden cudgel and pointed it at Gu Fei. "Metal, wood, water, fire and earth, I will use the 5 elements to break your line." Gu Fei shouted and soared into the sky. The 5 elements' 5 worlds expanded. Rumble! It was as if the 5 worlds were pressing down from the sky. The power of the 5 elements spread out in all directions. The ground shattered, and the void cracked. It was terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone was stunned by the combat strength displayed by Gu Fei. Even if a celestial came, he would probably have to retreat and not dare to fight head-on. Roar! Yuan Hong roared, his golden hair dancing wildly. Endless metal element divine power poured into the golden cudgel in his hand. The cudgel vibrated, and mysterious Tao patterns rushed out from it. The entire golden world was instantly strengthened. Endless godly laws intertwined, and rays of destructive golden light pierced through the void. Yuan Hong was also unparalleled. He didn't retreat, but instead, he directly rushed into the sky, rushing towards the 5 elements void that was pressing down from the sky. This was an extremely shocking scene. The five elements world descended from the sky, and the five powers seemed to have attracted the power of the five elements' great path, as if it could suppress and kill everything. Meanwhile, a golden world rushed up from the ground, rushing towards the five elements world that was pressing down from the sky. This was a collision between two worlds. This was a battle of divine power. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong didn't hold back anymore, and each showed their true strength. Rumble! The void collided. Where the five elements void and the metal element domain collided, the void shattered and turned into the most primitive chaos. Yuan Hong's body shone with endless divine light, illuminating the entire mountain. As for Gu Fei, he stood in the five elements void and used the power of the five elements to suppress it. He also suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Are they really going to fight with their lives on the line? In the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong attacked with all their strength without holding back. This was very easy to lose control, and the one who lost would likely be destroyed by the other's power. Boss knows what he's doing, He Tian said. Although Gu Fei and Yuan Hong were attacking with all their strength, they didn't have any killing intent on them. There was only a strong will to fight. Their goal wasn't to kill each other. This was just a contest. However, this contest was also extremely dangerous. Even if they didn't want to kill each other, they would still kill each other if they didn't stop in time. Amidst the deafening sound, the golden world was suppressed by the five elements world from the sky. The power of the five elements spread between heaven and earth, and everyone was shocked. Yuan Hong roared furiously. His golden staff kept piercing out of the metal element domain, trying to disperse the five elements void world that was pressing down from the sky. It had to be said that the golden staff in Yuan Hong's hand was too powerful. Under Yuan Hong's full force, endless Tao patterns appeared on the golden staff. The Tao patterns intertwined and appeared as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the golden staff. The aura it emitted was very frightening, and even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. This isn't an ordinary holy weapon. Gu Fei came to this conclusion. The golden staff in Yuan Hong's hands probably had a great origin, and this wasn't even the true power of the staff. This was a metal domain, a region of dazzling golden light. Inside, Yuan Hong was an invincible god who could evolve his own laws. This was the combat art cultivated by Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape. On the other hand, Gu Fei's five-element small world was fundamentally different from a divine ability. It was a battle skill derived from the fusion of the world energy and the power of the primordial spirit. It could barely be considered a divine ability. Yuan Hong was strong, but Gu Fei was even stronger. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess immediately soared by 6 or 7 times, and the entire world trembled under his aura. His blood rushed to the highest heavens, as if dragons were dancing above Gu Fei's head. He was like an unparalleled god of war, but even he couldn't stop Gu Fei. The 5 elements void world around Gu Fei shuddered violently as boundless power of heaven and earth descended, shattering everything. Even Yuan Hong's golden staff was knocked out of his hand. Bam! The 5 elements void world around Gu Fei shuddered violently as boundless power of heaven and earth descended, shattering everything. Even Yuan Hong's golden staff flew out of his hand. Bam! Endless Tao patterns were destroyed, and the power of laws dispersed. The metal domain collapsed, and Yuan Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood as the 5 elements void world came crashing down from the sky. Boss really broke through. He Tian no longer had any doubts. Although Gu Fei had been gravely injured in the burial moon, it was a blessing in disguise. He'd managed to break through in that life-or-death situation. The 4th level of arcane transformation? Chapter 1027. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a heaven-defying divine art with unimaginable power. Once the Ascension secret art was used, Gu Fei's battle prowess immediately soared by 6 or 7 times. Rumble! The powerful aura that rushed out from Gu Fei's body shook the heavens. The 5 elemental minor world descended from the sky with boundless power of the 5 elements, shattering the void. At this moment, Gu Fei was so powerful that even the celestial beings paled. The spectators in the distance were even more shaken as they hastily retreated. Bam! The 5 elemental minor world came crashing down and Yuan Hong's metal elemental domain collapsed. The golden staff in his hand was shaken away. He spat out blood and fell from the sky. Boom! Yuan Hong smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble and dust to soar into the sky. The ground within a radius of several li collapsed, creating a bottomless pit. The five-elemental minor world revolved around Gu Fei, drawing upon the power of the five elements of heaven and earth. Metal, wood, fire, earth. The five-elemental minor world rotated with Tao energy. The earth was collapsing and the mountains were crumbling. The five-elemental minor world didn't stop there. It continued to descend, displaying a terrifying might. Roar! Yuan Hong's muffled roar came from the ground. He roared again and again, still trying to contend against the five-elemental minor world. No one was optimistic about Yuan Hong's chances. He was completely suppressed by Gu Fei and even his golden staff was shaken away. What else could he have to contend against Gu Fei? Yuan Hong actually lost. Who is that human expert? Did the human race produce another Shin King? Those who were alarmed were indescribably shocked. The golden spiritual ape of the ancestral sovereign mountain was an absolutely invincible existence within a million li radius. But now, it was completely suppressed by a human. With Gu Fei's current strength, he was strong enough to challenge celestial beings like Immortal Sovereign and Shen King. It wasn't impossible for him to be invincible in the same realm, and it wasn't a myth to challenge celestial beings like Immortal Sovereign and Shen King. Gu Fei did it. Boom! The five-element small world landed on the ground, causing the ground to sink. A terrifying power spread out in all directions, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred miles to undulate violently like waves. The outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided. However, just when everyone thought Yuan Hong was going to be defeated, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ground. The aura was so powerful that it made people want to bow down as if they were facing a saint. The aura of a sage? He Tian's expression immediately changed. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This aura was strange. It did not seem like a true saint had descended. In the three realms and six Tao, sages were extinct. There were no saints in the world, so how could a sage of the extreme Tao suddenly appear? However, He Tian still felt a strong sense of unease. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became extremely solemn. Boom! At this moment, boundless golden light rushed out from the ground. The dazzling golden light pierced through the void as if it was going to illuminate the world. The five-element small world that descended from the sky was immediately impacted. Gu Fei, who was standing in the center of the five-element small world, trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. The five-element small world that was revolving around him almost collapsed. Bam! A gigantic golden hand broke through the ground, bursting out from the ground with a boundless and terrifying aura. Even the void was shattered, and Gu Fei was sent flying by the force of the palm. The five-element small world that was revolving around Gu Fei instantly collapsed. The power of the huge hand was too strong and simply unstoppable. This isn't Yuan Hong's power. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of meters away by the palm. His king martial physique had suffered a great impact and almost collapsed. Even if he used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Ascension secret technique, he still couldn't withstand it. Everyone who saw this scene was stupefied. They had thought that Yuan Hong was going to be defeated, but the sudden reversal was too unbelievable. After the golden hand slapped Gu Fei away, it also disappeared from the world. The terrifying aura also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The blood and qi in his body surged, and the cracks on his king martial physique rapidly healed. In an instant, he had completely recovered. However, at this time, his extremely vigorous aura also weakened rapidly. Soon, the strong pressure on Gu Fei's body disappeared. Oh no! He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan and the others sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. Everyone's expression changed immediately. They knew that Gu Fei was in trouble. Shaoqing and the others had all practiced the Ascension secret technique. This secret technique was very magical. It seemed like any race could practice it and unleash the power of the Ascension secret technique. This secret technique had a time limit. It couldn't be maintained for a long time. Gu Fei's Ascension secret technique was over. His power, which was enough to make a sect leader-level celestial tremble, disappeared. He had returned to his original state. If he continued to use the Ascension secret technique, Gu Fei would have to pay the price of consuming his own life force. In this way, even if he could defeat Yuan Hong, His own vitality would be greatly damaged. Gu Fei didn't want to have a real battle with Yuan Hong. Whoosh! With a golden flash, a golden figure rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. He looked extremely miserable. This person was the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong. After Yuan Hong rushed out from the ground, he waved his hand and a golden ray of light flew over from a distance and landed in his hand. That ray of golden light was none other than the golden staff that Gu Fei had just sent flying. Again! Yuan Hong roared and charged at Gu Fei again. He wasn't the type to admit defeat easily. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until the heavens fell and the earth split. I'm not fighting anymore. Gu Fei shook his head. He wasn't afraid of Yuan Hong, but he didn't want to fight to the death with him. Furthermore, the power that had sent him flying just now was definitely not Yuan Hong's power. Why? Yuan Hong stopped. He was only putting on a strong front, and he looked a little weary. He had definitely suffered serious injuries in his fight with Gu Fei, but he refused to admit defeat. If we keep fighting, it'll be a matter of life and death. There's no animosity between us, so why must we fight to the death? Gu Fei said calmly. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong weren't too far apart in terms of strength. However, Yuan Hong's cultivation base was already at the celestial being realm, while he was being suppressed by a mysterious transformation realm human. That made him very unhappy. Yuan Hong still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, but he couldn't use it easily. After hearing Gu Fei's words, he hesitated. Chapter 1028. In the end, Gu Fei and Yuan Hong didn't fight again because there was no need to fight to the death. Both of them admired each other very much. Yuan Hong even invited Gu Fei and the others to the ancestral Emperor Mountain. The battle came to an end. There seemed to be no winner or loser. Gu Fei and Yuan Hong seemed to be tied. The spectators also dispersed. Not everyone could enter the ancestral Emperor Mountain. It was the ancestral court of the golden spirit apes. Outsiders couldn't enter even if they wanted to. The ancestral Emperor Mountain was located in the depths of this endless mountain range. The golden spirit apes weren't flourishing. There were only a few of them in the entire heavenly realm. Although there weren't many golden spirit apes, every one of them was an expert. Yuan Hong's old father was a gold-essence sacred beast that was comparable to a saint. However, Yuan Hong's old father had disappeared for countless years. No one knew where the old sacred beast had gone. However, Yuan Hong believed that his father would definitely return to the ancestral Emperor Mountain. Soon, under Yuan Hong's lead, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a fairyland-like area. There were towering spiritual peaks, lingering mist, and waterfalls. On the peak of a spiritual mountain, Yuan Hong opened up a void, and Gu Fei and the rest, who were behind him, immediately felt a wave of spiritual energy rushing towards them. The ancestral Emperor Mountain was actually not in the outside world, but in a mysterious realm. This made Gu Fei and the others very shocked. The golden spirit apes actually controlled a mysterious realm. After entering, everyone found that the scenery inside the mysterious realm was actually more beautiful than the fairyland outside. The spiritual energy inside was also denser. After seeing the scenery inside the mysterious realm, Hei Tian couldn't help but be moved. This was simply a world of its own. There was a divine sun hanging in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the entire mysterious realm was boundless. Incredible. This was definitely a mysterious realm that could grow into a real world. The existence who had refined this mysterious realm was probably on par with the supreme saints. Could it be that this mysterious realm was actually refined by the ancestors of the golden spirit apes? Since the beginning of the world, the innate divine beasts that were born in the world were extremely formidable. As soon as they were born, they were capable of causing the world to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Ordinary immortals and gods weren't a match for them. Once such a divine beast grew up, even a supreme sage would be shocked. After entering the profound realm, under Yuan Hong's lead, Gu Fei and the others flew towards the depths of the profound realm. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw many powerful wild beasts. Some of these divine beasts were even comparable to immortal emperors and Shen King, but they were very afraid of Yuan Hong. Wherever Yuan Hong went, all the wild beasts would retreat. Very soon, a towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the legendary Ancestral Emperor Mountain. As they approached the Ancestral Emperor Mountain, Gu Fei and the others sensed a vast and boundless aura. Extreme Saint Might? This aura made Gu Fei feel very uneasy. It was as if there was a terrifying primordial beast hiding on the mountain ahead, causing his heart to palpitate. This is the aura of our ancestors. Although it has been countless years, the aura of our ancestors still hasn't dissipated, Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Hong analyzed. What? Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. The vast aura coming from the mountain ahead was actually left behind by an innate ancestral beast. In other words, an innate ancestral beast had once cultivated on the mountain ahead, leaving behind an inextinguishable aura that not even the merciless years of time could erase. A primordial ancestor beast that had reached the phenomenal level was a supreme existence that could compete with extreme Tao experts. The Golden Spirit Ape Clan's foundation was too terrifying, and they had once produced such an ancestor beast. The bloodline of the divine beast in Yuan Hong's body had already been awakened. He was now equivalent to the youth of the human race, still very far away from the grand completion. Even so, Yuan Hong's cultivation and strength were not comparable to an ordinary celestial being realm immortal emperor or Shen King. Even a sect master would have to be cautious when facing Yuan Hong. The Golden Spirit Ape was a special clan in the Heaven Realm. Although there were only a few members, they were all very powerful. Although the Elder Sacred Ape had disappeared for countless years, no one dared to underestimate this clan. After all, this was a clan that had produced a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sages. No one knew what kind of foundation the Golden Spirit Ape clan had, but many people believed that the Elder Sacred Ape must have left behind a contingency plan to protect this clan from being bullied by other clans. Otherwise, those people in the Heaven Realm would have already taken action against the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The place where the ancestral Emperor Mountain was located was the source of the ancestral vein in the eastern land of the Heaven Realm. However, it had been occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan for countless years. Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuan Gu, had long been displeased. Not only Yuan Gu, but many people in the entire Heaven Realm had their eyes on the ancestral Emperor Mountain. The place where the ancestral vein was located was definitely a divine land that could make Emperor Xian and Shen King go crazy. This was because of an ancient legend in the Heaven Realm. The place where a supreme sage proved his Tao was the source of the ancestral vein. When the supreme martial ancestor, the supreme Tao ancestor, the eternal Buddha Lord, and other human race sages proved their Tao, it was always earth-shattering. The place where they proved their Tao was the source of the ancestral vein. The ancestral vein in the eastern land of the Heaven Realm had been occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan. This made Emperor Xian of the eastern land feel ashamed. The other Emperor Xian and the Celestial Emperors all controlled an ancestral vein, but Yuan Gu was the only exception. Just as Gu Fei and the others accepted the invitation of the Golden Spirit Ape clan and entered the ancestral Emperor Mountain, the entire eastern land was in chaos. Many of the Heavenly Realm's old antiques that had been expelled by Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu had returned. Moreover, this time, a large army had arrived. The southern mountains, northern snowy plains, Middle Earth, and Westernly had all sent important figures to the eastern land. The southern mountains' god emperor had personally come and fought a great battle with Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu. Some people said that Emperor Xian of the eastern land had taken the step that no one had taken in the past 10 million years. He had become the only Emperor Xian who could take that step after 10 million years. Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu had intimidated everyone, so the important figures didn't dare act blindly without thinking. Some people had witnessed the battle between Emperor Xian of Yuan Gu and the Southern Mountains God Emperor. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering. It had even pierced through the heavenly realm. A battle between two emperor-ranked powerhouses hadn't been seen in the heavenly realm for 10,000 years. That battle had been so fierce that it had completely destroyed the earth. However, the news of the lost palace of the moon deities had spread throughout the heavenly realm. Countless experts had rushed to the eastern land. This was just the beginning. The Southern Mountains God Emperor was the first to jump out and compete with Yuan Gu. Although he had been defeated, he hadn't fallen. Chapter 1029. It was unknown how many experts who hadn't shown themselves in a long time had jumped out. The battle between Eastern Emperor Xian Gu and Southern Mountain God Emperor Tsong Shao had shaken the entire heavenly realm. Although there were many experts in the heavenly realm, it had been a long time since a battle between Emperor Xian and God Emperor Tsong Shao had occurred. Existences of this level were usually used as deterrents. However, it was different this time. The legendary palace of the moon deities had appeared. No one could sit still. The old antiques of the heavenly realm were even more envious. Everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of the extreme Tao saint. However, the Eastern Emperor Xiangu wanted to monopolize the palace of the moon deities. This was tantamount to becoming the enemy of all the forces in the heavenly realm. It was an incomparably crazy move to contend against all the forces of the heavenly realm by himself. However, the Eastern Emperor Xiangu had actually done such a crazy thing. Could it be that Yuan-gu has really taken that step? Otherwise, how would he dare? Some of the old antiques of the heavenly realm hesitated. These people had lived for countless years, and some were even characters of the late desolate era. Their background was so great that even Emperor Xian and the God Emperor had to be wary of them. After Emperor Xiangu expelled the southern mountain God Emperor, the entire eastern earth calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was only a temporary calm. A greater storm was about to arrive. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were guests at the ancestral Emperor Mountain. Gu Fei and the golden spiritualist ape Yuan Hong had a feeling of regret for not having met each other earlier. Their temperaments were very similar, and they appreciated each other's talents. This was a friendship forged from fighting. The entire ancestral Emperor Mountain covered a radius of millions of miles. It was a small world independent of the larger world, and there was only Yuan Hong in this small world. The golden spiritualist ape clan was so small that they didn't even have a servant. Ever since the disappearance of the old sacred ape, Yuan Hong had been sleeping in this small world for countless years. It was only 1,000 years ago that he woke up and walked out of this small world. There was an ancient palace on the ancestral Emperor Mountain. It was the ancestral court of the golden spirit apes. Legend had it that it had been built by the primogenitor of the golden spirit apes at the beginning of the world. This ancient temple had the immortal Tao patterns laid down by the golden spirit ape primogenitor. It could exist in this world for a long time, indestructible and resistant to decay. Gu Fei and the others were not invited into the ancestral court by Yuan Hong. Beside the ancestral Emperor Mountain, there were a few other spiritual mountains. Yuan Hong's cave dwelling was located halfway up one of them. Gu Fei and the others were currently chatting happily with Yuan Hong in the cave dwelling. Brother Gu, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the successor of the martial progenitor. Yuan Hong suddenly asked Gu Fei. Yuan Hong was the son of the elder sacred ape and a saint's son. Naturally, he knew many secrets of the world. He had survived the terrible upheavals of that period. Yuan Hong's experience was very similar to that of the old tortoise. The old tortoise was caught into the virtual sky world and escaped the upheavals that swept through the three realms at the end of the Great Desolate Age. On the other hand, Yuan Hong was personally sealed in the ancestral Emperor Mountain by his father. Day and night, his body was tempered by the metal essence of heaven and earth, and he also escaped that upheaval. When they came out again, the world had changed. There were no saints in the world. Successor of the martial progenitor? Gu Fei was a little surprised that Yuan Hong could actually see through his background. He was indeed the successor of the martial progenitor because he had obtained the great path imprint of the martial progenitor. I just obtained the inheritance of the martial progenitor by chance. Gu Fei said with a nod. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Gu Fei also didn't need to hide it. Yes, I think so too. There are no saints in the world now. Even someone as strong as the martial progenitor has probably disappeared. Yuan Hong looked a little sad. His father was also a great saint of the golden spirit apes. He was a sacred ape. There are no saints in the world? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the saints had fallen in the post-primitive era? This was absolutely impossible. That was an indestructible supreme saint. How could he have fallen? However, there were no saints in the world today. The saints had already become a legend. What exactly happened? Gu Fei asked Yuan Hong. Xiao Qing, He Tian, Balan and Chu Luqing pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know what had happened in the past to make the saints disappear. I also don't know. I was sealed in the ancestral Emperor Mountain's metal element ancestral vein by my father. I have no idea what happened outside. Yuan Hong also didn't know what kind of earth-shattering event had happened. Later on, the laws of heaven and earth were changed. The primitive world collapsed and formed the current human world. According to some of the old antiques who survived the end of the primitive world, the heaven world was also very dangerous at that time. The entire heaven world had almost collapsed and many areas had fallen into the unknown void. Some said that after the upheaval, the heaven world had shrunk to a third of its original size. The old antiques in the heaven world had no idea what had happened, but it seemed that some unknown existence had launched a devastating attack on the heaven world. Those who had survived the primitive world all agreed that the source of all the chaos was the primitive world, and that the primitive world's turmoil had affected the heaven world. This was the first time Gu Fei and the others had heard of such a secret from Yuan Hong. No one said a word. Only He Tian looked pensive. Just as everyone was digesting Yuan Hong's words, Yuan Hong seemed to sense something. He stood up and walked out of the cave. Seeing this, the crowd also stood up and followed Yuan Hong out. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei asked. Yuan Hong pondered for a moment, then said, "Nothing. A friend is coming. I'll go receive him. I'll be right back." With that, Yuan Hong shot into the sky and flew toward the entrance of the ancestral emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. The Golden Spirit Ape clan's battle prowess was unparalleled, and so was their speed. Who the hell has come? Everyone was puzzled. One should know that Yuan Hong was the only one in the ancestral emperor realm. Anyone who could find their way here was definitely not simple. Soon enough, a powerful aura appeared in the distance and rapidly approached. Then, a huge black bird appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone was shocked when they saw the bird. It was a divine bird the size of a mountain, covered in pitch-black feathers. When it spread its wings, it looked like a dark cloud descending from the sky. Great Pang? Erebus couldn't help being moved. That divine bird was actually the legendary Great Pang. It was truly inconceivable. How could such an existence appear in front of them? What? Chapter 1030. Boom! The divine beast's aura covered the sky as it surged forward. Everyone's expression changed, especially Shaoqing and Balon. They also had the bloodline of divine beasts. Shaoqing and Balon's bloodline had already awakened, so they were also divine beasts. When divine beasts encountered each other, they would definitely sense each other. Shaoqing and Balon both felt their blood boiling. The other party was very strong, so strong that they wanted to submit. Roar! Little Qing let out a furious roar. Dragon Qi surged from its body, and a layer of azure dragon scales appeared on its skin. Rays of azure light flowed around it. It was actually going to transform back into its original form. Balon's body also erupted with powerful fire elemental power. Divine flames appeared on his body, and the image of a fire qilin could be faintly seen on his body. Balon's strength was stronger than Shaoqing's, but he didn't show any signs of transforming back to his original form. The legendary Great Pang divine bird? Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank when he saw that huge bird appear on the horizon. Although the other party's aura was powerful, he wasn't afraid at all. This divine bird's strength was on par with Yuan Hong's. It should be Yuan Hong's friend. To be able to befriend Yuan Hong, this fellow must have a very powerful background. This isn't a real Great Pang. It's just an illusion. He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes. In his left eye, there seemed to be a black divine moon floating, while in his right eye, there was a dazzling sun flashing. The power of yin and yang interweaved, and the aura of the great Tao circulated in He Tian's eyes. The yin-yang divine eyes could see through all illusions. 1,000 miles away in the sky, a black-clothed young man was walking over with Yuan Hong. He was a young man with a pair of sharp eyes. The youth emitted a powerful aura, and above his head, the image of a black Great Pang the size of a mountain appeared. "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect you to have a guest," the green-robed youth said to Yuan Hong. They didn't stop and continued towards Yuan Hong's cave. With just a few steps, Yuan Hong and the black-clothed young man arrived before Yuan Hong's abode. "Hee, we just got to know each other today. Come, let me introduce you." As he spoke, Yuan Hong and the black-clothed young man descended from the sky and arrived before Gu Fei and the others. True Dragon bloodline and Fire Qilin bloodline. When he saw Shaoqing and Balon, the black-clothed young man's expression turned serious. Although he had sensed the aura of divine beasts coming from Shaoqing and Balon from afar, he did not know what kind of divine beasts they were. Golden-winged rock. He Tian also saw through this black-robed youth's background. He was an expert from the Sky Rock race. According to legend, their ancestor was a sky rock born from heaven and earth. The feathers of the golden-winged rock weren't black. This black-clothed young man's bloodline didn't seem to be pure, but it was still frightening. This divine beast was very powerful. This is Gu Fei. Brother Gu is the martial ancestor's successor. Yuan Hong introduced both parties. What? When the black-clothed young man heard this, his sharp eagle-like eyes immediately turned vertical. His eyes flickered and the aura on his body became even more powerful. A powerful aura spread out, and Xiaoqing and Balan found it a little difficult to resist. Chu Luqing was in an even worse state. He had already collapsed on the ground, his body trembling, and he was just short of wetting his pants. Roar! Xiaoqing let out a low roar and finally couldn't help but reveal his true form. A green dragon appeared in front of Yuan Hong's cave and a powerful dragon aura spread out. When the creatures in the vicinity sensed this aura, they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. This was due to the reverence they had for superior divine beasts. Some of the stronger beasts in the vicinity also prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping their emperor. The black-clothed young man glanced at Xiaoqing and said, "I didn't expect you to have cultivated the aura of a true dragon. You are showing signs of atavism." Brother Gu Fei, this is the little Peng emperor of the Sky Peng race. Yuan Hong introduced him to Gu Fei. Little Peng emperor? Gu Fei could sense a powerful battle intent from the black-clothed young man. This little Peng emperor was arrogant and unruly. Did he want to fight him? The martial ancestor's successor, Gu Fei? The little Peng emperor sized up Gu Fei. Just the identity of the martial ancestor's successor was enough to shock him. Although he was only a successor and not a direct disciple, what difference did it make? The supreme martial ancestor had shaken the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He was the strongest saint in the world. Even though he had disappeared for countless years, no one could forget him. Yuan Hong was surprised that the little Peng emperor immediately opposed the little Peng emperor. In the end, Gu Fei and the little Peng emperor didn't make a move. Instead, they withdrew their auras and were invited into the cave abode by Yuan Hong. They couldn't fight here. This was Yuan Hong's territory, as well as the ancestral court of the Golden Spirit Ape race. Even the arrogant little Peng emperor wouldn't dare to act presumptuously here. "Brother Peng, why did you come to find me?" Yuan Hong was very direct. After sitting down, he went straight to the point. He didn't continue with the pleasantries, nor did he continue to introduce Xiaoqing and the others to the little Peng emperor. The little Peng emperor was very arrogant. He didn't think much of those weaker than him. Even though they were both divine beasts, he was an emperor. On the other hand, Xiaoqing and Balan were only divine beasts in the mysterious transformation realm. The little Peng emperor only glanced at Xiaoqing and Balan in front of Yuan Hong's cave abode before ignoring them. He also ignored Chu Luqing. The little Peng emperor's disregard made Chu Luqing feel very depressed. However, Chu Luqing didn't dare show the slightest bit of displeasure. The other party was an expert from the Sky Rock race. The Sky Rock race was a powerful force in the heavenly realm that even the 5 great Emperors Xian and the 4 great celestial emperors had to be wary of. This didn't mean that the Sky Rock race had the advantage in numbers. On the contrary, although the Sky Rock race had few clansmen, every single one of them was a powerhouse. Some people said that the current patriarch of the Sky Rock race had already successfully taken that step. Let alone Chu Luqing. Even the power behind Chu Luqing definitely wasn't a match for the Sky Rock race. The little Peng emperor's arrogance wasn't without reason. "What? You still don't know that the palace of the moon deities has appeared?" The little Peng emperor asked in surprise. "The palace of the moon deities has appeared?" Yuan Hong was shocked. Then he looked at Gu Fei. When he saw Gu Fei nod, he was even more shocked. The palace of the extreme path female sage had appeared. Nobody could sit still. Yuan Hong couldn't sit still either. "I came to look for you because I want to go and take a look with you," the little Peng emperor said. He wanted to invite Yuan Hong so that he wouldn't appear to be alone. Although the Sky Rock race was powerful, there were still many forces in the heavenly realm that could contend with the Sky Rock race. However, things would be different if Yuan Hong was involved. Without saying much, Yuan Hong and the little Peng emperor set off. Under Yuan Hong's invitation, Gu Fei and the others also went along. Gu Fei and the others also used this opportunity to go back and take a look. Chapter 1031. All the powers in the heavenly realm focused their attention on the Eastern Earth. A storm was brewing in the Eastern Earth, and it was unknown how many powerful characters had appeared. Even the legendary super antiques that had fallen long ago had appeared. Some people saw the madman of a generation, Lu Rufeng, appear in the vicinity of the moon deity's palace. Some people also saw the battle emperor, Ao Wu Chang, loitering outside the tent of the primordial emperor Xian. Some people even saw Yi Tian, who had disappeared for 1,000 years and was thought to have fallen, kill a great devil from the 100,000 devil mountains in the depths of the mountains. These were the experts of the heavenly realm who had become famous 10,000 years ago. They had disappeared for a long time, but now they had appeared in front of the world again. These three powerful characters had already been emperors of the celestial being realm 10,000 years ago. No one knew what level their cultivation had reached after 10,000 years. With the appearance of these powerful characters, the atmosphere of the Eastern Earth became very oppressive. A storm was brewing. Although all the great sects were still watching, they were already prepared. Although some people said that the primordial Emperor Xian had taken a step that no one had taken in millions of years, not everyone was afraid of him. Some people even wanted to fight him. When Gu Fei had activated the mountain and river cauldron with all his strength, the buried moonland had been erased from the earth by a strand of the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron. The area where the buried moonland was located had already been enveloped by a superformation set up by the primordial Emperor Xian. It had sealed off the sky and the earth, so no one could easily break in. In the past few days, many people had tried to break in, but they had all died at the hands of the Violet Emperor. Although the Violet Emperor wasn't as powerful as his father, he gave off a more dangerous feeling. He would often smile and kill his enemies with a wave of his hand. He was regarded as the future master of the Eastern Earth. He had a talent that others couldn't hope to match. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he already had the power to look down on the Eastern Earth. When Gu Fei, Yuan Hong, and the Little Peng Emperor were thousands of miles away from the place where the palace of the moon deities appeared, they were intercepted by a group of patrolling immortal soldiers. This group of immortal soldiers was clad in silver immortal armor, and emanated a vast amount of immortal qi. Every one of them was an immortal god, and there were 12 of them in total. The one in the lead was an immortal general in the mysterious transformation realm. This place has already been designated as a forbidden area by His Majesty Yuan Gu. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. All of you should quickly retreat. The immortal general shouted at Gu Fei and the others. Humph. The Little Peng Emperor sneered and pointed with his finger. A ball of golden light shot out from his fingertip. With a bang, the immortal general in front of him exploded. His immortal king blood splattered everywhere, and he was killed in both body and soul. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's expression changed. This fellow was truly fearless. He even dared to kill the people of the primordial Emperor Xian. Brother Peng. Yuan Hong was also startled by the Little Peng Emperor. He Tian and the others also had ugly expressions. The Little Peng Emperor had killed the people of the primordial Emperor Xian right off the bat. There was nothing more to say, so they immediately started fighting. The Little Peng Emperor directly challenged the #1 faction in the Eastern lands. Just thinking about it made everyone shudder. Seeing that the leading immortal general had been killed, the group of immortal soldiers immediately dispersed with a bang. At the same time, he unleashed the immortal artifact in his hand, which he used to attack the crowd. Immortal power surged, and the entire area was illuminated by the immortal light emitted by the 11 immortal artifacts. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. The Little Peng Emperor laughed and rushed forward. 18 golden rings shot out from his body, enveloping him within. All the immortal weapons that were rushing towards him were repelled by the 18 golden rings. Some of the immortal artifacts even shattered on the spot, and the fragments scattered in all directions. Bam! The Little Peng Emperor rushed in front of an immortal soldier in an instant and punched, blasting the immortal soldier into pieces. Even the primordial spirit was shattered. The Little Peng Emperor was too domineering and very arrogant. It was as if he was invincible. Immortal soldiers were killed with every move he made. From time to time, there would be immortal blood bursting in the air, and a bloody mist drifted in the void. This was immortal blood. Someone was killing immortals. If this scene happened in the mortal realm, the world would definitely be shaken. However, in the heaven realm, it was as common as having a meal. The heaven realm was very suitable for the cultivation of various races. Various factions nurtured many talented people. Under systematic guidance, most of these people could become immortals. However, the moment these people became immortals, it could be said that their cultivation could no longer increase. Without a higher cultivation technique, the experts in their sects would no longer impart and guide them. In the end, Such people could only become immortal soldiers controlled by various factions. It was the same for the immortal soldiers of the primordial era Emperor Xian. Only a few people who broke through to the mysterious transformation realm would be appointed as immortal generals and command a certain number of immortal soldiers. It would take at least a few hundred years to nurture an immortal soldier. However, it only took a short moment for an immortal soldier to perish. Boom! The little Pang Emperor seemed to have transformed into a god of death. He soared into the sky and stomped down. The bodies of 3 immortal soldiers below were crushed by his stomp. Their primordial spirits dissipated, and they died instantly. In just a few short breaths, a team of immortal soldiers was almost completely annihilated. Only 2 terrified immortal soldiers were left. These 2 immortal soldiers had been completely intimidated by the little Pang Emperor's combat strength. They didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. They turned around and fled. Humph! You still want to flee in front of me? The little Pang Emperor's figure moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already caught up to one of the fleeing immortal soldiers. The Sky Pang race was the descendant of the world's first great Pang golden-winged bird. Their speed was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. They were much faster than teleportation. The little Pang Emperor streaked across the void like a black bolt of lightning. He directly passed through the immortal soldier's body and turned it into a bloody mist. Swoosh! A primordial spirit light rushed out of the bloody mist in an attempt to escape. The little Pang Emperor opened his mouth and produced a heaven-devouring force that enveloped the primordial spirit light. One could vaguely see a small person struggling desperately within the primordial spirit light. The small person enveloped by the primordial spirit light was devoured by the little Pang Emperor. Devouring an primordial spirit? Everyone jumped in fright when they saw this. This was a great taboo. This was something only people of the demonic Tao would do. It wasn't a big deal to destroy an immortal in body and soul, but devouring an primordial spirit was a great taboo in the cultivation world. People who used this method to increase their cultivation and strength would become the public enemy of the various major factions. However, the little Pang Emperor had no qualms about devouring an primordial spirit in front of everyone. Swoosh! Divine light flashed on the little Pang Emperor's back as a pair of divine wings condensed. These were a pair of divine wings with resplendent golden light. The little Pang Emperor flapped his divine wings and transformed into a beam of divine light that rapidly moved through the void. He chased after the immortal that had already fled hundreds of kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the little Pang Emperor caught up to the immortal. However, just as the little Pang Emperor caught up to the immortal, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged over from the front. Then, an earth-shattering purple aura swept through the world, covering a distance of 1,500 kilometers. Chapter 1032. The purple chi was vast and mighty for 3,000 miles, and a god walked out from the boundless purple chi. The immortal soldier who was caught by the little Pang Emperor was overjoyed when he saw the deity. He rushed towards the deity without hesitation. However, the little Pang Emperor had no intention of letting him go. Swish! The golden divine wings swept forward. Rays of golden light shot out from the divine wings, turning into golden divine swords that pierced towards the immortal soldier. Your Highness, save me! The immortal soldier was frightened out of his wits. In front of the little Pang Emperor, he was like a newborn baby. He had no strength to resist at all. Little Pang Emperor, how dare you! The deity shouted. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his voice. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This person was very strong. Humph! The little Pang Emperor didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to reply to the deity. The golden divine swords pierced through the void and instantly caught up to the immortal soldier. Swish! Countless rays of golden light pierced through the immortal soldier's body. In an instant, the immortal soldier was sliced into countless pieces by the golden divine swords behind him. Then, his entire body collapsed and fell from the sky like a building block. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape before it was destroyed by the golden divine swords. Roar! The Violet Emperor was furious. This little Pang Emperor was too much. He actually killed his immortal soldier in front of him. This made him incomparably furious. The Violet Emperor roared and took a step forward, sending a palm strike towards the little Pang Emperor. Bang! Boundless purple chi condensed into a huge purple hand. It shattered the void and covered the entire heaven and earth. It directly pressed down on the little Pang Emperor. The purple chi was vast and mighty. A terrifying power surged down from the purple hand. It was like the hand of the heavens, shattering the void and obliterating everything. "I've long wanted to fight you." The little Pang Emperor was extremely domineering. He directly soared into the sky. His divine wings were like two heavenly blades that tore the void apart. He directly tore apart the purple hand that was descending from the sky, and rushed towards the Violet Emperor. The little Rock Emperor displayed the speed of a heavenly rock. His movement speed was so fast that it was unrivaled in the celestial realm. In an instant, he arrived before the Z Emperor. Next, he stretched out his right hand and his palm transformed into a golden claw, grabbing at the Z Emperor. Buzz! At this moment, the body of the Emperor of Z Huang trembled. A simple and unadorned bronze mirror appeared in front of him. Then with a schwa sound, a purple divine light rushed out from the bronze mirror. A terrifying aura filled the air. Bam! The golden claw shattered, and the divine light that shot out from the copper mirror dissipated into the void. The little rock was sent flying by an unstoppable force thousands of feet away. Damn it! Little Pang Emperor clenched his right fist tightly. Golden blood seeped out from between his fingers. He was injured. His opponent had used a supreme treasure right from the start, causing him to suffer a little. The virtual sky mirror? When He Tian saw the ancient bronze mirror floating above the Violet Emperor's head, he couldn't help but be moved. This was a saint artifact refined by a ruthless person in the desolate era. This isn't right. Immediately, He Tian sensed something strange. He discovered that this wasn't the real virtual sky mirror. Although it looked similar, its power didn't match. If this was the real virtual sky world, the attack just now would have obliterated the little Pang Emperor. His body and soul would have been destroyed. It wouldn't be as simple as just being injured. This was a divine artifact refined in imitation of the virtual sky world. However, even if this bronze mirror wasn't the legendary virtual sky world, it still possessed a great power that could injure the little Pang Emperor. Shwa! The little Pang Emperor flapped his divine wings and immediately turned into a divine light. He rushed back from thousands of meters away and spat out a divine spear. This was a stone spear, but it emitted an aura that made everything in the world tremble. Mysterious ancient runes could be faintly seen on the surface of the stone spear. The stone spear pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth as it stabbed towards the Z Emperor. Its terrifying aura shocked everyone. This was a peerless and vicious spear, a peerless weapon. Desolate sky spear? The Z Emperor was shocked. He recognized the origin of the stone spear, and his expression immediately changed. An unfathomable aura had already locked onto him. It was as if he was being stared at by a peerless heavenly beast, making him feel a sense of danger. Shwa! The bronze mirror floating above the Z Emperor's head emitted endless divine light. Streams of purple aura rushed out of the mirror like huge dragons, blocking the spear. The purple aura around the Z Emperor was vast and mighty. His entire body seemed to have turned into a purple sun, illuminating the entire world in purple. His vast divine power shook the world. Crack! The stone spear pierced through and directly shattered the dragon-like purple aura rushing out of the mirror. The spearhead touched the bronze mirror. Cracks immediately appeared on the bronze mirror. The divine light dimmed, showing signs of being shattered by the stone spear. At the same time, the Z Emperor suffered a great impact. The thread of consciousness attached to the bronze mirror was almost shattered, and a trace of blood seeped out of the space between his eyebrows. Roar! The Z Emperor roared and was involuntarily sent flying. The bronze mirror floating above his head was also sent flying by the stone spear. Everyone was shaken by this scene. The little Pang was truly too powerful. He was actually able to suppress the Z Emperor. It had to be known that the Z Emperor was the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, the future ruler of the Eastern Earth. Although the Z Emperor had cultivated for 1,000 years, his strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the old antiques of the heavenly world. Gu Fei had learned of the Z Emperor's origin from Yuan Hong. This Z Emperor was definitely one of the top existences in the Eastern Earth. Even Yuan Hong didn't want to provoke him. But the little Pang didn't have any misgivings. So what if it was the Z Emperor? Both the Z Emperor and the little Pang had powerful factions behind them. The little Pang also had the qualifications to challenge the son of the Eastern Earth's Emperor Xian. Humph, the son of the ancient Emperor Xian is nothing more than this. The little Pang extended his hand and the stone spear flew back into his hand. The desolate sky spear was the supreme treasure of the Tianpeng race, but it was now on the little Peng's body. The desolate sky spear was a supreme weapon even in the Great Desolate Era. According to legend, it was a weapon refined by the ancestor of the Tianpeng race, the great golden-winged Peng. This stone spear had once been dyed with the blood of a supreme existence. Its fiendish aura was enough to shake heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help feeling its aura. You actually have this saint weapon on you. Chapter 1033. The Desolate Sky Spear? The Violet Emperor stared at the stone spear in the little Peng's hand. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. A ferocious killing intent surged from the stone spear, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. On the stone spear, there were ancient and mysterious runes faintly appearing. A trace of the Great Tao's aura circulated around it. This saint weapon was extraordinary. A saint weapon that could draw a trace of the Great Tao's power could only be refined by a half-step saint who had surpassed the almighty realm. Even if this stone spear wasn't an extreme saint weapon, it was still a half-step saint weapon. This kind of saint weapon was regarded as a supreme treasure by the major forces of the heavenly realm. They wouldn't use it easily. This little Peng actually brought out the desolate sky spear. Even Yuan Hong, who had some friendship with the little Peng, was a little surprised. Yuan Hong also had a half-step saint weapon in his hand. It was the golden staff that could smash saint weapons. It was a half-step saint weapon refined by an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The primordial Emperor Xian only has one son? The little Peng was very domineering. He looked at the Violet Emperor with disdain, giving off an insufferably arrogant feeling. The primordial era was conceited and arrogant. Gu Fei didn't approve of the little Peng's attitude. It was undeniable that the little Peng was very strong, but in fact, it was almost on par with the Violet Emperor. The little Peng only relied on the power of the desolate sky spear to gain the upper hand in the previous exchange. It's just the power of a murderous weapon. That's nothing. The Violet Emperor said disdainfully. The one suppressing him was the desolate sky spear, not the little Peng. What's with all this nonsense? It's fine as long as I can defeat you. The little Peng pointed the stone spear in his hand at the Violet Emperor and said coldly. A pair of golden wings flapped behind him, stirring up gusts of wind. The little Peng's battle intent was unparalleled. When he was in the Ancestor Emperor realm, he wanted to fight against the human race's king martial physique. However, he didn't do so because of Yuan Hong. Now that he had encountered the Violet Emperor, a great battle was inevitable. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor had not been in the world for long. Although he wanted to establish his status and reputation through a battle, the Violet Emperor was a very good choice. As long as he defeated the Violet Emperor, all the cultivators in the Heaven Realm would know of the golden-winged little Peng Emperor. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor and the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong also became friends through fighting. Unfortunately, Yuan Hong's reputation in the Heaven Realm was not very good. Although the golden-winged little Peng Emperor fought with Yuan Hong, very few people knew about it. Now it was different. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Emperor. Swoosh! Swish! Swoosh! A few squads of silver-armored immortal soldiers led by a few immortal generals rushed over from afar, and gathered behind the Violet Emperor. Silver-colored immortal armor flickered about, immortal energy surging, auspicious clouds curling about, as if a celestial emperor had sent out an army, giving off a powerful feeling of pressure. This was an army formed from immortal gods. Your Highness! The leading immortal generals saluted the Violet Sovereign. The battle between the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Sovereign had already alerted the immortal soldiers stationed at the burial moon grounds. All of you back off, Emperor Z said without turning his head. These immortal soldiers and immortal generals wouldn't be of any help to him. The little Peng Emperor was a celestial emperor, and these immortal soldiers and immortal generals weren't his match. No matter how many of them went, they would only be throwing their lives away. Yes. The leading immortal generals and the immortal soldiers behind them bowed and retreated. Then they stood far away in the clouds, watching what was happening in front of them. One of the immortal generals turned and left. Many figures appeared nearby, drawn over by the battle between the little Peng Emperor and the Violet Sovereign. There was no lack of powerful figures among them. These people. Gu Fei sensed many people's gazes sweeping over him. He couldn't help but be shocked. In front of these people, he couldn't help being cautious. He had long since activated the inner world's power to seal himself, isolating himself from all prying eyes. No one could see through him, unless an extreme Dao saint came. No one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, but Shaoqing, Balan, and the others didn't have Gu Fei's ability. Some celestial emperors could see through them. These people are actually together with the golden spirit ape. That divine ape is willing to team up with these people. These people are definitely not simple. Some people noticed Gu Fei's group, especially since no one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation. They couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Swish! At this time, the Violet Sovereign opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword surrounded by violet energy. Then he grasped it in his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out from the sword. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw this divine sword. This sword was very similar to his own violet gold divine sword. Sword Qi was vast and mighty, and the entire world became cold in an instant. Boss, this sword. He Tian couldn't help but whisper in Gu Fei's ear. Gu Fei nodded, but didn't say anything. Sovereign sword. Some of the Heavenly Realm's elders exclaimed. It's not the legendary sovereign sword. But someone quickly refuted it. Even so, some of the Heavenly Realm's elders who were watching the battle from a distance were still moved. What sovereign sword? Gu Fei's sixth sense was much stronger than the average person's. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the elders' whispers. Could the sovereign sword they were talking about be the violet gold divine sword? The violet gold divine sword's origin was mysterious. Although Gu Fei had obtained it for a long time, he still didn't know its origin. Boom! A loud sound suddenly erupted at this moment. The Violet Emperor and the Little Pang Emperor had once again clashed. The earth-shattering sound startled Gu Fei awake from his contemplation. No one intervened because they didn't want to cause any trouble. The Violet Sovereign was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, while the Little Pang was the prince of the Tian Pang clan. Both of them had powerful forces backing them. No one dared to ignore such forces. Bang! The desolate sky spear pierced through the void and turned into an immortal divine light. The spearhead was aimed at the Violet Sovereign's forehead. A terrifying divine power surged, and on the surface of the stone spear, there were countless divine runes. This was an ancient divine rune mastered by the Tian Pang clan. Outsiders couldn't understand it, but the experts of the Tian Pang clan had imprinted it on this ancient vicious weapon. Bas! The violet sword vibrated and its sword aura soared to the sky. The violet divine sword seemed to have turned into a purple dragon that rushed up and collided with the desolate sky spear. Boom! There was another earth-shattering noise. At the place where the divine sword and the stone spear collided, a circle of visible ripples spread out. Then, the void collapsed and a radius of a few hundred meters turned into the most primordial chaos. The Amethyst Emperor and the Little Pang Emperor were sent flying more than 10 miles away by the opponent's power before they could stabilize themselves and stop their retreat. Half-Saint Weapon? Chapter 1034. This was a duel between semi-holy weapons. Terrifying energy ripples spread for hundreds of miles. Even the immortal soldiers and immortal generals standing on the clouds were blown away by the energy storm. Some of the heavenly world's elders couldn't help but retreat. Gu Fei, Yuan Hong, and the others had retreated far away at the first possible moment. The power emitted by the semi-saint weapon was too shocking and terrifying, and it had shattered the space around it. This was a terrifying power that surpassed the almighty realm. It was equivalent to the attack of half a supreme saint. Semi-holy weapon? Interesting. The golden-winged Little Pang Emperor flapped its golden wings and immediately left behind an afterimage. Its real body had already turned into a beam of golden light that flitted across the sky. The desolate sky spear in its hand pierced towards the Violet Emperor. The ominous aura of the primordial ominous weapon soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The vast energy fluctuations nearly caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Buzz! The amethyst sword vibrated. 9 rays of purple sword light rushed out from the Amethyst Emperor's hand like 9 dragons and pierced towards the Little Pang. Boom! A ray of purple sword light met the desolate sky spear and was directly shattered by the spear. The void shook violently. The sword light couldn't block the attack of the Little Pang. Boom! Another tremor was heard. Another ray of purple sword light collided with the desolate sky spear. However, the result was the same. The desolate sky spear couldn't be shaken. This primordial vicious weapon displayed unparalleled might. It shattered 8 purple sword chi in a row before it was stopped. The violent collision caused a few bloody marks to appear on the little Peng Emperor's hands that were tightly gripping the spear. Golden divine blood flowed out, and the little Peng Emperor almost couldn't hold on to the spear anymore. Swish! The sword light broke through the void. The remaining purple sword light was like a rainbow. It instantly streaked across the void and slashed towards the little Peng. Although the sword light hadn't reached the little Peng yet, the little Peng's skin was already in pain from the cold sword chi. Swish! The wings on the little Peng Emperor's back spread open, displaying the extreme speed of a heavenly Peng. In an instant, he retreated thousands of meters away. However, the purple sword light was still chasing after him. It was difficult to escape. However, the little Peng Emperor managed to catch his breath in that split second. He shook the desolate sky spear in his hand and met the purple sword light head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the purple sword light and the stone spear collided. The sound was so loud that everyone's ears were buzzing. The stone spear shattered the purple sword light. This was the first time the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was forced to retreat. This made him very depressed. He didn't expect his opponent to have a semi-sage weapon as well. Moreover, the might of the Violet Emperor's semi-sage weapon was not inferior to his primordial ominous weapon, the desolate sky spear. When Gu Fei and the others saw this scene, they were also shocked. Could it be that these fellows are able to fully exert the might of a semi-saint weapon? He Tian said. The might displayed by these two semi-saint weapons had definitely surpassed the almighty realm. No wonder the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was so arrogant. With such a semi-saint weapon in hand, he could indeed look down on his peers. He might even be able to fight against the antiques of the heaven realm. This isn't the true power of a semi-saint weapon. Yuan Hong stared at the two and said, "Yes." Gu Fei nodded. The power of a semi-saint weapon could only be fully exerted in the hands of a semi-saint. A celestial being realm emperor would definitely not be able to exert the true power of a semi-saint weapon. It had to be said that with a semi-saint weapon in hand, these two could look down on the younger generation of the heaven realm. The Violet Emperor was regarded as the future ruler of the Eastern Land. He definitely had the strength to do so. As for the golden-winged little Peng Emperor, as the most outstanding prince of the heavenly Peng clan, he also had the strength to compete with the Violet Emperor. The golden-winged little Peng Emperor and the Violet Emperor moved quickly in the void. The little Peng Emperor displayed the extreme speed of a heavenly Peng, so he had the advantage in terms of speed. Swoosh! 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 The little Peng Emperor flashed around the Violet Emperor. It was as if there were more than 10 little Peng Emperors surrounding the Violet Emperor. No one could tell which one was the little Peng Emperor's real body. Of course, Gu Fei and He Tian were the only exceptions. Gu Fei had the martial Dao heavenly eye, and He Tian had the yin-yang divine eye, which could see through all falsehoods. Only they could see the little Peng Emperor's real body. The little Peng Emperor's speed in the void was too fast. The extreme speed of a heavenly Peng was not inferior to his 8 steps extreme speed. Gu Fei's eyes flickered. This was a powerful opponent. Not knowing why, Gu Fei felt that there would definitely be a battle between him and the little Peng Emperor. This was a kind of intuition. The heaven realm was the same as the human realm. Every race had ushered in their most prosperous period. Experts from every race emerged in large numbers. For example, the Violet Emperor and the little Peng Emperor were only 2 of the younger generation in the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, there were definitely more monstrous geniuses that were stronger than these two. The Violet Emperor was also impressive. He responded to the myriad of changes by remaining unchanging. One man and one sword seemed to have fused into one. As he brandished his sword intent, rays of purple divine light rushed out from his hand, piercing through the void and splitting the heaven and earth, destroying the afterimages left behind by the little Peng Emperor. There were a few times when the desolate heaven spear was about to pierce through the Violet Emperor. However, at the critical moment, the Violet Emperor blocked the little Peng Emperor's attack with his divine sword. Heavenly war-slaying art, heaven and earth shattering. The little Peng Emperor shook the stone spear in his hand. Finally, he used the supreme killing art of the heavenly Peng race. The stone spear in his hand released a dazzling divine light. Dao runes interweaved on the surface of the stone spear. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth spread out from the stone spear. Bang! The stone spear seemed to have turned into an eternal killing light. The powerful energy wave crushed the void in front of it. The terrifying chi sealed the entire heaven and earth. The Violet Emperor had nowhere to hide. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that the little Pang Emperor would use such a killing art. This was the ultimate killing art of the heavenly Pang race. It would only be used in a life-or-death battle. Has the little Pang Emperor gone mad? Even Yuan Hong was shocked by the little Pang Emperor's attack. He had fought with the little Pang Emperor before, but it had never used such a killing technique in the end. Was he going to fight to the death with the Violet Emperor? Swish! The desolate heaven spear turned into a killing light that instantly pierced through the Violet Emperor. Everyone's eyes bulged out of their sockets when they saw this scene. Even those old geezers couldn't help but be moved. If the Violet Emperor died, the primordial Emperor Xian would definitely go crazy. The entire heaven realm would become even more unstable. It was as if they could already see a reign of terror. Chapter 1035. The little Pang used the supreme killing technique of the Tian Pang race. The desolate sky spear in his hand transformed into an eternal beam of light that pierced through the void, shattering heaven and earth. A terrifying power surged from the desolate sky spear, locking down this part of the world. This kind of power was truly frightening, causing heaven and earth to lose color. The Violet Emperor had nowhere to run. His monstrous divine power sealed off all his paths of retreat. Swish! The Violet Emperor's body was pierced through by the desolate sky spear. Afterward, his entire body turned to ash that dissipated into the void. It was as if the little Pang Emperor's attack had killed him in both body and soul. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. The Violet Emperor had fallen? No way! The Violet Emperor had fallen. The primordial Emperor Xian would definitely go crazy. The little Pang Emperor had caused trouble this time. Perhaps even the Tian Pang race wouldn't be able to protect him. A bloody storm was unavoidable. He's dead. The little Pang Emperor didn't feel the slightest bit of joy from killing a powerful enemy. His divine eyes scanned the surroundings. He had a strange feeling that something wasn't right. The Violet Emperor was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He was the second strongest person in the Eastern Earth. How could he be killed so easily? The little Pang Emperor was on high alert. Gu Fei also frowned when he saw this. Swish! Just as everyone thought that the Amethyst Emperor had fallen, the space behind the little Pang Emperor suddenly distorted. A figure rushed out of the void without any warning. The little Pang Emperor's hair stood on end. He instantly sensed something strange behind him. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. He didn't hesitate to use his heavenly Pang extremity and rush forward. Swish! A golden light so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye tore through the void. In an instant, it had traveled hundreds of meters, but it was already too late. Bang! A huge violet hand ruthlessly slammed into the little Pang Emperor's back. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The little Pang Emperor's divine wings were directly broken, causing golden feathers to scatter in all directions. Each feather was shrouded in golden light. These were the divine feathers of the Tian Pang race. Roar! The little Pang Emperor was sent flying thousands of meters away. His body was almost destroyed. He coughed up large mouthfuls of golden divine blood. Every drop of blood was golden. The great golden-winged Pang was also a metal divine beast among the 5 connate divine beasts. Like the golden spirit ape, it was born from the metal ancestral chi at the beginning of the world. Golden-winged little Pang Emperor roared in anger. Streams of metal element divine power rushed out of his body, and the flesh and blood on his divine wings surged. His wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this level of cultivation, even if the body suffered even more severe injuries, it would be able to recover in an instant, unless the primordial spirit was attacked. At this realm, the little Pang Emperor. The void shook violently, and a purple figure directly walked out of the void. That person's entire body was shrouded in purple chi. Who else could it be other than the Violet Emperor, who had just been killed by the little Pang Emperor's spear? Not only did Pang Emperor not die, but he had caught him off guard and injured the little Pang Emperor. He inherited one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He could see the secret art Pang Emperor had used. Others might not know about the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but Gu Fei did. He had once refined the celestial ancestors' soul memories. No one knew these arts better than he did. Although the celestial ancestor didn't have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he knew how powerful the other secrets were. Peng Emperor had broken through the heaven-battling Slayer art's death domain. Only the void reversal of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could do this. Void reversal melded one's body into the void of the world. Nothing could touch one's body, and one could come and go as one with the world. When this secret technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, one could go anywhere. There were no forbidden lands or dead lands in the world. These dangerous lands were like broad roads in front of the anti-void secret technique. Those who could cultivate this secret art could even break through the killing arrays of an extreme Tao saint. Void reversal? This guy. Hearing this, He Tian's expression changed. If Peng Emperor had really cultivated this secret art, then he would be in an invincible position. The little Peng Emperor was about to meet a tragic end. Damn it! Despicable bastard! The little Peng Emperor was enraged. He strode through the void, approaching Peng Emperor step by step. The desolate sky spear in his hand emitted a monstrous might. Rumble. The little Peng Emperor was like an ancient divine mountain moving through the void. His aura rose to the extreme, causing the void to tremble. He displayed strength that was much more powerful than ordinary celestial realm emperors. The spectators were all incomparably shocked. The Tian Peng race had been silent for a long time, but they didn't expect such a powerful little Peng Emperor to appear. Was the heavenly realm going to welcome another golden age? Some old fogies of the heavenly realm were muttering to themselves. This was the cycle of the great Tao of heaven and earth. With the arrival of the golden age, all heroes would rise. Battles were inevitable. This was an incomparably difficult path to prove one's Tao. The path to becoming a saint would inevitably be paved with the corpses of heroes. The heavenly war-slaying art was the supreme killing art of the celestial Peng race. The desolate sky spear emitted a vast amount of energy, forming a domain filled with baleful aura. A region seemed to have appeared around the little Peng Emperor. Countless white bones could be faintly seen, and a sea of blood was surging. Faint and illusory figures were struggling. Bang! The little Peng Emperor shook the stone spear in his hand. The phenomenon around him immediately gathered around the stone spear. Countless runes bloomed on the spear, and a trace of the great Tao's power attracted the power of heaven and earth. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming from the desolate sky spear, even the old fogies of the heavenly realm couldn't help but be moved. What a terrifying spear! Gu Fei felt an extreme danger from the desolate sky spear in the little Peng Emperor's hand. His heart couldn't help palpitating. The heavenly war-slaying art and the desolate sky spear really are one. Is this a killing art specially created for this murderous weapon? The old fogie's eyes lit up. They knew the origin of the desolate sky spear. It was the celestial Peng race's supreme treasure. Could it be that the heavenly war-slaying art was imprinted on it? Some people already had their eyes on the desolate sky spear. Dang! At this time, the little Peng Emperor's aura reached its peak. The stone spear flew out of his hand and instantly pierced through the Violet King. The desolate sky spear was too fast. The Violet King didn't even have time to react. Swish! Without any suspense, the desolate sky spear pierced through the Violet King. BSP.